Welcome to Warden Law, Event 8 of the 2021 Motorsport UK British Karting Championships. This circuit used to be one of karting's sleeping giants, but a change in ownership has revitalised it, and now it's one of the best facilities in British karting here up in the northeast of England. And it's here that we're going to see the first British title decided in 2021 in KZ2. But before we get to that, we have got Cadet Honda and all the Rotax classes to get to. Now, the last time we saw Cadet Honda was at Larkhall in Scotland. Noah Wolf won, but it's Germany's Timo Jungling who leads the championship. In Minimax, last time out, Ethan Jeff Hall took the win again, but he's still only 20 points in front of Scott Marsh in the title. Now, at Wilton Mill, Dan Ginchard dominated in junior Rotax, but he's still only fourth in the championships behind the ever-consistent Ollie Stevens. On to senior Rotax, and the Hunter brothers, Reese and Kai, run 1-2. Their family have transformed this 1,200-metre venue into one of the best in the country, and they're going to be pretty tough to beat. Reese Hunter holds a dominant lead in the championship. On to Rotax 177. Dan Tate still leads, but defending champion Henry Ayres was dominant at Wilton Mill. He is really close to Dan on dropped scores, and Dan has got an injured rib this weekend. Will he be able to compete? And if he can, how fast will he be? Finally, we're on to KZ2, the fastest class in British karting, and they have got one of the longest straights in British karting to deal with. Ryan Cannon from Scotland holds a decent advantage over Tom Longfield, but Longfield is going to be giving it his all. Who is going to be crowned the first karting British champion of 2021? We're going to find out this weekend. You can catch it all on Alpha Live. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Warden Law. This is Event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. My name's Henry Beaudette, and joining me, as always, he's the Toon Army to my Mackham, it's Anthony Jordan.
Good morning, everyone. How are we all? We've got lots of comments in the chat already, haven't we?
Yes, we do. A big welcome to everybody watching here at the circuit. A big welcome to everybody watching courtesy of Alpha Live. Don't forget, you can watch this event on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, on the Facebook page, and on motorsport.tv. Where are we? Well, we're in Sunderland. Sunny Sunderland. Well, not quite so sunny Sunderland. It's 10 turns, a bit of elevation change. Really nice venue here. The Karting Northeast is the venue. This is a beautiful part of the world, and very passionate people, and we're going to have a large group of spectators here today. But we have got lots of racing to bring you. 13 races in total, I believe. The weather at the moment is...
Yeah, a bit mixed, isn't it, at the moment?
A bit mixed. We may be getting some rain later. It's not cold, but it's overcast. Yeah, rain is potentially forecast. So, what is on the menu? First of all, it is Heat 2 for KZ2. KZ2, they decide their championship today. That will be the first race coming out at 10:30. And then after that, we're into the pre-finals for all the other classes. Now, all the other classes here is their penultimate round. So we've got Minimax first, then Rotax 177, Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax, and then Senior Rotax, which will be the last of the pre-finals. No, sorry, KZ2 will be the last pre-finals. Sorry, Anthony, I was completely wrong there.
Well, it's fine. You are forgiven. Lunch break, of course, my favourite part of the day. 1:15 this afternoon, and then we go into the finals. Kickstart. Get your timers ready, folks, because if you're a little bit busy, you can't stick with us all the way through the day. 1:45. That is when the Minimax final gets underway, and Minimax, well, they always give us a fantastic final, don't they? They gave us a fantastic final at Wilton Mill in the last round, and I expect we're going to see exactly the same today. 177 final, they're going to be kicking off at 2:15. 2 as well. And then we go into the finals of the day. Honda Cadets at 2:45, Junior Rotax final at 3:15, Senior Rotax at 3:45, and we finish the day with KZ2 final, and we will crown our 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships KZ2 winner at 4:15.
Excellent. Well, of course, Wera Tools have been wonderfully supportive as always. Last time out at Wilton Mill, we, as in you and me, not you, the people, but we, you and me, we came up with the shortlist, and then the people voted, for Wilton Mill Driver of the Day, Neo Clark, and you spoke to him.
Neo Clark, our driver of the day for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships from the Wilton Mill Rotax round. What a feeling that must be. You've got some nice shiny tools next to you, a nice shiny trophy, and a great result for you.
Yeah, it was nice to be recognised after the hard work everyone had put in for me. Obviously, new team, new stickers and everything, so yeah, it was good to get the result we wanted.
Let's talk about that. Of course, brand new team for you. Your first proper race weekend with the team, Thule Motorsport, of course. You know, to finish 6th in the first final on the Saturday and to finish 2nd in your final on the Sunday, you know, a great result as well for you.
Yes, I mean, the 6th wasn't exactly what we had hoped for, as we'd finished in top 3 in all the finals of the rest of the year, but the 2nd was good after all the hard work he'd put in over the 2-3 weeks to get it set up for the British. So yeah, very happy with the results.
A career best 2nd place, am I right in saying?
Yeah, we've obviously our first year, but we've had like all the thirds, and we just hope we get like 2nd or 1st, so 2nd, very positive.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Just like to thank my dad for the spanners, Drew Tooley, and all my sponsors.
All your sponsors. Didn't forget any, no?
No.
No. Too professional to forget sponsors, aren't we? Excellent, cool. Well, excellent stuff. Well done for our driver of the day for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Well done, Neo Clark.
Thank you very much.
Well, here we are. There's a live look at the dummy grid for the 2nd KZ2 heat of the day. Championship leader Ryan Cannon won yesterday's heat race. This will be the 2nd race. Cannon is there on the right-hand side of your screen in kart number 2. A very quick chance to go through some of the comments we're receiving. Don't forget, if you are watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, you can make a comment, and we'll be able to. Well, we won't read it out. We'll see it.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots of people. So Jonathan Thompson saying good morning. Jan Echterman, hello from Germany. Matt Isaacs saying he wants to wish Roof Rack Racing Zone Sam Winter in KZ in 177 all the best, as well as Cadet Honda Brendan James. People liking the Paddock show last night. We're going to rerun the Paddock show during the lunch break for you. Someone said, right, imagine they forgot to press the go live button. Well, gamming with Nathan. We did remember. Is that supposed to be gaming, or have we misspelt that? That was a bit unprofessional, wasn't it? Oh dear, no. We are the live streaming professionals, don't forget. No, good to have you on board, Nathan. Even if I don't like gammon myself. Oh, is it gaming? Sorry, I do apologise. Going live in a few minutes. Good luck to Ryan Cannon, saying Mark Winus in KZ2. Luke Ford Racing, saying good luck to Brenda James and Jack West and Harrison Whitcomb in Honda Cadet. And Kit Bolowski, hello Kit, winner at Rowra in the Cadet Army class. So we're all on board. Many more. Please like and share. That was my social media bit for the day. Is it like, share and subscribe?
It is indeed,
and please share it on social media so we can have motorsport, many more motorsport fans. Hi, wish Argenti Motorsport the best. Well, good luck to Argenti Motorsport. Here we go then. On with the task in hand, which is the final heat race of the year for KZ2. There are your 2 championship contenders. Ryan Cannon on the right, number 17, Tom Longfield on the left. The championship positions coming into today: 568 points for Cannon, 546 points for Longfield. 12 drivers, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh, Anthony, Joe Charlton there going through your screens in kart number 1. The last day he's going to have number 1 on his kart this year, but it's all to play for, still all to play for. Tom Longfield is he says he's going to need a stroke of luck, and that's true. It's Ryan Cannon's title to lose, but he certainly has not come anywhere close to winning it yet.
No, we'll have to find out, obviously, over the course of today, because, of course, they've got their final heat of today, their pre-final a little bit later on, and, of course, the all-important final coming up at the end of the day, the last race of the day, and we're definitely saving the best till last, aren't we, this weekend?
Absolutely. I mean, KZ2, yesterday's heat race, well, I'll bring you up to speed, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Cannon won, and Tom Longfield had an issue with... His gearbox was leaking oil, which was creating a little bit of a smoke screen. Longfield held firm for second place. He had the entire field, apart from Cannon, lined up behind him. But enough of that. Let's look at the starting lineup, which is Miles Murphy, driver number 6, on pole position. Alongside Murphy on the front row of the grid, it's Ryan Cannon. Joe Charlton and Tom Longfield start on row number 2. Bradley Barrett, winner last time out at Wera, and Josh Price, who's been very impressive on his at the end of his first season back in karting. He starts on the outside of row 3. Then you've got Darren Allen and Charlie Turner, Alan Kenyon and Dan Gould, Lee Ward and Ashley Lewis round out the field. 12 drivers, Anthony. It's there's a view of this wonderful circuit which will will guide you round a little bit later on. This is going into Gasworks hairpin. They come out of Gasworks. That's the number 7 cart of Lee Ward, who's starting at the back. But yeah, you can see some of the elevation changes we've got here. Yeah,
it is quite undulating through this circuit. Now, the majority of it is quite flat, but then when you go into the grass area reminds me of the Teletubbies land. There's lots of hills everywhere, so there's lumps in here everywhere, but that's only on the grass.
Okay.
On the track, it's
flat.
You
call it Teletubbies. I call it Hobbiton, because I watched Lord of the Rings.
Well, yeah, you watch Teletubbies.
Yes, there we are. Hello to Paul Ozan. Good to see Paul still watching and racing, and he's wishing Tom Longfield some good luck. But here we go into the starting grid.
Oh, now, these karts are immense off the line. I've seen a video that's on YouTube beating a Ferrari off the line.
We are, where that camera is directly in front of us.
we are at the end of this straight.
I hope that nobody has brake failure at the end of first one. I mean, we'll lose Dylan, but that's okay.
That's fine.
But then the camera the camera we're worried about.
Yeah, we're all good. Thumbs up at the back then. First race of the weekend, or first race of the Sunday, about to get underway. KZ2. Here we go then. Revs rise. Lights go. Here we go then. KZ2 underway as they go down the straight. Great start from Cannon. Down the inside goes Miles Murphy. He tries to retain that lead. He does retain that lead. And my goodness me, at nearly 80 miles an hour into the braking zone, that was incredibly close to the start of this race. Side by side in the background there, Lee Ward's up a couple of places, runs a little bit wide, comes back onto the track, and all good so far. Cannon for the lead, though, down the inside at Center S is number 1 and gets the job done. Great start there. Longfield struggling. He's fallen back in the order quite a bit.
Yep, Ryan Cannon having to get aggressive with Miles Murphy coming into that first corner, banging wheels at 80 miles an hour. That is how much it means to these drivers. We're now going into Gasworks hairpin, right at the top end of the circuit. They plunge hard right downhill through Gasworks, and then they come into the Horseshoe, around Horseshoe Bend, into the final bend, which is Paddock Bend. Out to Paddock Bend to complete lap number 1, and Cannon already pulling away. Murphy second, Charlton third, and that's Josh Price up into 4th position. Behind Price is Turner. Longfield is down in 6th position in that number 17 comp kart, the second of the comp kart chassis. You've got the number 28 of Josh Price. Then you've got Longfield. Longfield has it all to do. Cannon, now he can relax. So Cannon, he's got a 10 kart length lead over the number 6 kart of Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy, fantastic pole position yesterday for the Moore racing team. Sam and Tom Moore were very, very pleased with how Miles was going. Now Miles has got to try and overcome the challenge of Joe Charlton. Charlton running a little bit wide to try and cut back underneath Murphy as they come out of Gasworks hairpin. But Cannon, he fired out of the starting blocks like a cannon, and now he comes out of Paddock Bend onto the start-finish straight to complete lap number 2. We have a 10 kart length lead. In fact, it's up to 9/10 of a second through Brian's Bend, named after Brian Hornby, who was a very well not liked and member of the karting fraternity up here at Warden Law for many, many years. And there is a move.
Yep, Josh Price down the inside of Joe Charlton. Charlton runs wide onto the grass. Bit of a shake of the head there. Not happy with that when it comes back on. Now, Joe Charlton, he's obviously feeling a lot happier this weekend because, of course, he's got his brand new chassis that he's running this weekend. Now, he struggled at Wera because his chassis got stuck in Italian customs, so he couldn't get it. He couldn't get it on time. But now he's got a brand new chassis to work with this weekend. He was running in 3rd now, but after that overtake, he's gone back down the order. Yes. He's now, where is Joe? He's 9th place now as he goes through.
Now, Joe's regular mechanic, Ian, the legend.
The legend himself.
Ian the Legend, that's what his name is, Ian the Legend. He's working, so he's got Oliver Hodgson, former Rotax World Champion, multiple British karting champion, Oliver Hodgson, on the spanners for him this weekend.
Nice.
But I'm sure Ian the Legend has got this on in work.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he does.
Morning, Ian.
Morning.
And Joe is now he's got a bit of fight back on. Josh Price is looking particularly racy. In fact, this is the best we've seen Josh Price. Josh Price at Rowra, he really had he started showing the pace that we know that the ex-British touring car driver has got, but luck was not on his side.
No.
Now he is giving Miles Murphy all he can handle a little bit more as they come into Gasworks hairpin now, down through the gears. And then Ryan Cannon, he's not pulling away.
He's not pulling away, no. And, you know, thinking about this, Josh Price could really be a help to Tom Longfield here in the championship running, because if he can catch up to Ryan Cannon, who it looks like they are actually closing it, because it was nearly 9/10 of a second. It's now only 6/10 of a second as they go across the line. So Cannon, maybe he's calmed down a little bit too much now, and they're starting to close in, because Miles Murphy has been absolutely rapid this weekend as well.
I mean, there's a fastest lap for Josh Price, 49.12 seconds. The one thing that we did notice yesterday, I mean, if it stays dry, this circuit has picked up an awful lot of grip. When we walked out on the track yesterday to do a bit of filming, you know, our trainers were sticking to the circuit, especially going into turn number 1.
I thought
tyre preservation mode is something that they're also. So maybe Cannon is preserving his tyres. Price having a little nibble up the inside of Miles Murphy there, but then falling back into line.
Yeah, the track. Well, the track being so sticky, I thought I'd walked into a nightclub when I walked onto the track. So
nice. Hey, when a nightclub dance floor is that sticky, you know you're in a really good or a really bad place.
Yeah, well, yeah.
One of the two.
One of the two.
Either way, you're in for a good night. Charlie Turner up at the 4th place. Longfield still 5th, and Longfield really needs to start making a move now. Bradley Barrett is 6th, then Alan Kenyon, Joe Charlton back up to 8th. He's past Darren Allen, who's down to 9th. Dan Gould runs 10th. Lee Ward 11th. Ashley Lewis is 12th.
Yes, he is indeed. So as they go through then, 5.5 minutes to go then, there's a little look further back. That's Bradley Barrett. Spoke to Bradley this morning. He was feeling nice chipper. He had tyres all over his shoulders. Oh, yeah, I'm ready to go this weekend. I'm feeling happy and ready. I
mean, Josh Price, looking at that, he's taking it very light. I mean, Josh Price is significantly quicker than Miles Murphy at the moment, I would have to say. I mean, Miles Murphy defending into Gasworks hairpin every single lap. Price has got that really wide line, but he just cannot sweep underneath the number 6 karts for 2nd place. And now Cannon has extended his lead to 1.38 seconds with a fantastic lap, 48.80.
Yep, good lap there from Cannon, and you know, exactly what you're saying. Price is trying to get past Miles as much as he can, but at the moment you just see him, he is struggling. Miles is great at positioning that kart perfectly to defend. You know, this is running right to the hands of Ryan Cannon here, who's managing to open that gap. These guys are bunching the rest of the pack up at the moment as they go through, but Miles doing a great job there in 2nd place. But like I said, that still is helping Longfield, because he's able to catch up to this. You can see him there, the 17, just in the back of shot. In between them, they've got Charlie Turner as well, the Rush Performance driver, just in a bit of a no-man's land at the moment. 4 minutes to go. Not much headway getting, well, not many moves being done here, of course, as they go through. A bit of a train starting to form. And in terms of Longfield's chances of the championship, he needs to get up those places, because as much points as he needs, at the moment, it's looking good for maximum points for Ryan Cannon.
Yep, there's Longfield that goes through your screen. I mean, Longfield, he went at the Chelsea Walsh hill climb.
He did, didn't he?
Absolutely fantastic. The Chelsea Walsh fans were stunned by that kart and how it went up the hill. But he's on the comp car chassis. He's being chased by Bradley Barrett in the number 27 Sodi Vitesse Sodi kart. This was a similar situation that we saw in the closing laps of yesterday's heat race when they were battling over 2nd place. And Bradley Barrett spun in his effort to try and get past Longfield. But again, Longfield, I have to say, does not look like that kart does not look happy, I have to say. You know, he is struggling a little bit. Turner is now 5 kart lengths in front of him in fourth position. Longfield only 5th. Later on this afternoon, our good friend Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk will be able to bring us some live championship standings as the championship boils down. We're into the final heat race of the year. 3 minutes to go, Anthony. And Barrett is, well, I mean, you can see Longfield defending into centre 1 there. And then he has to cover the middle of the track going into centre 2. Barrett is all over the back of him. Yeah, and I got a feeling that Barrett will be finding his way through as they go through the back straight chicane into Gasworks.
Longfield defended that one quite heavily, didn't he, into Gasworks hairpin. Now he's going to struggle in towards the horseshoe. You know, it's a very fast circuit, this one, but it's still very technical as well. Some of these corners, they may look slow, but trust me, you can carry a lot of speed around it. Down the main straight they go, then in towards turn one again. Positive camber through here. You can really just chuck it into the corner, hope it grips, and then you're round there into an S's section.
There's a move.
Oh, he tried to go down the inside, didn't he? But look at that, Longfield just holding it round the outside. This is good stuff from KZ2.
Yeah, I mean, Barrett there, I mean, good racing room, good bit of respect there between the two of them. I mean, Longfield was about another half an inch, and Bradley Barrett would have had him. But and you can see now, as Longfield having to defend, the drivers behind Barrett, the number 8 of Alan Canyon, the number 1 of Joe Charlton, the number 7 of Darren Allen, the number 33 of Darren Allen, are all closing in. And it's a bit like what it was yesterday, where Longfield is the cork in the bottle. Cannon's away at front, but we've got, Charlie Turner is closing in on Miles Murphy and Josh Price. We could have a 3-car battle of a second.
We could indeed, yeah. That is starting to close up there as well. And as it's starting to close up here, as you've got, Mr. Joe Charlton's been caught back up again as well. Darren Allen, like you say, yeah, that 33 closing in. This is the battle for second place then. So it's Miles Murphy who's leading this group then in second place. So that number 6, Josh Price, then Charlie Turner, as you see it. And look at that, Price has got right onto the back of Murphy once again. Now Cannon's disappeared in the distance, 2.7 seconds clear now. You can just see him going round into the horseshoe now as we exit Gasworks Benz now, also joining into the horseshoe. Line astern here, and I thought, do you know what? I thought he was going to go for a lunge into the final corner there.
Yep, and you can see Longfield still there in 5th, holding off the rest of the train. Lee Ward is in 12th place. Ashley Lewis is in 11th there, having their own little private battle. Dan Gould in 10th has now joined the train following Longfield. Ward in the 2nd of the Moore racing carts. But again, there's Murphy. Now Murphy having to defend into centre number 1. You can see the green and yellow building there. That's the clubhouse on your left-hand side. And there's Barrett again. Oh, tyre smoke! And this time Barrett has just got it. But
no.
Oh, well, fair play to Bradley Barrett, I've got to say. That's cost him 2 spaces. But, he's aware that Longfield's in the championship fight. And the last thing Bradley Barrett wants to do is get involved in contact. And that was, circumspect driving there from Bradley Barrett. And it's cost him 2 places. But I think that's very, very sporting indeed there. Yeah,
it was indeed as they go through. Now, of course, it's time for Alan Kenyon's turn to try and see if he can get past Longfield. Because, like we say, that train forming. Timer has struck to 0. So last lap board will be out this time to Ryan Cannon, the number 2. Currently at the moment 3.2 seconds clear, and it's all going off here now.
And here comes Barrett. Look at Barrett going around the outside.
Well, there you go. S's number 1 gets on the inside here for S's number 2. Through comes as well the 33 of Darren Allen. He gets through as well. So Charlton falling back down the order now as they go up the hill there. Longfield leading this back, seemingly hasn't got a clue what's going on behind him.
No, I mean, I spoke to Tom this morning and he said, I don't know how I held on to second yesterday. And, because people were tripping over each other trying to get past him. But, I mean, I've got to say, he needs to thank Bradley Barrett because Barrett, I thought, had the position. But, he didn't want to just, chop Longfield's nose off and force Longfield off because that could be a championship deciding moment. And so Barrett, but he's already regained one of those positions. We're on the final lap. There's reports of spots of rain in the air. So the Andy Fairless Racing, number 2 of Ryan Cannon, leads commandingly. That's going to be 2 more heat wins. That's going to be maximum heat points for Cannon. Who's going to take second, though, DJ?
Well, let's find out, because at the moment, Miles Murphy is under pressure here from Josh Price still. Price all over the back of him. He can't try and find a way through at the moment. Only a couple more corners to go. But out of the final corner and seeing the checkered flag, number 2, Ryan Cannon crosses the line and gets maximum points then in the heats across the line. Murphy takes second place from Price. Turner crosses the line to take 4th place as well. Then the rest of the gang comes across the line. Longfield holds on to 5th place from Alan Kenyon. Bradley Barrett finishing that 27 kart in 7th place from Darren Allen, Joe Charlton, Dan Gould, Ashley Lewis and Lee Ward rounding out the grid. But I have to say, for a heat race and the first race of the day, KZ2, take a bow.
Yes,
well done.
Take a bow, son. Right, that was very good. And Ryan Cannon, well, he's going to add another 65 points onto that. So he's going to increase his points lead over Tom Longfield by 3, because at the end of the 2 heats, Cannon will score 65 points. Longfield will score 62. That will mean that Yeah, now Ryan Cannon's lead over Tom Longfield stands at 25 points before drop scores. Drop scores, well, at the moment, Cannon is dropping 107 points, and Longfield is dropping 103. So that will be Longfield actually, well, the gap stays at 21 points unofficially at the moment, with 2 races to go. That's including drop scores. The link, what is the link for the live timing? Good question, gamming with Nathan.
Well, an easiest way to do it is if you go on your telephonic device or interweb device or anything like that, head to the interweb and type in motorsport-timing.co.uk, and there will be a button at the top of your screen saying Live Now, Warden Law British Kart Championships. Click on that and you're away.
There you go, gamming. Who else is on the line? Ellis Snow saying good luck to Jez Williams in Junior Rotax, Scott Marsh in Minimax, and Harrison Whitcomb in Cadet Honda. Good to see that Marcus Littlewood, the spirit of Senna, saying hello and welcome, one of our IZ2. There's Ryan Cannon on the right-hand side of your screen, so the view in as the drivers come out of their karts and have a little look around. So there's Tom Longfield on the left, just taking his balaclava off. Ryan Cannon trudges back. Good, yeah, there's chatting with Miles Murphy. And now, turn 1, those two clashed wheels at 80 miles an hour going into turn number 1, but they're having a laugh and a joke about it. Yeah. Yes.
Bit of a chinwag.
Don't
worry about it. It was a good race, wasn't it?
It was a good race.
Good race,
Good race. Could have died, but hey, good race.
Yeah,
good race.
They could have crashed into Dylan. The cameraman.
It could, well, I mean, that's right. Yeah, there's good shots. Now, there's a view. There is the rather ominous-looking sky above us. There's the paintball centre. I can't believe that Matthew Hunter, who owns the circuit, has closed the paintball so that me and you can go one-on-one with paintball.
Do you know what? Any opportunity to fire something at your face would have been tremendous. I think I'd love to have done that. But then the corner that you're kind of looking at there, so that's dogleg. So that's essentially, it's kind of turn 3, turn 4 sort of area. Very tight, but very wide part of the track. It really opens up on the exit, but yeah, it's a very tight corner. Big curbs on the 2 apexes that you come through there, so it's very easy to lose the back end if traction is not on your side.
Indeed.
Charlie Ellis, Motorsport, joins the stream. Good luck to everyone, especially in Junior Rotax. We'll be watching from home. Dad's got his Dukes of Hazzard T-shirt on.
Good lad, Mr. Ellis. I did say it at Wilton Mill that I think, and more importantly, Sam has got his car out there as well.
Yes,
Sam Ellis. So hello to Sam Ellis. Hope you're watching, and hope to see Charlie Ellis back in the paddock next year. He's got his Dukes of Hazzard right next year. So while Charlie's listening, because I know he is, next year, I want from your dad. I want to see an Airwolf T-shirt.
Ooh.
I want to see a Knight Rider T-shirt. Ooh. And on my birthday next year, I don't know when it is, but I mean, I want to see a Street Hawk T-shirt.
Oh, very nice.
Like Street Hawk. Remember Street Hawk?
No, I'm far too young for that. Anyway,
hey, if you remember Street Hawk was the best, are they not? This is Jesse Mark, ex-motorcycle cop injured in the line of duty. This is Norman Tuttle, scientist. You know, and the Tangerine Dream did the theme tune for it.
Well, do you know what? I like the sounds of that. I might have to watch it. There we go.
Yes. Yes, it is Minis now, Jay Smith. And hello, Misaki Bellavini from Melbourne, Australia.
Now, what's the time in Melbourne, folks?
Late.
What's the time in Australia? I'm going to say it's around 9 o'clock.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
I'm going to say 9 p.m. Yep. There we go.
Enough time to have dealt with a good few tinnies so far. But up next, it is the first of the pre-finals, Mr. Jordan. Whoop, whoop.
It is indeed. Well, like it said there, Minimax about to make their way out onto the circuit, and there on your screen, the 42, Mr. Jarman at the front of this grid. He's had a good weekend so far.
And this is his favourite track.
This is his favourite track.
Yep.
Does he like it in the wet, though?
Well, I mean, it's still splitting a little bit, but I mean, certainly the circuit is still bone dry at the moment. Here's a look at some of our contenders. There is our championship leader, number 12, Ethan Jeff Hall, and his mechanic Lee Taylor. There's number 90 going down the order. That's Chase Fernandez. He was so good. There's the 88. Callum Ghosh yesterday was a man on fire. In the, not literally, but he was a fantastic performance. Oliver Sander, one of our German driver. There's Charles Cheesy Green with the blue hair. I think is his hair still blue. There is number 21, very briefly on your screen. Belgium's Thomas Strauven. a national level Belgian driver. Here's the grid. We'll run down it now. There's a flower.
Oh, there is a pretty flower, isn't it? There's the grid then. Scott Marsh, Ewan Charman on that front row then for the pre-final of Minimax. Adam Warden, Josh Camp rounding out row number 2 for the Coles Racing Sport. That the number 74 driver. Ethan Jeff Hall, like you said, our championship leader at the moment. He's starting on that 3rd row with Blake Ticehurst, Chase Fernandez and Ben Crossley rounding out rows 3 and 4.
Row number 5, Callum Ghosh and Reg Hayward. Row number 6 is Ollie Wise and Thomas Behrman.
After Thomas Behrman, we've got Oliver Sander. Oliver Sander joining us. And then it's Mikey Walker, Charles Green with blue hair, maybe. We don't know. We'll have to find out. Aaron Full as well, rounding out row number 8.
Then it's Mackenzie Douglas and Freddie Housley on row 9. Thomas Strauben from Belgium and Levi Earl on row 10. Harrison Crowther, Joe Anderson, William Ray and Freddie Worlock round out the 24-strong grid. It's worth remembering, Anthony, that at Wilton Mill, twice in 2 days, the winner started dead last. Here we go to the lights. We're not green, so we'll have a little chance to go down and look at the point standings. This is the penultimate round for the Minimax drivers. Ethan Jeff Hall comes into today with 669 points. Scott Marsh on 646. Then Ewan Charman on 624. Harrison Crowther on 611. And Chase Fernandez on 607. So really, it's a head-to-head battle between Ethan Jeff Hall and Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh, though, has yet to win a final. He's had maximum point scores in the heats yesterday and in the heats, the opening round at Clay Pigeon. But, yeah, in terms of finals, Ethan Jeff Hall has won 3 out of the 4 finals so far.
Yeah, he hasn't. He had maximum points as well at the first round of heats as well. But, yeah, like you say, no final win. Has he had a pre-final win? He's not had a pre-final win either.
No, he crossed the line first at Mansell Raceway.
He did.
But then had a penalty.
He did. I do remember that now, yeah.
It's the Dan Holland Racing 47 of Scott Marsh, the Argenti Motorsport 42 of Ewan Charman, and then on row 2, the KR Sport number 49 of Adam Wooden, and the number 74 Coles Racing Kart of Josh Camp. We come into the Paddock Bend, out into the tram lines. Second time lucky. Lights are out. Now we're off and racing. 12 minutes plus a lap. Minimax pre-final. Charman makes a great start, and Marsh gets left behind and bogged down right on the inside.
Yeah, it was indeed. He covered that inside line straight away. It was straight across. You saw the move there. It was nicely done as the rest of the field go through. The 37 there as well. Reg Hayward, he was a bit bumpy on that inside curb as they go through as well. The number 20 just down the inside as well. Freddie Housley, the Sam Pollock Racing driver. Also, good start from him. All spin there. And who went round? It was the 20. Like we're saying, Freddie Housley. It was a good start. It was a commentator.
Curse of the commentator.
It struck quick there, didn't it?
But luckily he's okay. Charman trying to make a getaway. Charman in 3rd in the championship. He wants to consolidate that in his first season out of Honda Cadet. Chasing him hard is now the Coles Racing number 74 of Josh Camp. I have to say, great start from Josh Camp. Looking down the chart, the Josh Camp, well, he missed a round at Mansell. He hasn't got to drop any scores, but he's only 19th in the point standings as things stand. There's Reg Hay with that all-white kart. Of course, Reg, over the class weight limit because he's had a growth spurt, and so they've taken the graphics kit off that Coles Racing kart.
Yeah.
But that didn't stop him at Wilton Mills. Very fast to come from last to first and win the first final on Saturday. But, everyone else tucking through there. Where's Harrison Crowther is down in 21st position, which is not great for Crowther, who is currently 4th in the standings. But up at the front, Charman leads from Camp in the number 74. Then it's Marsh, and then Ethan Jeff Hall. So Scott Marsh needs to get up amongst the 2 leaders, make a couple of moves, and then hope that Ethan Jeff Hall doesn't follow him through.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens then. There's the 90 Chase Fernandez, currently in 6th place at the moment, behind Blake Ticehurst, the O-Plate winner from the Rotax O-Plate, that of course was held here at Warden Law a few months ago, wasn't it? So, warning flag out to Chase Fernandez there as soon as I start talking about it.
He shows he's trying.
It does indeed show he's trying. And Ticehurst. Well, there we go. I'm going to stop talking about drivers because as soon as I do, something creeps up with them.
It shows they're both trying. They obviously tried a little too hard and had a small territorial dispute over a piece of land.
Yep.
And the officials have adjudicated that it was both their faults.
The stewards won that piece of land.
Yes, the stewards won that piece of land. They stamped their flag and they gave a warning flag to the 2 of them.
There we go.
But Charman not getting away, but he's, fear not, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you get, like a slinky, you know, it expands and then contracts.
It does
The
indeed.
field at the moment is expanding, but I mean, Camp is second. Marsh head down in third. You can see Marsh, they're all hunkering down behind the NASA panels to try and just get themselves there through Brian's Bend. That sort of nice sweeping, you know, right, left, right kink that leads into the dog leg. And then they go back into the infield section. There's St John's, just slightly off Camp, or they're going through the dog leg. There's the midfield part of the course. That's St John's Bend. You can see Oliver Behrman. No, done it already. Not Oliver Behrman, Thomas Behrman going through St John's Bend. A little bit off camber, then to the two centre S's, and now we're up to, that's centre number 2, into the back straight chicane. There's the back chicane. Big curbs there.
Yeah, very big curbs.
Deceptively large. You don't associate Warden Law with those big curbs, but the driver's serve. And now we're into Gasworks, so it's like a nice ridge at the top of the circuit, and they plunge downhill through Gasworks hairpin and out into the horseshoe, and then out of the horseshoe through Paddock onto another lap. Yes, Anthony.
So, well, I'm just going to have a quick look down the field as all, but we've got some big movers moving up through the field. So Reg Hayward, the number 37, up 3 places at the moment, started in 10th place, now running in 7th place, as well as Charles Green, the 77 privateer driver, currently in 12th place, up 3 positions from their original 15th place starting grid as well, so they're having a good run. Harrison Crowther as well, up 4 places, currently sitting in 17th place.
Marsh. Sorry,
No.
Marsh was coming under pressure there. I think Ethan Jeff Hall has got past Marsh there, and Blake Ticehurst was having a look as well. So Ethan Jeff Hall, and now Fernandez goes past Marsh. So Scott Marsh drops down to 5th position, but most significantly, he drops behind his championship rival.
He does indeed. Well, as they go through, then they start to close in once more. And like I say, with all this battling happening in that mid-pack, that's allowing the rest of the field. You can just see there, Callum Ghost there in the back of this shot. He's right up to the back of this group as well. So they're all just concertinaing up. That is allowing Charman to kind of break away slightly here. That gap just under a second, 8 tenths of a second at the moment, as Crossley sets the fastest lap of the race. Currently sitting in 9th place at the moment with that 52.740. On your screen, though, the 74 driver. Oh, Mr. Camp in 2nd place at the moment. Now that gap's 1 second. Now,
well, yeah,
he's struggling a little bit there, but I think he's had a good run so far, and he's just got to find that extra. What he needs is a bit of a bump draft as well, doesn't he? They need to work together because, like we're saying, 8 wheels always works better than 4.
Yes.
So, you know, if he can get those 8 wheels,
the problem that
Mr.
Camp is going to have is that he is in exalted company.
Yeah.
His progress has been good this year, but he's not used to running this at the sharp end at this stage. So Ethan Jeff Hall, is Ethan going to think, right, this kid who's been like back in 15th most of the year, has he suddenly got the pace so I can work with him, or is Ethan Jeff Hall just going to try and pass him and go? That, you know, will Camp have a friend, or will just Ethan Jeff Hall go? Fernandez is behind Ethan Jeff Hall. We'll watch Ethan Jeff Hall have a little look behind him in a minute, just because he'll sort of judge what to do now. Behind, you can see Ticehurst has now gone past Scott Marsh. So Marsh is down into 6th position. Reg Hayward is having a look as well. But yeah, no, so we'll see as they come out of the horseshoe and through Paddock Bend onto the main straight, will Ethan Jeff Hall work with Josh Camp or just try and get straight past him?
Well, we'll have to find out as they go down the main straight once more, in towards turn 1. Great shot that is. You just see the camber change as they go through. It's such a fantastic part of the circuit.
Oh, yes.
They come through then. Now he has caught right up to the back of Camp now as they go through. Again, we're not seeing any defensive moves here from Josh Camp at the moment. We're not seeing any lunges from Jeff Hall at the moment. So they are staying line astern at the moment. Maybe Jeff Hall just wants to maybe push Camp along on this one. Which would be good to see. And as they go through, 5 minutes left on the time. There's still plenty of time as well for something to happen.
Yeah, so last lap, a 52.77 for race leader Ewan Charman. I was going to say, Ethan Jeff Hall did a 52.5, so did Chase Fernandez. Ethan Jeff Hall answering our question there. No, he's not going to push Josh Camp at all, because Camp last time around did a 52.8. That's the slowest of amongst the top 5. And so Ethan Jeff Hall has gone into P2. Now he gives himself 5 minutes to close a 1.5 second gap to race leader Ewan Charman.
Can it be done? Let's find out.
Yep, now, so Camp doing a smart thing there. He hasn't gone straight back in on Ethan Jeff Hall. He's just sitting on the rear bumper of the number 12 Strawberry Racing Tony Kart driver. Fernandez and Ticehurst are right there as well. Scott Marsh has faded a little bit. Marsh down to 7th now behind Reg Haywood. Callum Ghost still runs 8th. Ben Crossley is 9th, the two Vision Motorsport teammates. Then it's Adam Wooden in 10th. Mikey Walker is 11th, followed by Ollie Wise, Harrison Crowther, Charles Green, Mackenzie Douglas, Freddie Housley, Oliver Sander, Thomas Strauven, Thomas Behrman, Freddie Worlock is your top 24, William Ray, Joe Anderson, Levi Earl, and Aaron Full down in 24th and last position. He must have had a spin somewhere.
Well, we'll have to see. But, more intel coming in on the live chat as well. Thank you to Fluffy Billy for good luck. Will Ray, the 14, his first ever time on this track.
Oh, well, William is there in 21st position for the XL Motorsport team. Yeah, XL have got 3 drivers in the race. Freddie Worlock down in 20th, William Ray 21st, and Aaron Full 24th. So something not quite clicking in that with those karts just yet. But they've got 3.5 minutes of this race, and then the final to go. And well, Ethan Jeff Hall, he's made that move on Josh Camp, but Josh Camp is showing that he's, it's no fluke that he's up there. He's sticking with Ethan Jeff Hall. He's not falling back, and Chase Fernandez hasn't decided that it's time for him to make his move. Neither has Tysus, so Camp is sitting there firm in 3rd position.
More importantly, that gap's come down to 1.2 seconds.
Dear.
Oh, and that is an axle failure.
That is a spectacular axle failure. Look for Ollie Wise, the Vision Motorsport number 55. Luckily, Ollie is okay. That is at the exit of the horseshoe, or the exit of the second part of the horseshoe, and I can see Ollie Wise. There goes the.
That's a man on a mission there. That is, look at that.
That is a well. I mean, that's an assistant, a track assistant, and he knows that there's a kart in a dangerous place, but also there's a wheel off. But yeah, good work there. I mean, and also it showed that they've cut the grass 5 times this week.
They have indeed. I'd have fallen over there, most definitely.
I just wouldn't have. I couldn't have run that far.
No, you'd have had a heart attack and stopped.
Oh dear. That is Charles Green out of the car. Oh no, and he doesn't look very happy at all. Shake of the head. The number 77 of Charles Green.
Now, I think there's another kart involved. Yes, it is.
Freddie Housley,
yeah,
okay?
it was. Yeah.
Well, look at that. Shake of the hands. Are you okay? Are you okay? Now we'll discuss it. So there's Housley's kart. So Green and Housley out of the race. Chase Fernandez puts in the best lap and moves into 2nd position while all that was going on.
Well, goodness me. Fernandez has been setting fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap all far. And you've got to remember as well, this is the pre-final. This is going to determine whether drivers start for their final later on today. And if Chase Fernandez has been setting these fastest laps, he's feeling comfortable around this track, which means he'll be starting on that front row alongside Ewan Chalmers, which means we could potentially have a very good battle on our hands in that final. What have you spotted?
I've spotted that Chase Fernandez, just before he made that move, did a 52.25 seconds. Wow. That is 0.3 of a second quicker than race leader Ewan Charman. Ewan Charman's lead is still 1.5 seconds, but Fernandez's kart, that Vision Racing number 90, Manchester's Chase Fernandez, shouldn't we say Manchester in this part of the world? The football crowd will get pretty leery. But the Mancunian Chase Fernandez is the man on the mission at the moment. He has got, his pace is good. And Ben Crossley now sets a fast lap of the race. Crossley, someone's woken him up. He's down in 8th place, so just off the back of this lead pack. Scott Marsh has dropped to 9th. So Scott is, there's something wrong with that Dan Holland racing car, because Scott Marsh is unable to keep pace with the leaders. Here comes Ethan Jeff Hall back at P2, however.
It is indeed, yeah, as they go through. Now, they're scrapping away here. This is allowing, of course, Charman once again to break away. That gap was down to 1.2 seconds. It's opened back up now to 1.5. They cross the line. Does it update again? 1.6 now, so no chance of them actually catching Charman as they go through. 20 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board will be out this time. But like we say, Jeff Hall now back into 2nd place. Fernandez slotting back. Ticehurst has come through as well. Now Josh Camp has gone back down, I think, into around 5th place now as they go through. But still, absolutely line of sight. Quick stuff as Reg Haywood dives down the inside. That 37 Coles racing kart with no livery. And it's all kicking off here at the front as well. Ticehurst through on Fernandez.
Yep, and Levi Earl getting a warning flag. But yeah, that was good stuff there from Ethan Jeff Hall. Ticehurst now hugging the inside line. Here comes Reg Haywood. Now, I know he packed his suitcase this morning. Did he pack a couple of overtaking moves in that suitcase? There is Callum Ghosh having a storming ride. Callum Ghosh so far on that Xspirit chassis for the Vision team. I think that orange cart there, that means Xspirit, I believe. But Ethan Jeff Hall now having to defend second place. We start the last lap, so Ewan Charman is pretty safe for the victory, but of course Ethan Jeff Hall's got to be careful. His title rival's way back, so do we risk losing 1 or 2 positions by defending, or do we let a couple go and knowing that we're still outscoring our title rival?
Well, I would hope it'd go for the more exciting option of those two. Levi Earl with the fastest lap of the race then as well, currently running in 15th place, so that just shows there's pace all the way through this pack. Reg Hayward goes down the inside, Chase Fernandez falling back as well, but oh my goodness me, the 88 there of Ghosh comes straight through as well. He likes that run into the back straight, the back chicane area, into the Gasworks hairpin again once more. Linus Dunn, no position changes there. Ethan Jeff Hall at the moment looking comfortable, leading this back for second place, but out of the final corner, checker flag goes out. Ewan Charman crosses the line. Good pre-final for him.
Yep, and a fist pump there as well for by Ethan Jeff Hall, Strawberry Racing crew. They're watching on the side. That's another job done for Ethan. Blake Ticehurst comes home in 3rd position. 4th for Reg Hayward. 5th for Callum Ghosh. That's got to be his best position for the Anglo-Thai-based driver. Then Chase Fernandez in 6th. Josh Camp 7th. 8th for Ben Crosley. 9th is Scott Marsh. Harrison Crowther is 10th. Followed by Adam Wooden in 11th. 12th for Mikey Walker. Mackenzie Douglas is 13th. Then Thomas Strauben, the Belgian driver. yes. Well, last night, Anthony, on our Paddock show, Thomas Strauben, he's represented Belgium in the Rotax Grand Finals in Brazil and in Portimao, in Sarno in Italy, sorry. He's won the Rotax Euro International Trophy, I believe, or he was top 3 in the International Trophy at Portimao last December. I said, well, so have you experienced anything like the British Kart Championship before? And he looked at me with the big braces and smiling, going, no, nothing like that. This is so much more aggressive than anything else that I've raced in. And that is why the British drivers get so good on a world stage. A little bit further back there, so behind Strauben, Levi Earl in 15th, Thomas Behrman 16th, and William Ray 17th. Germany's Oliver Sander in 18th place. Now Oliver has got Big Herb mechanicking for him this weekend. The Herb is back on the spanners for Oliver Sander. Then it's Aaron Full in 19th place, Freddie Worlock 20th, and Joe Anderson 21st. Great shots there as they come in. You can see the number 6 car of Aaron Full going through there. There's the number 82 of Freddie Worlock. There's the 16 of Joe Anderson, the number 77 of Charles Green, who is, well, Charles Green, at least he saved his dad a trip out to the paddock to get the kart. And which begs the question, why did he stop? Mr. Green will probably think to himself, well, if it was the kart was not working, then then it would have stopped. But if the kart was working, why didn't we carry on, Charles? Obviously, only the driver will know. And yeah, so we've got the next race up, Mr. Jordan, would be race number 16 on the programme, which is Rotax 177.
Yes, the pre-final will be on our way in just a moment, but we can't cut to the sting in just a moment.
No. I wouldn't have suggested it for a minute that we'd cut the sting.
Now, rule 1 of doing this. Now, James, the producer, always says that we've got to put the production box and everything close to the toilets. And unfortunately, we're not close to the toilets on this one, so he's had to pop out.
Well, we are. Okay, well, I mean, we're closing in on Dan Tate there. So that's Dan Tate there. Now, he's packing his rib protector in. So, Dan Tate hurt his ribs last weekend, and Henry Ayres is looking at him. Now, Henry Ayres missed the Mansell Raceway round because he had a rib injury. Dan Tate, this is his local track. This is where he started karting. He is racing through the pain here. I did try and go and tell him a couple of jokes this morning, but he wasn't listening. Either that or my jokes just weren't funny. But so Dan Tate is the championship leader, but on drop scores, it's very, very tight on drop scores. We're not going to get into drop scores too much just yet. But yeah, let's just say, and you can just see how gingerly he is putting his race suit on. Now, I'm not saying that Dan Tate is going to, that Henry Ayres is going to help him with his race suit, but yeah, that tells you, look how, how much pain he's in. He did win his heat races yesterday, though. And that was very, very, very hard work for Dan. He didn't go out for a warm-up this morning. That kart stayed parked. He wasn't going to, he's just minimising the amount of laps he does. You know, he desperately, desperately wants to do well on his home track. There's, Henry Ayres, there's Matthew Easton he was talking to, not Henry Ayres, sorry. But here we go. Rotax 177 is up next.
There we go. Got the sting in that time, didn't we? There we go.
There we are.
Got there in time. There.
So only 7 drivers in 177, but hey, they're going to be a good race.
They always give us a good race. We saw it at Wilton. You know, we saw, I think we had someone have a kart failure in one of the races as well, and we went to 6 in one of the races. And, you know, seeing that, those 6 cars were still absolutely line of sight.
So that's Matthew Easton's mechanic there in the red, Gary Sang. Almost
just like, just take out tape there. Just, those ribs hurting, are they? Make sure they hurt a little bit more.
But
before get this race underway.
So it's all about personality. So they obviously got Dan Tate there in the foreground. Henry Ayres with his back to us. Matthew Easton on the right. That is on the left hand side. That's Callum Porter, number 20, the very, very tall driver for Ultimate R. In this race, you've got 3 KR Sport drivers, 1 for Strawberry Racing, 1 for Ultimate R, 1 for Coles Racing, Louis Large. You can just see him there on the left-hand side of your screen. And then Sam Winter. I'm looking for Sam. There's Sam, black race suit. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go down to Sam Winter there in the black race suit. Talk about old school karting.
Oh, yes.
Sam Winter lives in the West Country. All right, my lovely, all right? Sam Winter decided it would have cost him a lot of money to get his van up here in diesel. So what did he do? Any self-respecting privateer? He whacked his kart, his chassis on the top of his Vauxhall Astra estate and drove 350 miles up here to Rowra with his
Rowra?
Wu-Tang, Rowra, Warden Law, sorry. He's got the Wu-Tang, oh dearie me, it's up north. With his kart, that number 77 kart, on the roof rack of his Vauxhall Astra estate to get here. That is how you do's it.
That's how you do it. That proper.
If you'd gone to Rowra, then he would be in trouble. But he's here at Warden Law instead.
Right, are we going to see you at the Rotax World Finals in Bahrain? You're going to bring your Astra with the cart on the roof there for that as well.
Set off now, Sam.
Set off now, Sam. You might get there in time. There we go.
Hey, but this is what we're trying to say to people that are tuning in for the first time, that this is the top level of British karting. This is the British Karting Championships. There's only one British Karting Championships. Other championships out there call themselves the British Championships. They're not legally, they're not allowed to say. They're fibbing. They're telling porky pies.
Porky pies,
This is the elite level of British karting, and people think, oh, but it's a bit intimidating. You know, like, no, there is room for your privateer driver, your lad and dad driver. You don't need a big van. You don't need a big lorry. You just need some passion, some skill, and the ability and some ratchet straps to stick a chassis on the roof, and you can rock up here like Sam's done. Well done.
The back of his car was also his hotel room.
The back of his car is also. I wondered why he was looking a little bit grubby this morning.
There you go. I walked past the paddock there. He was taking a nap in this boot the other day as well. I just saw his feet hanging out the back of the car.
Having a siesta.
He was.
Oh, hey, tell you what. Well, that's what the back of the Astra estate's for. So yeah, it's good stuff. But I mean, obviously, the championship situation is as follows. This is before dropped scores. Dan Tate, 681 points. Louis Large, 662. Matthew Easton, 657. Then Sam Winter, 620. And Callum Porter, 611. Henry Ayres is 6th on 486 points. But crucially, that is including his drop scores. He wasn't at Mansell Raceway. So Henry Ayres, everything that he gets now is adding to his championship tally. While Tate and Large and Easton, they're dropping scores. Or they've got to finish well up there, you know, because they're going to drop a few points at a time. How long can Dan Tate go for? That is the question.
It is the question. Of course, he's starting on pole position in this one. Like you said, we spoke to him in the Paddock show yesterday, and he said, I'm amazed I actually made it to the end of that second heat yesterday, because he was really struggling with his ribs. So let's see what a good night's sleep has done. Hopefully he was in a comfortable seated position.
Well,
you know, I've woke up in the morning with like a dead arm because I've slept on it funny.
I don't think Dan Tate was sleeping in the back of an Astra, put it that way. So
well, no.
It was more comfortable than there, but I mean, watching that is a driver in pain. You can see him just getting in there, easing himself in. His mechanic there, that's Gary on the side, Gary Donnelly. That's not Irish, that is.
Was it?
Gary Donnelly.
Oh, right, okay, right, there we go. So you know, get themselves ready. You can just see there you go, the checks, just think, how much pain can I take on that side? How much pain can I take on that side? So it's just finding those... it's just finding those sort of areas, those little small details, you know, these drivers have to deal with, and, you know, whacking a big rib pain issue into a race. And like we say, Warden Law, it's a smooth circuit, but there is still bumps out there.
Oh, yes, and they're magnified. Yeah, so Dan, that's just well, the main thing is that I spoke to Dan this morning, and I said, you know, he went, no, I've got to go, I've got to do it today. You know, it's his home track, or what have you.
Oh, my hair's awful.
Stop mid-sentence there for a commentary box selfie, everybody.
We did.
There we go, live on air. Yeah, there's Dan looking in those eyes. Just the risk he runs is that if he goes out today and hurts himself even more, will he be fit enough for PFI, the last round of the championship decider? So this is the first time he's been on track. So I would imagine he's being dosed up with plenty of painkillers. That's what he needs to stay off of. But here is the full starting lineup.
Indeed, then, for Rotax 177, race 16 of the weekend, the pre-final. Dan Tate, the man who hasn't had his picture taken, oh yeah, there we go, is starting on that pole position with Matthew Easton, Louis Large and Henry Ayres rounding out that second row. Jack McConnell, Callum Porter on row 3, Sam Winter, the privateer driver, the Red Speed, the Roof Rack Racing driver, starting on that 4th row in 7th place. And all 7 of these karts going out. And like we say, you're thinking only 7 karts, but trust me, these 7 karts stay in one big pack, and they give us a fantastic race without fail.
Yes, they do indeed. But adding to the drama and the tension is that you know the pole position holder and championship leader is driving in agony. Everyone else knows about it, but this 177 crew, they're not going to go easy on Dan Tate. No. But you know, they're not going to be driving into him and trying hurting him. You know, being cynical about it. They're going to want to race clean. As the lights go green, we're off and racing, and Tate dives into an early lead. Easton slots across into 2nd place in that number 3 kart. Henry Ayres trying to go around the outside. Henry Ayres. We haven't spoken about Jack McConnell in the number 14 kart, who pops into 4th place there. McConnell, who had a retirement mechanical failure and Henry Ayres they both had mechanical failures in one race yesterday, but they're okay now. Louis Large in 3rd place, but it's Tate leading from Easton, Large, McConnell, Ayres, Porter and Winter.
Yeah, as they go through then, they near Gasworks hairpin again for the first time, up the hill. Under braking then, nicely done. Tate looking comfortable out there, but I suspect every little bump, every little curb that he's hitting out there is just causing pain. So as he goes through, you can just see there behind that number 3, wow. Easton is just trying to find any way he can get past. And here it could be down the inside into turn 1, gets it done. Tate doesn't fight it. Nope,
he doesn't fight it at all. I have to say, as someone who has raced, and I've raced with hurt ribs before, that's going to hurt him going through those 2 curbs there. Every time you see the number 20 kart bounce over a curb, you know that the driver is going to be wincing and gritting their teeth. But of course, it takes their focus a little bit, just for a fraction of a second, off the racing line. I've raced with injured ribs before. During a race itself, the adrenaline does take care of some of the pain. It does take care of some of the pain, you know, when you're in a battle, okay? So that's going to help. But Tate is taking it easy. Now, Louis Large sizing him up for a move. All Dan Tate's got to do is stay on track and pick up some points, you know, pick up enough points maybe to, so we can, maybe not even go up for the final. Who knows? But Dan is going to desperately want to do well on his home track. Lift the radiator flap up there to give the engine a little bit more space. And here comes Louis Large, and again, Tate gives him just enough room. And Large, he doesn't do it at a tight corner. He does it in a big, wide open corner. I think that is Dan Tate's rivals, and this is what is great to see. Dan Tate's rivals, they're not forcing the issue. They're going to pass him, but they're not, deliberately trying to put him in their position where they could hurt them again. That's good to see. That's what the 177 class is all about.
Yeah, it really is. They are a friendly bunch of drivers when they're out there.
They're fierce rivals, but they do get on very well with them.
They do. Yeah, you always see them in the paddock chatting to one each other. And it's absolutely a great vibe. And I always like to go up to the 177 group and just like, how's your day been? They're always chipper for a talk, aren't they?
Yeah, they always are. They always are. Henry Ayres, of course, who went last year, Anthony, at this track when it was a wet-dry final. Henry Ayres won, and that really kick-started his title charge, towards the number 1 plate as they go through into the dog leg. And now out of Dogleg into St John's Bend, which is nice downhill, slightly off camber. You know, it's got an invitingly wide exit there, but then, of course, the track does drop away over that little divot. Now into centre 1. Henry Ayres makes the move on Jack McConnell into centre 1. Now they're into centre 2. Out of centre 2. Oh, somebody in front of them kicks it. That was Dante kicking up a little bit of dust there. Now into the back chicane. That's where the nasty curbs are, it's got to be said. And now into Gasworks hairpin. And you can see that Matthew Easton is starting to pull away, 0.6 of a second in front, and Tate is struggling a little bit. You know, Easton is, Ayres is right behind him in the number 1 plate cart. And will we see Ayres duck out up the inside of turn number 1? Not this time, but yeah, Dan Tate, championship leader, has got not only Ayres, but he's also got McConnell and Porter in the number 20 and Winter in the number 77 cart right behind him as Louis Large sets a new fast lap. The rate's 8 minutes to go. Yeah,
you saw him tucked in there behind Easton, and there is a move there. Tate losing 1, maybe 2. No, just the 1 through the first part of the S's. And that allows Henry Ayres to get past up into P3. Tate now going down into P4. Now you say he was struggling at the end of yesterday, and I think, yeah, he is struggling out there at the moment. But like I say, he is putting in a stellar performance still, despite the fact that injury. You saw him wrapping that big his rib protector while he was out there. A lot of the drivers do wear them in this championship. Some do, some don't. Let us know in the comments. Do you wear a rib protector or don't you wear a rib protector? Let us know.
Yeah, well, if Dan Tate didn't before, he's now...
He certainly is now.
He's now a convert.
Yeah.
But
I like this.
This can help. Matthew Easton, 50.85 seconds. New fastest lap for the race leader. His gap over Louis Large is now 3/4 of a second. Ayres in 3rd. 4th for Tate. 5th McConnell. Then it's Porter. We're focusing on the championship leader, Daniel Tate. There goes the number 3 cart of Easton over the curbs onto the back straight now into Gasworks hairpin. And you have a look at the difference lines. I mean, Dan Tate is being as careful as he possibly can to stay off as many curbs as he possibly can. You can see he's got a slightly wider line through the horseshoe. He's staying off the entrance curb going around Paddock Bend, head down. Now, of course, coming through Brian's at the end of this corner, you have to take curbs almost, but Tate's staying off them as much as he possibly can. It is slowing him down. It proves, Anthony, that to be quick round here, you do need to take curbs.
You do, yeah. You need to chuck it in, hope for the best, let it just roll over the curbs. Because again, if you hit them right, you get them right. And there we go, down the inside. There, the 14, McConnell gets it done. Gets past Tate as well as they go through there. Now you see the 29 there of Dan Tate just slowly falling down there. And every time you see him hit a curb, you always think, goodness me, you wince, don't you? You feel that pain that he's going through, as they go through Gasworks hairpin once more. Now, Callum Porter there, the only rookie who's out there. Oh, technical flag going out to Sam Winter, 77.
Oh, what's fallen off? Let's have a look. I mean, he's there at the back. He's hanging on really well to the rest of the pack, and I'm looking through there. Oh, it's a rear bumper bolt.
It is.
Left part of the rear bumper bolt has parted company with the number 77 cart, and Winter is going to be out of the race. Oh dear. Do you know what? He was wondering why he had an uncomfortable night's sleep in the back of his Astra, and that's because he was sleeping on the bumper bolt of his cart. Forgot to put it on this morning.
Yeah, there you go.
Dear.
There it is. So, again, technical.
So we're down to 6.
We are down to 6.
And Callum Porter is now having a real good go at Tate. Now, of course, with Winter, there is the rear bumper, the offending item as he comes into... there he goes. That's the offending item at the back of the cart. So as he comes into the pits, which he'll have to do, if Callum Porter gets past Daniel Tate, that puts Tate in 6th and effectively last position. Porter's already gone past Tate. Does Tate retire and pull in, or does he carry on out there? So he's in 6th place. No, Winter's gone in. He would have seen a technical flag, and I can see Tate is now cruising. Tate is absolutely cruising now. He's slowed down. Will he stay out there, or will he come in? You know, the last thing that you want to see Dan do is hurt himself and not be able to race at PFI. He's in 6th position. He'll get 6th place points now. His main championship rivals, while they're 1st, 2nd and 3rd, not a lot you can do about it at this stage.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens in the final. But, of course, Dan's thinking, well, if one of those retires and I'm still out there, then I can pick up. So, I mean, he's just sort of cruising round. just to see what happens if he picks up any pieces. He's obviously hoping for rain, is Dan Tate.
Obviously hoping
which
for
will
rain,
make life a lot easier physically on the drivers.
Well, it is due to come in a little bit later on today. Let's see if it does happen.
I'm not convinced.
Are you not convinced?
No, I think the cloud cover is over us, but it is quite light. Now, Tate, he continues on to another lap, but yeah, he's just cruising around. That's all he can do is just stay out there, grit your teeth. You know, people watching. You know, you don't have to be a karter to know how painful ribs are. But imagine you bruise your ribs, and now you're sat in a metal seat. You know, not in a metal seat, but in a tillet seat with a metal suspension, no suspension. You're driving around at 70 miles an hour on the motorway, bouncing up and down, you know, with no suspension, and then imagine how that feels on a rib.
Exactly that. Well, there we go. There is the number one. Henry Ayres currently sitting in second place. This is good running from Henry at the moment. Of course, this is good for in terms of his championship, you know, his points. He had a good start to the season. Obviously, he missed rounds, and then back at Wilton, he had a cracking one, and, you know, back here as well at Warden Law. Let's see what he can do. Karting Northeast as well, the northeast of England. 3 minutes left on that timer. That gap, about half a second. We'll see what it is when they next cross the line, because that looks like he is starting to close that gap. It's looking a bit closer. We could potentially have a battle here for the race lead. Easton and Ayres, who could come out on top? 3 minutes plus that one additional lap to go for this pre-final. It would mean a lot if Ayres can get on that pole position for the final later on today, because that would spell good news for his points, of course. But just seeing him here closing in, and I suspect Louis Lange has also got a big smile on his face, because of course if these two start scrapping, they'll close in. Sam joins us, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, I was going to say Lange and Easton at the moment, before drop scores, are now tied on points for second in the championship, and yeah, so that's going to be, you know, that's a real, you know, tight battle there. There's Sam Winter there looking there. That's just in front of us. You know, there we are in the background. You know, you know what's going on there. But you know, on track, Easton leads by 0.4 of a second. Ayres closing in now. Henry Ayres almost will have been told from his KR Sport team. They would have told him that Tate has faded back and is sort of just cruising around. So Easton is going to press the go button. Ayres is going to press the goes button rather. You know, 486 points, but I mean, everyone else is dropping about 150. I can't do the calculations at the moment, but Ayres is on a mission. He knows now this is a potential championship. Well, to get his championship track back on track.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see what he can do, because now it's starting to kick off here at the front for the Rotax 177 Race 16 pre-final here at Warden Law for Event 8 of the Wera British Kart Championships, and out they go in towards centre, S number 1, and look at that, Ayres is all over the back of Easton and goes down the inside here at the S2 as they go through. Easton fights back, can't quite do it, and look at that, Louis Lange has really closed in now. Now we've got a three-way battle for the lead, 1 minute to go, but has Ayres managed to get that job done, and is he now going to pull away?
Well, the kart certainly looks like it's getting stronger and stronger as the race progresses. Easton in second, Lange in third, McConnell keeping a watching brief in fourth, and then it is Porter in fifth. Tate is just cruising around half a lap now back, just staying off the curbs, waiting to pick up any pieces. Now, I did see Jack McConnell wiping his visor as he came on the start-finish straight. Does that mean there's one or two more spots of rain in the air?
Well, looking out the commentary box, we've got reports of it. I can't see any out the window.
We'll check the lap times. I mean, wow, okay, here we are. The best lap of the race so far, a 50.51 for Ayres. Last time around, he did a 51.41. They've all dropped about 1.5 seconds off their best lap time. So, yes, Mr. Jordan, I believe the track might be developing some moisture.
Well, that could make it very interesting for the next race coming up. But, of course, at the moment, with 8 seconds left, Rotax 177 rounding the final corner. I think they're going to get an extra lap in as well.
Yes, they will.
Are indeed across the line. Only a couple of seconds left on that timer. So that means last lap board will be out this time for Henry Ayres.
And this time they were all about half a second off their best lap. So, again, consistent. But, I mean, yeah, spots of rain, enough to just make them think twice about pushing the envelope.
Yeah, just thinking, can I brake at this normal spot? Or should I just go a little bit earlier on that one?
But 4 karts within 1.1 seconds of each other. There it is. Number 1, Henry Ayres with the lead. When is someone asking on the stream, when is Junior Rotax? The answer is
Junior Rotax
in 2 races time.
Yes, they are indeed 2 races time.
Harry Cottrell from S8 Racing.
So, timer strike 0. Last lap board out this time then to Henry Ayres, who has opened up a gap now from Easton. Easton is under pressure from Louis Large there just behind, you can just see, and McConnell as well. Like you're saying, that top 4 separated by just over a second. But final lap board out, that gap is now 7/10 of a second between Ayres and Easton, the 2 KR Sport drivers, as they go through. But here, the battle for second place. Can Louis Large get that second place spot? Can he get that kart, that Coles Racing kart, on that front row for the final later on today? He's got half a lap to figure it out. Can he do it?
Well, look, both Louis Large and Matty Easton are, local to this parish, as it were. And of course, they're, proud members of the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. But Ayres looks to have enough of a gap there as he comes through the horseshoe the final time. But it's going to be a chance for Louis Large and the Coles Racing kart. Number 8, will he have a little look at the inside going to Paddock Bend? I don't think he will. Checkered flag comes out. Ayres wins, and Easton takes second very quickly, though, very closely from Louis Large. McConnell in 4th place. Porter is 5th, and now we wait for Dan Tate to come around. He's cruising round, just nursing his body as much as his cart around to finish in 6th position. And Dan Tate, again, for those wanting to cheer for an underdog today, I think that in 177, Dan Tate is the man, because he is just driving hurt on his home track, trying to defend his championship lead. There's a shot of the results. All 7 drivers. So Henry Ayres, Matthew Easton, Louis Large, Jack McConnell, Callum Porter, Daniel Tate, and sadly Sam Winter had to retire.
Yes. So those karts will come back to the pit lane then, and that will spell the end for Rotax 177 until their final later on today, the second final of the day. That'll be around 2:15 as well for Rotax 177.
We'll see the karts coming. It'll be interesting to see the karts coming into the pits now and just watching the drivers, how they react to that, knowing that, Dan is hurt. But next race up will be coming in up shortly. That'll be race number 17 on the programme for Honda Cadet. But there goes... there's Callum Porter, there's Sam Winter, watching on there. He watched the race in front of the commentary box there, just to get a good view. Yep. His cart is already up on a trolley. There is Dan Tate now climbing out of the cart in the background of your shot. And, of course, there's no mechanics in the pits at the moment. Now, what I would say is that maybe one of his rivals needs to help pick his cart up.
So the drizzle is starting to fall here at Warden. Light drizzle starting to fall.
Oh dear.
But that's going to really make the next race quite interesting. That's coming up in just a moment as well. And of course, to the people at home as well, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, of course, make sure you do share it out to your friends, family, or anything like that to get the maximum amount of viewers, of course, for the finals that are coming up later on today. And of course, as well, if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, we are 8 subscribers away from 19,000 subscribers.
Really?
So,
there's bound to be 8 people out there that can...
exactly.
Now, because I've got a 12-year-old son.
Right.
And he watches YouTube.
He does.
And he's been showing me how YouTubers speak.
Yeah.
So if I speak like a YouTuber briefly, and that'll create more likes and subscribers.
No, it really won't.
So what they do is they go, "Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to my latest Alpha Live video of some kart racing." That's how they speak. And then millions and millions and millions and millions of people subscribe. So if I just do that, that's how they do it. Personally, I just ask any fans of professional kart racing out there that like what they're seeing, to like and subscribe. Now let's have a little look in the paddock, and oh dear, that is more than just a little bit of light drizzle. That looks like continuous drizzle.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's going to cause havoc for the next one. The Honda Cadets are out on the... they're going to be in the... Where are the Honda Cadets? Let's have a look for them. They are making their way out onto the dummy grid as we speak.
Right.
So they will be on slick racing tyres. And I'm just looking out the window there. Dan Tate is literally, he's got his back up against the fence in there. He's chatting away to Jack McConnell there, and he's obviously in a large amount of discomfort. But hey, he got through the race. But up next is Cadet Honda.
Now, Henry.
Yes,
we
Anthony?
had this argument at Shennington.
I know.
And
I
the
realised,
ladies and gentlemen at home, I think you agreed with me as well when we say it is pronounced Honda Cadet, not Cadet Honda.
Well, I mean, yeah, the one word, yes, I realised the error of my ways. Let's look at some of the drivers. There goes the number 22 across our screens. That would be the number 22 driver. That's Noah Barham. There's Aris Majuskas, the Anglo-Lithuanian driver. Now, Luca Holmes. So, Joe Bradley is commentating here. Who was commentating here yesterday with me at the circuit.
Are you fangirling again?
I am. Yes. He told me a great little snippet of information. Where's Luca Holmes Paddock in this? He's in kart number 28. He's starting down towards the back. It's his first season in Honda Cadet. But his mechanic, Russell, is one of the. He works for Mercedes Formula One. So he's one of the simulator engineers. Joe Bradley said again that he's worked at. He's known him for some time. Worked in touring cars, worked in sports car racing. Now worked for Haas Formula One team, and now works for. Works for Mercedes Formula One in the as one of the simulator engineers. Let's have a little look at some of the people saying well, good luck to Harrison, Jack and Brendan in Honda. That would be Harrison Whitcomb, Jack and Brendan James. Which Jack would it be? How many Jacks have we got? Jack West it would be. Good luck to Zach Drummond, so our champion from last year. Zach Drummond is back as a one-off. And Max Cuthbert and Lewis Islin and Noah Wolf. So that's Kip Bilowski wishing his Synergy teammates all the best. Lots of people. Harry Friel saying good luck to the Callum Hargrave driver development team. Owen Neve. Owen's the only Callum Hargrave driver here, but I know that the team have got about 5 or 6 drivers down at Bayford Meadows International Raceway this weekend. There's Callum on the right-hand side of your screen. They're just looking down over that. So Owen Neve getting there. And Jack Monaghan wants to know any of the Honda cadets who moving to Europe to compete in the WSK mini category. Have no idea.
No idea.
No, don't know, sorry. Maybe is the answer. They could be.
Could be.
Possibly.
Yeah.
There we go. Hope that clears it up for you.
Maybe so.
There is the number 1 place. So there is Zach Drummond. So Zach Drummond is obviously fighting for championship honours in IAMI Cadet this year, but he is back with the number 1 plate in Honda Cadet. Always good to see that, gets to run the number 1 plate out to show that he's defending the national champion for at least one round. There is Josh Graham in the number 4 kart, just getting his kart down. Championship positions, Josh Graham retook the championship lead yesterday from Timo Jungling, 599 points to 596.
Oh.
Then you've got 2 of Zach's Synergy Racing teammates, and maybe that's why Zach is here to help those out. Noah Wolf and Max Cuthbert, they are 3rd and 4th in the championship standings. So realistically, I mean, William Murphy for Ambition Motorsport is a little far back, but it's a 4-way title fight between the Ambition Motorsport number 4 of Josh Graham, the SFR Motorsport number 8 of Timo Jungling, and then the Synergy Racing team teammates of Noah Wolf and Max Cuthbert, the number 45 and the number 10.
Now, of course, you have to remember there's points up for grabs in this pre-final.
Yes.
So, this could all change again by the end of this race. So we've always got to keep on our tippy toes
yes, there
with
are
these
indeed.
numbers.
Yep.
Now, Motorsport Dash Timing, Ian Rogers has helped us out tremendously with that, doesn't he? So he brings up, we'll have the points popping up on the screen later at parts of the day in the finals, of course, later on. We won't tease you with them just yet, but we'll let
Jack
you know
Monaghan
that
saying, I wouldn't be surprised if Noah Wolf tried his hand at racing in Europe, especially with his double Kart Masters title this year. Well, it's a very good point, well made. And all I would say to that, Jack, is possible.
Well, I can confirm that, Noah will be going into juniors next year. But I think on the UK scene once more. But he is going into juniors. He's skipping the Minimax or the Mini X30 run, and he's going straight into juniors.
Okay,
so, the team think he's ready.
Okay, well, I mean, if he's old enough and he's tall enough, the team think he is ready enough. There is a look at the GP plate. There is Noah Wolf on that Synergy kart. To the right of him, that's the S plate kart. So that is the Scottish champion, Leon Hasty. For the SFR Heinz Motorsport team. There is the number 55 of Jarrett Clark for Ambition Motorsport, the 66 of Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, the Welshman, getting plenty of love on the live chat. Then it is Owen Neve. There's Owen Neve, the only Callum Hargrave driver development. I like that crash helmet design. Look at that. It's almost like, there's three colours. Navy, orange and yellow. Make it work. And look at that. Simplicity is the key. A little bit further back, there's the Zip logo on Rocco Shenton's kart. Good to see Rocco back after missing Wera. Rocco, of course, you know, came very close to qualifying for Bahrain. Now, of course, two drivers in this race, Kenzo Craigie and Albert Friend. They were the two British qualifiers for the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain in Micromax. Where is Kenzo is starting on the 6th row of the grid, and Albert Friend is starting on the 10th row of the grid. 30 drivers.
Now, Lincoln joins in. So, why does Zach Drummond have the one plate on? He didn't win last year. Well,
Yes,
I can
he
confirm
did.
he did
He
win.
did
He
win.
did win the Honda Cadet Championship last year for the British Car Champs. So
Yes,
he did win.
Yes, he did win. He won Cadet Honda. I think what Lincoln Bailey Arneson is thinking is that he was thinking of Cadet Iami Cadet. Oof. Here's the grid.
Here it is indeed. Zach Drummond, William Murphy on that front row. Joshua Graham, Max Cuthbert rounding out row number 2.
Noah Wolf and Lewis Isley on row 3, Leon Hasty and Thomas Min Spearing on row 4.
Row 5, Jarrett Clark, Timo Youngling, current not championship leader anymore, but yeah, he's got to fight back for that one. Harrison Whitcomb and Kenzo Craigie on row 6.
Then it's Owen Neave and Cole Denham on row 7, Oliver Majewski for Passion Motorsport and Noah Barham on row number 8.
Rocco Shenton and Aris Majewskis on row 9 with Jack West and Albert Friend on row 10.
Josh Smith and Kai Clark are up next on row 11 with Lucas Blanford and Max Endicott, we spoke to him last night, on row 12.
Hugh Roche and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 13 with Gregor Reed and Harley Musk rounding out row 14.
Row 15, the final row of the grid, Noah Pikes and Brendan James. Now it's going to be a standing start,
It is
12
indeed.
minutes, 30 drivers, 3 points separating the top 2 in the championship, just over 30 points separating the top 4, and rain in the air. And they're all on
Slicks.
slick racing tyres.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you? There we go. So, final steering checks just before they get onto their grid spots. Now, of course, the one thing that we always see from Honda Cadets is that they always dive to that inside line without fail.
Yes.
And when we look at that camera shot when they come down the start-finish straight, you will see them all slide to that inside.
Sophie Kinghorn's been on. Yeah, she's been on the live chat,
All right.
asking what's after cadets.
Well, Sophie, you're racing this weekend. You should know.
Is she?
Is she?
I don't know, she should be.
She should be.
Well, Junior Rotax is on next, Sophie. You should be in that. Let's have a look. Well, I'm having a little look, yeah, because you're 41st in the championship. And you scored 41 points in the heats yesterday.
Well, there we go.
So, Sophie, get your race suit on, girl. Get going.
Should be on the dummy grid now.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, here we go then. Honda Cadet pre-final race 17 of the weekend about to get underway. The last cart's just sorting his hands up in the background. I think
Yes.
potentially stallers.
No. Noah Pikes has decided to drive the wrong way onto the grid. Now, there's 1 or 2 drivers out of position. But don't worry, that's number 48. That would be Joshua Smith, the Project 1 racing driver. He's not happy about something. That's either he's in the wrong position or he urgently needs a wee.
Well, I'm going to say his engine's stalled.
You know what, there's a distinct possibility there's going to be something right.
Yeah.
Also, I wouldn't be surprised if Drummond moved to WSK next year, giving him well, possibly. Jack, possibly.
There are many possibilities happening here.
He's like a roving reporter on Internet Land, is Jack Monaghan, I've got to say.
is indeed.
Thanks for following us and for asking us lots of interesting questions. Normal, regular journalists might have found that out, but
Right.
we're not regular journalists.
We're not, no. We just
No.
we just rock up and talk. There we go. So, well, now you see, they've not restarted his engine, but I think there is confusion in the back, and I think they're going to send the pack around again.
Yep, they're going to go around again. Yep, that's the signal to say, right, go around, try again better.
Yeah.
It's like well, these are all drivers that are between 8 and 12 years old. The oldest drivers in the field, the very, very oldest drivers in the field, have just started secondary school. You know, big school.
Big school.
Big school last week or the week before.
I remember when I joined big school.
Really?
Like 1 year ago.
My brain still hasn't joined big school. But no, so these are the youngest drivers here. And they're going to go around again. Now, they're all on slick tyres. The rain, it's...
I think it's stopped again.
I think it was just threatened.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to try
Gave
again.
us a tease of what's coming up.
Yes. So let's have a look at some of the scenery here at Warden. There on the left-hand side of your screen, that is the clubhouse there with the restaurant area. That's the paintball arena at the back of the screen just there. It's a real, entertainment venue. There's the gasworks hairpin. Now, I know you're such a well. I mean, obviously, Gasworks hairpin, Anthony, in motorsports. You know that used to be the last turn at Monaco for many years.
Yeah.
Before we have the Raskas.
Raskas, yeah.
Raskas
That's
is
the
now,
penultimate corner.
Now, what's the last corner now at Monaco? Something else. The last one.
Final corner.
Final corner. Yes. But like Gasworks hairpin. Whenever I think of some of the Gasworks hairpin, that was Bristol Rovers Football Club in the 70s.
Oh God, you're going on about football again. You know I don't like football. That's why I commentate on motorsport, not football.
Well, I mean, I'm an all-rounder. I'm a well-rounded egg, like my stomach.
I see. I'm well-rounded as well in sports, but not football. There we go.
Here we go. Now, let's have a look.
Who's that? Is that Albert Friend?
That's Albie Friends, one of our two Team GB members.
Yeah, for the Rotax World Finals. That will be coming up in Bahrain. Later on this year. You'll be there.
Nice bit of foliage in the background. Yes, indeed, a nice bit of foliage. It is. Yeah, it's it's a nice part of the world. This. The part that we stayed in last night, maybe not so much.
There we go. Well,
I love Sunderland. It's a really gritty place. Yes. There's thumbs up at the back. So here we go. We're going to be going racing very shortly. 4 lights on. Now, lights are out, we're off and racing, and look at them all dive to the inside, but the pole man, Zach Drummond, gets away cleanly. He's got a great jump on everybody else. The 2 ambition drivers, Murphy and Graham, battling over second. 30 drivers go into turn number 1, and somehow 30 drivers all snake their way through and out towards the dog legs intact.
Yep, good start there from the field there. Back right here at the back there, the 87 Brendan James, had a good start there, was moved up couple of places as they go through. Again, the train, the Honda, the Rumble in the Jungle, Honda Cadet train.
Yep.
I do love it because they always provide such superb racing once again. And, seeing them it's a different class of racing, isn't it?
Well,
completely different style.
Different style. You can't just like slam it up the inside, going into a corner, stand on the brakes, then turn the wheel and hope to know that the power of the engine is going to get you out of trouble on the exit. You've got to be smooth and consistent, maintaining momentum. Lincoln Bailey Arneson, a former driver himself in this championship, Minimax driver, I seem to recall. Yes, you consider yourself admonished, Lincoln, because, yes, you didn't realise that you won the Cadet Honda last year. We have a change for the lead. William Murphy passes Zach Drummond for top spot as they go through Brian's Bend and out into the dog leg. And look at all those Synergy karts, those Synergy Racing teammates lining up. Murphy leads in the number 95 Ambition kart. There is the number 4 kart, his teammate, just a little bit behind him, now moves into second place. And then I think there's, 3, 4? I think, yeah, 4. Potentially even 5. 2, 4. No, there's 5 Synergy Racing teammates all behind. Oh dear, those 2 Ambition drivers in the front. Well, William Murphy and Josh Graham, if you've ever need to work together, now is when you need to work together most of all, because already Noah Wolf is having a little nibble up the inside. Yep, he is indeed. So Wolf's now up into P3. He's behind Josh Graham there as they go through then in towards Pittsburgh. Oh, and someone is into the wall there. Who is that? That is it's a Xenon chassis, so it's an SF4. Gregor Reed. Gregor Reed, a Scotsman. The Scotsman on the Xenon chassis. There goes Joshua Graham, who's been shuffled wide, coming on the outside of turn number 1 there. And there's another couple of the Synergy drivers getting involved. The number 20 kart has spun. That's Noah Pikes. And yeah, Josh Graham was getting monstered there on the inside there by a couple of the Synergy drivers. And that, I believe, is possibly Timo Youngling even running wide coming out of St John's. It is, yeah. So the Synergy group. Oh dear, and that's the number 55, Jarrett Clark, going around. And it's such a shame because he started 9th. So, well, the Synergy teammates have sort of got together, and one by one their rivals are getting spat out of contention. Sorry, I just slapped you there, Anthony. I do apologise. The hand gestures are wild in this commentary box. Now, yes, we're getting word that it's starting to raining. Yes, it is. That could start to cause issues out there because, of course, these karts are on the Cadet tyres, of course. Slick tyres are very thin, they're very narrow, so they need, obviously, a lot of traction while they're out there. And if rain starts to come down, it could spell disaster. But at the moment, it's looking clear. Slippery surface flag is out going into turn 1. Yep. We hold our breath as the pack goes through said turn. But all still looking okay, so just a warning to
drivers out there that is starting to sprinkle quite a bit, and very wide there goes the 66 off track. That's Harrison Whitcomb for the Synergy Racing team, but gets back on now. Oh, now look at that. See the understeer there from Drummond.
That is rain on the track, or rain in the sky, moisture on the track, and running wide there. So okay, these karts have got, you know, the slick tyres on. They've got about half a lap with the actual, you know, heat in the tyres will help them. There comes the number 91 of Albert Friend coming through the pack. There's the number 21 going over the curbs there. That is Harley Musk. Back in the back you can see Rocco Shenton going through there. So Musk has made up a lot of ground. One of the younger drivers, they're all going to trip over each other coming through Gasworks hairpin. This is, I mean, okay, luckily the speeds have decreased a lot. There's 3 drivers off. That's the 48 of Joshua Smith. They've got the 20 in there of Noah Pikes. As they cross the line, it is William Murphy leading by 3 seconds. So Murphy all out on his own now by 3 seconds. Wolf in second, then it's Graham third, Drummond in fourth, Kenzo Craigie up into 5th position.
But there, though, the number 4, your current championship leader, the number 4, is under pressure from the GP plate No Wolf. He has managed to just get back up into 2nd place. You can see them now. They're taking that outside line there, throwing so much steering lock on, and it just understeers round. They take the long way round. So there's parts of the track that are slippery. Parts of the track, I think, are still dry. This could be a half and half that we've got at the moment.
Well, this is a very, very expansive venue. You know, it's a very big. You know, the track layout is very expansive indeed. There goes Wolf. Up the inside of Graham. Graham forces a little bit wide there. I've got to say, I do have to, you know, someone there on the live chat saying that Noah is hungry like the wolf. Do you know that song?
Duran Duran. Yeah.
Duran Duran. Someone said Durham, which is very good because that's Durham's just down the road. Yes, very good. Like that. Oh, here's a battle on the main straight. That is one of the Ambition drivers, Kenzo Craigie, showing the number 75 kart of Thomas Min spearing the inside line, and that is what is over our heads, folks. Grey skies. Timo Youngling going through there. Then it's Max Cuthbert in the number 10, and now Youngling up the inside of Owen Neve. Owen Neve was up in the 7th place, so this is the battle on your screen for 7th, 8th and 9th positions. And Neve now under pressure from Max Cuthbert in the number 10 Synergy Racing car. Aris Majuskas is up there in the number 23 machine. Then Lewis Islin's down to 11th in the number 5 Synergy kart. Cole Denham in the number 49 Synergy machine is 12th. And then it's Rocco Shenton in the leading Zip kart entry. Harrison Whitcomb is 14th. Jarrett Clark is 15th. Oliver Majewski, not Majewski, Majewski is 16th. Jack West, Luca Holmes-Ballack up into 18th place. Kai Clark 19th. Noah Barham rounding out the top 20.
Well, there you go, as they cross the line then.
But look, where's the leader?
Yeah, the leader's gone. I thought this was the leader, to be honest.
The leader has William Murphy has checked out. He is clocked out in the car, gone. He's halfway down the A1 South already.
Right, now this is an interesting battle that we've got going on here, because of course you've got to remember the number 4 there, Joshua Graham, is currently your championship leader, and he is battling with Noah Wolf, who's currently sitting 3rd in the points from Timo Youngling, who's in 2nd. Now Timo Youngling, he's right down the order, I think, at the moment.
They're 3 wide. Youngling's in the middle of this pack. They've all got to get themselves single file to go to the back straight chicane. They somehow do.
Yeah, Youngling's 7th place at the moment. Yeah, so he is. So, yeah, they are all scrapping. And Kenzo Craigie down the inside as well, having a good run there as they go through. There's the number 8, Timo Youngling, 2nd in the points as well as they go through. 4.5 minutes left on that timer. And again, this is all starting to kick off as they go through. There's been a slight breakaway. Drummond has managed to open up a gap. Defensive goes Wolf, and the train follows as well. Youngling codens out a little bit earlier. He tries to get that sweep round as down the inside goes. Graham gets it through. Kenzo Craigie through, and Youngling through as well. So Wolf, after that move there being nerfed out wide, has gone right back down the order and is trying to fight his way back into this, and a spin as well in the pack.
That's Lewis Islin, but 59.54. Jarrett Clark has just set the fastest lap of the race, so the grip levels are increasing and improving. So we're back to dry weather speed now. So whatever that light drizzle has disappeared for the time being, but Obviously, it could return at any time. This is good stuff in the pack there, but I mean, William Murphy, 6 seconds now up the road because they're battling over second place so much. Murphy, yeah, 5th in the championship. He is 50 points off Joshua Graham's race lead, championship lead, so he's not a factor in the overall championship, but I mean, he's taking advantage of that. Everyone else is trying to keep their title rivals behind them. There is Drummond in second place. He's not a championship threat, so it's the third place battle. This place battle now between Youngling and Graham. This is the title fight.
Yeah, it is indeed as they go through. So as they go through the first corner again, Liner Stern looking comfortable out there. You can see them not working as much now with the steering, of course, because like you say, they're learning that that track is drying. This is where it's really shaken things up because drivers will have learnt that before, some other drivers as well, and have been trusting the kart more, which is why they've been throwing it down the inside as well, more than what we would usually see in the Honda Cadet class, of course, because it's all about momentum. It's all about the waft that you can maintain through these corners as they go through, again, clouting that exit curb out of the back chicane as they come up towards Gasworks hairpin once more. Kenzo Craigie looking down the inside of Joshua Graham, gets it done. Graham, all wheel bashing going on there. Graham holds on to it because he knows that this is important. This is a title fight that we've got going on here. Of course, it's not going to end now, is it? But it will end at PFI in a couple of weeks' time. But it's still important going into that round.
Say teammate or no teammate, Kenzo Craig's going to go for it. He's been given a 5-second time penalty. Oh, that was not quite sure what that was for, but that's going to drop Kenzo down the order. Kenzo currently 9th the point standings. There is the number 10 kart on your screens. Max Cuthbert. Noah Wolf's been given a warning flag as well.
Oh dear.
Timo Youngling signalling to Josh Graham to like go, 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 go. Well, Josh Graham's thinking, well, hang on a second. I'm trying to defend a 3-point lead from you. I'm going to try and keep you behind me at all costs. There's the zip number 86 of Rocco Shenton, and Rocco up into the top 6. Now, Rocco, of course, he had that great run at Wilton Mill in Micromax, but in terms of Cadet Honda, looking down to see where his best results are. I mean, he did in the heats. He was very, very good at the heats in Mansell Raceway, but then had to start the pre-final and the final, I think, from the back of the grid or something. But I mean, Shenton now coming up into 2, 4, 5th position in this race. And look at Graham go, 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 get it. And Timo Youngling thinking, yeah, all right, okay, no problems. Carry on. I'll do my thing. Now they're trying to. They got 1 minute 15 seconds to try and catch Zach Drummond. So Josh, let's have a look. Can Timo trust Josh? Now, Timo looking over his shoulder, he's not defending. Will he defend coming into centre? The answer is no, he doesn't, and Josh stays true to his word, doesn't attack. That's going to be critical later on. Even though these are the 2 title combatants, they know that when push comes to shove, they can work together until crunch time arrives.
Yeah, I think you could tell that from just the frustration in Graham's reaction to saying go, I think that was a clear indication that he didn't want to go for a lunge, but he's, well, maybe not for a lunge into the infield, but he certainly did it there, didn't he, into Gasworks. That's allowed everyone to get through. That's allowed Rocco Shenton, the zip kart, now up into P4 as they go around. 30 seconds left on the timer, and Rocco Shenton, look at that, going for P3. Oh, no! My goodness me. How those two are still facing in the straight line on that start-finish straight, I've no idea.
Well, I mean, whether we get an actual replay of that at some point, I don't know. But I mean, that was wheel-to-wheel stuff, and Shenton was facing the barriers. And here we go. Let's have a look at this. This was just wheel-to-wheel contact. Great camera work. Yeah, straight on. First of all, Shenton and Graham get together first time. They cross the start-finish line, and oh my words, that was. They could have scissored across the track there and taken out many, many other drivers. And now Shenton and Graham are at it again.
Yep.
There's one less Christmas card for each of them to write. Put it that way.
Well, yeah. Well, let's see. Well, as they go across this section now, timer strikes 0. So your race
Kenzo
leader
Craigie on the outside. Sorry.
Your race leader at the moment crossing the start-finish line now. So last lap board is now out, but all eyes are on this one. Kenzo Craigie is in the middle of this pack. He has got that 5-second time penalty that he is nursing his way to the end of this race. But as they go through, Youngling is now back up into P3 with, well, Noah Wolf is back there as well, just behind in P4. So as they go through then, Liner Stern, the train starting to form. It's all kicking off here in Honda Cadet in the pre-final. Of course, this will determine where they start for their final later on today. So stay tuned for that one, folks, because if you thought this was exciting, the final is going to be about twice, maybe 3 times more exciting as they go through.
And Timo Youngling unofficially will retake the championship lead. in this race if he can just get around where he is, because initially he lost a few places, and now there's the number, the GP plate of Noah Wolf going past Timo, but he is still in front of Josh Graham, but no, not by a few places now, because Craigie and Shenton and Cuthbert 5th, 6th and 7th. But here's your winner. What a drive, what a win for William Murphy.
Well, we've not spoken about him
Well,
at all.
no.
He checked out, didn't he? Here's the battle for second place. Noah Wolf is going to cross the line. Oh, no, sorry, it's going to be... Drummond, sorry. Drummond is another driver who disappeared really at the front. Drummond crosses second. Noah Wolf crosses in 3rd place from Timo Youngling. Rocco Shenton crosses the line 5th place, up 12 places for the Zip Kart team. The rookie driver.
Oh no, Owen Neve on the last corner. 2 corners from home, Owen Neve comes to grief. He was battling in amongst the top 12. But yeah, you think about that. Initially, Youngling looked like he had lost a lot of ground there, because he got passed by Graham, forced wide. Shenton had gone through, and then suddenly, 2 corners later, Graham and Shenton's come together, and Youngling regains the positions and will retake the championship lead, because he finishes 4th and Graham finishes down in 8th.
Yeah. So that's really going to open it up in terms of the championship, and as well going into the final later on today. That's going to make that race very, very interesting. These karts will be making their way into the pit lane in just a moment as well. There is a look at the provisional pending Paul Klassen.
Pending Paul Klassen, of course.
Paul Klassen. Paul Klassen is quite literally in the same building as us. He's on the other side of that wall that's next to us, isn't he? So he's in the same building. There they go then as they line up the rest of them there. Joshua Smith in 25th place. Kai Clark 26th. Harley Musk as well there in 27th place from Gregor Reed, Owen Neve and Brendan James as well. So great running then from the Honda cadets. Plenty more action coming up though in the day, because now we go back to 2-stroke. Junior Rotax coming up next.
Yep, there is a view on top of the Coles Racing truck. There's Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort on the left-hand side. There's one of the Blake Ticehurst next to him. Then there's Archie Brown, Flying Mullet in the middle.
Flying Mullet itself.
Yep, and that's a fine rat's back he's got there. And some of the other guys on the team. Just watching from, where is the Coles Racing truck parked?
So the Coles Racing truck, that is on the other side of the world. Yeah, it's on the other side of the clubhouse. Yeah, so it's on the furthest end, near where the Gasworks hairpin is.
Yes, now we look to Junior Rotax. Couple of bits of investigative journalism pieces that I have, kindly found for you. At Wilton Mill, Leo LaCastro's crash helmet design. We're wondering what animal was it on the side.
Oh, yes.
It's a lion.
It's a lion?
Is a lion.
Right.
I asked, yep, so there we go.
So who said lion?
Neither of us. I said a panther, you said a jaguar.
That's very true.
Yeah. The obvious one, Leo the lion, went clean past us.
Clean over our heads.
Yes, so let's have a look at some of the contenders. There is the number 15 driver in the next race, Pearson Bullock Carter. There's James Smith mechanicking for Mikey Porter and the Jack's Motorsport team. And he just gets his trolley out of the way there. That's Charlie Hart, Sam Pollock Racing mechanic, just getting their cart down. Charlie's going to go from row 7 on the grid. Now we've got 32 entries in Junior Rotax. We started off with 34, but 1 or 2 must have... well, they obviously didn't race. I can't see who... Oh, I don't know who they are, but they're not here. It's a shame for them. There is the number 76 cart of Evie Poulane. She's going to start from the 11th row of the grid alongside Sophie Kinghorn. So
there you go. So,
here we are. So Sophie is out there. A little bit further back, there's a can of Fanta. That's... I don't know if he's put... That's Matthew Lambert's mechanic. I hope he's not putting the Fanta in the fuel tank. No, he's not, but he had a can of Fanta in the back of the vehicle.
Why would you think that the mechanic would put Fanta in the fuel tank?
I don't know.
What goes through your head sometimes, Henry?
It
does slightly concern me.
Do not want to know.
Are you okay? You can talk to me, Henry.
I know, thank you. There's some more karts on the screen. There's Sophie Kinghorn with her, there's the Cross of St George. I know the Cross of St George. St Andrew's cross on the top of her crash helmet there, creating an international incident there. It's I've had too many Jolly Rancher sweets. The sugar levels in the commentary box are all over the place. So Leo LaCastro, Chloe Chong, Lexi Belk are they're getting some love there. Let's have a look now. Mr. Producer, disembodied voice in our heads, has invested in some new technology.
Has he?
Yes.
Some unfortunate technology.
Should we say hello to the people?
No, I don't think we should.
I think we should. Hello, there we are. Look at that.
Hello, folks.
Hi.
Hello.
There
we go.
Yes.
Slightly disturbing. Sorry if you were having breakfast and just vomited.
Back to the circuit, and
Yes.
there's the number 94. So yesterday, like Leon Henderson, our pole sitter, the championship situation in Junior Rotax is absolutely, is so exciting. Neo Clark leads after yesterday's heat. So Ollie Stevens came into the weekend leading. In the heat yesterday, Neo Clark took the points lead. 622 points for Clark, 619 for Stevens, 617 for that man there on your screen, Leon Henderson. Dan Ginchard's got 610, Armstrong 592, Harry Linden 580. So that is 6 drivers within 42 points of the championship lead before dropped scores are taken into account. You can't count out either people like Sam Gornall in 7th, Gustav Usakov's in 8th, Jez Williams in 9th, and even Archie Walker, 72 points back at the moment. He's got a 0 to count, so that's going to be a real struggle for Archie in the number 7 car. But hey, you never know. That's one thing is certain in Junior Rotax this year, is that everything is uncertain.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So,
now,
according...
There's Jez Williams. There's his dad, Chris.
Right.
Guest star on the Paddock show last night.
Yeah.
So did Jez Williams' dog, briefly starring.
Ran away from you.
Yeah, he ran away from you because you said you want to break into the house and give him a cuddle.
The dog, that is.
The dog, not yeah. But there is the number 4 car. There's Sam Gornall. Having a little look. Now Sam, former Minimax British champion, starting on the outside of row number 1, currently 7th in the point standings. Really, any one of 10 drivers has still got a chance to win this. Dan Ginchard has generally been the fastest driver, but consistency is key. Neo Clark, Ollie Stevens, very, very, very consistent. Who's Pete Marquis Contractors, the sponsor there on Sam Gornall there. Good bit of coverage. Then there's Neo Clark for the Thule Motorsport team. Our driver of the day from Wilton Mill. Now, Andrew Tooley, we'll talk about Andrew Tooley in a minute. Let's have a look at the grid.
Let's have a look at the grid indeed. Leon Henderson, Sam Gornall on that front row, Archie Walker and Daniel Armstrong rounding out that row number 2.
Dan Ginchard and Neo Clark go from row 3. Jez Williams and Scott Lapsley start on row number 4.
Harry Linden and Rory Burke on row number 5.
Then it's Pearson Bullock Carter and Ollie Stevens, Mikey Porter, Charlie Hart, Stephen Duncan and Gustav Usakov. That's your top 8 rows.
Row 9, Gabe Fairbrother, Ted Bradbury with Ryan Willis and Jamie Perrelly rounding out row number 10.
Row 11 is Evie Poulade and Sophie Kinghorn. Row 12, Declan Russell and Leo the Lion LaCastro.
Chloe Chong and Lexi Belk on row 13 with Ollie Goodyear and Matthew Lambert rounding out row 14, the 2 privateers.
Row 15, Daniel Sabula, having his kart rebuilt last night, and Leighton Cooper, Alex Biles and Ethan Lomax rounds out the starting field. I forgot what I was going to say beforehand. We were going to talk about something. Andrew Tooley. So Andrew Tooley's not got any new Tooley Motorsport race suits yet, so they're all using old Tooley Motorsport drivers' race suits. So all the team members for Tooley Motorsport have got their former Tooley drivers on their race suit, which is a little bit confusing.
Yes, but nonetheless.
Now, how long have we got before the rain returns? The answer is not long, according to some of the local weather forecasters.
About 3 minutes, they're thinking.
Now, come on, Archie, must be difficult without your teammate. That's Gappinger Racing saying that. Tom Fleming's been on. So Tom Fleming, Dan Holland racing driver in Senior X30. Who's missing from the KR Sport Collective? Well, Archie Walker's there. Alfie Gallagher is not there, I don't believe. I don't think we've got Alfie Gallagher from KR Sport with us this weekend. That's one of the drivers that hasn't made it this far up north. That's a shame. Now, second try. Let's have a look.
Can they do it for Junior Rotax then? Into the tram lines. Green flag out. Here we go then. Good start from Gornall, side by side with Henderson as they go through 3 wide there as the 81 comes into shot. Neo Clark, your driver of the day from last weekend, or the last round at Wilton Mill. And comes in, contact in the background though as 2 karts are off the track. The 15, the 83 have gone around. So who is that? Pearson Bullock Carter is one of them. The 83 as well, Sophie Kinghorn for the Argenti Motorsport team. So she was commenting earlier on the stream, and now she's gone around at the dog leg. So that's an absolute disaster there for Sophie as they go through. Up into Gasworks hairpin, down the inside, looks Archie Walker, can't quite do it. Stays there in second place. Leon Henderson, though, leading the way, the 94. Comfortable start with Ginchard holding on to third now.
Into the final corner at the end of lap number 1. That is an unhealthy sounding exhaust that one of our cameras are picking up. But look at that battle in the middle of the pack there. There goes a move from the Coles Racing driver. That's gone along Ginchard for third position. Ginchard on the outside, hanging tough as they go into... No, but now he runs wide as they go into the dog leg. And that's allowed 3 or 4 drivers. Oh, Ginchard on the grass. Rory Burke in the black crash helmet going across the grass there. They all try and pile in and take advantage of Ginchard having a rare moment. And somebody has gone... That's the number 54 kart of Mikey Port that's gone straight through one of our Wera Tools barriers. Well, Mikey, if you wanted to get a bit of sponsorship exposure for the championship, thanks. But that's not the way to do it.
Well, there we go. That's well, an interesting start to Junior Rotax for their pre-final. That's well, that's extraordinary with how much has happened in just that first couple of laps. Usually they're quite tame, they're quite calm in these first few laps, but here at Warden Law they've put something in the water.
Yeah. They breed him tough up here, but I have to say, Rory Burke. Yeah, on the Tony Kart chassis, GMS Motorsport doing the engines, but you know, really, you know, strong performance there from Rory. Haven't seen him in the championship, have we, much this year? No. So he's out there for the first time. Now, 2 Dan Holland karts changing positions there. Leon Henderson still leads. Archie Walker already up into second place. Gornall third. Jez Williams in fourth place. Neil Clark, championship leader, is fifth. And Ollie Stevens, his title rival. Oh, there is the number 40 kart with a...
What?
Now, that is a Dan Holland nose cone lodged in the rear... that's a... Dan Holland nose cone lodged in the rear end of Jamie Perrelly. Dearie me, Perrelly removes the nose cone, and it's the nose cone of the number 75 kart, which is Leighton Cooper.
Something tells me he might get a nose cone penalty after this.
Yes. Well, can you penalise a kart for a nose cone penalty if it hasn't got a nose cone? Hey, there's
it's broken the NASA pad. It's split the NASA pad. That must have been some hefty hit then.
Yes. Well, Jamie Perrelly is back in the race. Dan Armstrong sets the fastest lap of the race, 51.09. Well, Henderson, Walker, Gornall, Williams, Clark, Armstrong, Hart, Linden, Duncan and Burke, your top 10. Ollie Stevens down to 20th. So the driver that came into this weekend in the lead of the championship, only 20th in the pre-final. That is not good for Ollie Stevens. And where is Dan Ginchard? Ginchard is down in... Hang on a sec.
Ginchard's in 21st place.
21st place. I was going to say Daniel Sabula's up 15 places to 14th. Chloe Chong's up 15 places to 11th. Sabula now up to 13th position. I mean, we spoke to Thomas Sabula, Daniel's dad, last night, and he said that the crash that Daniel had yesterday was partly his fault, so that he was making Daniel rebuild the kart and cook dinner.
Well, there we go. I think Charlie Ellis Motorsport knows something we don't, because he said earlier on, major moving forward mode for Leo LaCastro, Chloe Chong, Lexi Belkin, Junior Rotax.
And they're all doing exactly that. Right. Charlie, who's going to win the 350 at Pontefract later on, just so I can get my betting app out? he's looking into the future.
Well, there we go. Action here, though, at the front, because here, Gornall, this is the battle for the race lead. This is first, second and third. Leon Henderson, Archie Walker and Sam Gornall across the line. Henderson there with the hand, just saying, come on, let's go. Is Archie Walker going to adhere to that, or is he going to send one down the inside? Well, I think, knowing Archie, he's going to be like, no, you know what, I want to get past you.
Well, exactly. Archie Walker's got the win.
Yeah.
Archie Walker was excluded from the pre-final in the opening round of the season at Clay Pigeon. There he goes. He takes the lead. So he's got to count that 0 score on his championship tally. He can't drop that. his misery was compounded by the fact that the final was then cancelled because of the rain, and he was given points based on where he was going to start, which was 33rd or something like that. So he has got to really just win everything if he is going to challenge the title, because already we're seeing, as we have all season, we have seen drivers losing points. You know, Ollie Stevens down in 20th place, Ginchard down in, well, he's not 21st anymore, he is already back up to 19th position. So Walker, and Gornall and Walker side by side there. Walker has just got to win. In the words of the LA Raiders team owner, Al Davis, just win, baby.
Keep an eye on it, because that rain that was forecasted is starting to come down now as they go down the inside there. Gornall takes the lead as Walker looked like he'd understeered through that corner. Look at that. You can see Gornall holding on to that inside curve as they go through to try and get that kart round as quickly as possible as they go through. But look at this. Liner Stern all the way back now to about 10th place. And they're starting to close in all the way through. 6 minutes left on that timer. Slight now breakaway with that top four as they go round. Vision Motorsport there, Jez Williams there, the number 9, under pressure as Leon Henderson, that 94, the man who started on pole position, is now down in P4, wanting to close in on this gap as they go past the start-finish straight round turn 1 once more. No slippery surface flags out yet, despite the fact that they're getting reports of rain out on circuit. So 5 minutes to go then. Gornall leads as everyone goes through the dogleg. They're clipping those curbs as much as they can to try and gain as much as they can around this circuit. Defensive into the S's and down the inside. Who was that?
That's Charlie Hart.
It is,
yeah.
Charlie Hart coming through.
On your championship leader, Neo Clark, and now you can see them all running wide, so it's getting slippery, it's getting slippery. This is where one mistake can cost him there. The slippery surface flags are out. Gornall leads by 0.3 of a second over Jez Williams. Well, Williams was a little bit wide at Gasworks, hairpin over the grass, and he gets passed by Walker. He gets passed by Leon Henderson. Hart and Clark are going to be next up. The number 9 losing 2 places there, and they're slipping and sliding. But look at, now Leo Clark. You've got to be so careful now, because if you get tipped into a spin, look how many places you're going to lose, because virtually the entire field is on the main straight together.
Well, this is absolutely what we wanted to see from Junior Rotax, despite the carnage that happened at the start of this race. Yellow flags out again into the dog leg, so something's gone awry there as they go through. You can just see there Chloe Chong, I think, with that, it's got quite a loose nose cone as it was going through the dog leg there. May have been clipping those curves a little bit hard as Archie Walker, the 7, is dropping down the order. And as well, the 98 is going down.
Is that a transponder issue? Is that a transponder issue, or have we lost him? There is the number 46 of Stephen Duncan going through. A big hello to everybody who's watching. We're getting some great viewing figures in to this morning, so thank you for liking and sharing this. And you're liking and sharing some fantastic racing. And in fact, no, you're right, Anthony. There's Archie Walker going around the outside, so he's been off track. The championship picture. I mean, Archie Walker was trying to race his way into championship contention about 3 or 4 laps ago. Jez Williams is now back into second place. 2 laps ago, he had lost 3 or 4 places, was down to 5th. And there, through the middle of your screen, Dan Ginchard, well, he dropped to 21st. He's back up to 9th.
He's had, well, I tell you what, he's had an up and down race, he has. He's
there
right
goes
back
Ginchard.
there.
Look,
He is.
and he's on an absolute mission.
Lexi Belt as well, just behind. So there we go.
On that Mad Croc car.
Yeah, those big moves coming in thick and fast. So 3.5 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. What have you spotted there?
Well, no, you're saying that Lexi Belk, there she is in kart number 19. Now, I do believe that this is probably her first full season of kart racing. She's a privateer driver on that Mad Croc kart, and she's just cracked the top 10 of a round of the British Championship.
Again, you can't rule out privateers in this championship. They are, you know, some of the quickest drivers. You know, your stat book there filled with privateer winners, isn't it?
The stat book will be coming out for the final. Don't you worry about that, Mr. Jordan.
Good stuff. 3 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. Hand gestures galore at the side of the circuit to the drivers.
Yep. That's right. Go on, get on with it.
Yep.
Get on with it. Get up there. Go on, boy. Like the training horses. There's Chloe Chong in kart number 18. Yeah.
There we go.
But out of there, Daniel Sabula goes through. So Sabula is up into 15th position. Chloe Chong's gained 13 positions. She's up into 13th place. Lexi Belk into 10th. Harry Linden runs 9th in the number 21 kart. Ginchard is now 8th. But Gornall clear at the front. Williams has got his hands full in second with Henderson. Hart then is 4th. Leo Clark is down to 7th. So Neil Clark is going to be losing points in the championship to Leon Henderson at the moment. This is a good race for Leon Henderson. We've lost Ted Bradbury, we've lost Leighton Cooper, we've lost Jamie Perrelly. We've still got 29 of the 32 starters in this race.
Yep.
2 minutes to go.
2 minutes ago, the time it's slowly ticking down, isn't it? So, but because they're giving us such an exciting race, but the timer, it just doesn't seem to want to go down any faster, does it? So,
and the lap times are starting to improve. So that little bit of rain is dissipated again. Yeah. And there's Charlie Hart making a move on Leon Henderson. Henderson fights straight back in the number 94. This is for third position. It's going to give Daniel Armstrong a chance to. I think Daniel Armstrong had a big crash here last weekend, and people are saying he's lucky to be racing, you know, but he's there giving it. The beans, as it were. Stephen Duncan in 6th, Clark in 7th, Ginchard, Linden, Scott Lapsey now up to 8th, Ollie Stevens, Mr. Consistency in kart number 27, has got back into 11th position. You'll see number 27, top of your screen. Oh, we just missed him there.
As they go through, but like we say, Gornall's now broken away at the front of this. 3 seconds clear at the moment from Jez Williams there for Vision Motorsport in second place, side by side. Oh, Neo Clark, the championship leader, and Ginchard, absolutely tooth and nail between the two of them. Mikey Porter, though, the 54 with the fastest lap, currently in 20th place. So again, it just shows.
And after he crashed and went through the barriers.
Yeah, he did. So there we go. He got some waft from the Vera sign that he hit and carried on.
So here we go. There's Neil Clark. Oh dear, and that is steam and smoke coming out of Pearson Bullock Carter's machine. The number 15 Coles Racing entry out of 17th position, and he's parked that well and truly in the barriers, coming out of, though that is going through the back straight chicane. Or is that, he's gone through the back straight chicane almost into the
cameraman.
The camera, almost in the cameraman, almost into the
horseshoe.
Not the dog leg, the horseshoe. That's the one. There's another cart off at the back there, right at the top by the marshal post, going into. It's Daniel Sabula. Oh, the privateer driver Daniel Sabula has also retired. That is a great shame. As the clock strikes 0, Sam Gornall 3 seconds up the road. Jez Williams holding on to second place from Leon Henderson. And then it's Charlie Hart, Armstrong, Duncan, Linden, Ginchard in 8th. Ginchard ahead of Neo Clark. So Neo Clark is now losing points to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of his nearest title rivals.
There you go, down the start finish straight once more. Then that gap, 2.8 seconds to the race lead. Sam Gornall, who has managed in all this, in this race, the carnage that we've seen, he's managed to pull such a gap.
Dan Ginchard clouting the curbs there.
Like I say, it's the quickest way round there, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure if the way clouting the curbs that way was. I mean, I think he just got offline very slightly coming out of the first corner and just launched, pitched the cart across the track into a curve. That could have been a bad accident.
Could have been.
But it wasn't. There's somebody, that's Daniel Sabula's cart out of the way. Oh no, there's another cart I think that stopped. There's 2 drivers who have parked up at the top end of the circuit. As Gabe Fairbrother has also retired, the Ultimate R driver in number 11. Pearson Bullock Carter's back in the race. Here's the battle for second place as the checkered flag comes out for Sam Gornall. Williams holds on to second. Henderson in third. Good points race for Leon Henderson. They trickle across the line with Hart 4th, Armstrong 5th, Duncan in 6th, then Linden in 7th, Ginchard, what a recovery to 8th, Neo Clark down in 9th, then it's Lapsley, Ollie Stevens and Ryan Willis rounding out the top 12. Lexi Belk in 14th place, top privateer in that one. Archie Walker only 13th. Chloe Chong up into the top 15 as well. Ooh, that was a good one, DJ.
Well, I mean, that was only a pre-final.
It was, yes, and we've got 2 more pre-finals to go.
We do indeed, so that's Sabula just making his way out onto the circuit.
And Daniel's parked the cart right at the opposite end of the track, so
we'll have a track.
Well, there's a bit of a track. You know, that's a shame there, but you know, at least you can get the cart fixed and get it out for the final. So
yes,
right. So 2 pre-finals to go. During the pre-final, there will be a rerun of last night's Paddock show. We've got a few minutes. What time is the next race, Mr. Jordan?
So the senior Rotax race is due to start at 12:30 on the dot.
Is that in 8 minutes' time?
It is indeed in 8 minutes' time.
Well, I'm just wondering if, seeing as that we did a few interviews in the paddock yesterday.
We did indeed, didn't
Yeah,
we?
should we have a little look and see what people have to say?
I think we should.
Okay, let's do that. So I'm here with Matt Hunter, one of the owners of Karting North East here at Warden. Firstly, Matt, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having us. The circuit's looking wonderful. You know, you put a lot of work in the last couple of years. How long has it been exactly since you bought the place?
Well, we had it a year before COVID, so it's coming up to 3 years, and thankfully the COVID's gone, and now we're able to put the big events on, and that's what was one of the reasons I bought the track, to bring it to the masses and to show how good this facility is in the country. Probably is one of the best.
Yeah, because for a long time, you know, back when I was racing, the Durham and Yorkshire Kart Club, I think it was known as, years ago, everyone used to love coming here. Then it sort of fell off the map a little bit, Warden Law, and it became a sort of a sleeping giant. You've really brought it back to life. It's been a sort of a passion project for you?
Yeah, well, I've got my two boys who are mad in karting, Reese Hunter and Kai Hunter, and obviously this, prior to us buying it, was just really a corporate track, which was just solely done for stag do's and that. So once I got the chance of buying it, we had different plans, and obviously to do the corporates as well, but obviously to bring the big events to this track, which obviously, like I said, yeah, it deserves it on the calendar, the British calendar.
Exactly. Now, most of the year, I think it's fair to say that you take a back seat. Your boys, Reese and Kai, you know, they run with the team, they've got their mechanics, and you're in the background. But this weekend, you can't help it. You are forefront. What is it like hosting the entire paddock? You know, how does it make you feel as not just as a karting dad, but as a circuit owner who's been around this paddock for many, many years?
Well, go on what you said about the boys. Well, I've probably been sacked off both of them as a dad mechanic, so I've had to do something else. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure, because I know as you know, I've been around the world doing Rotax karting. I've seen all the best tracks in the world, and it's something to aim for to do that. You know, it's something I'm passionate about, and I want to see the sport grow in the country, and hopefully these little steps that we're taking is the right direction.
Well, finally, because of course nothing in karting stands still, including the circuits. You've got some pretty impressive plans for this place over the next 12 months, 2 years. You know, anything that you can share?
Well, the next, yes, I've got about 10 phases of what I want to do. If I can make the money, everything's got to stack up financially. But the next big investment, obviously, it'll be the garages down the side. Just like Le Mans, you basically stand on top of the garage and you view over the top of the track, and I think it'll be very impressive.
Excellent. Well, can't wait to see that maybe next year, the year after, when the British Kart Championship returns. Ms. Hunter, thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
So there is a look at the number 3 car, the pole sitter in senior Rotax, Kai Hunter, for the Dan Holland Racing Team. Kai, of course, you know, passing and beating his brother Reese in the second heat of the day yesterday. And Kai admitted to us on the Paddock show last night that, yeah, he's, you know, the championship is really Reese's to lose, but he wouldn't mind. He would absolutely love a go at a KZ2 kart. Hint, 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 hint. The next season. I mean, it's important to say. The amount of some of these drivers are looking. More and more of these drivers are looking at KZ2 as an option. After Senior X30 and Senior Rotax. There goes Matty Hingley's kart through the screen. Looking a bit further down. Now, a couple of little bits of other little bits of news we've got to bring you from Senior Rotax. We've got 34 drivers. Hopefully Louis Weaver is out there. Louis had a big crash yesterday and didn't make it out for his second heat, but hopefully he's okay now. People there, Lissy Higgins. Good luck to Matt Higgins and all the Accelerate Media drivers. So that's good to see that a lot of the young drivers are getting a media team behind them to help promote them. There's number 44 Argenti Motorsport car of James Lowther. James Lowther is from up these parts. Chief Liam on the tools for Kai Hunter. But so looking back at the so we ask Spencer Shinner. Spencer Shinner in kart number 25. He's starting down on the 15th row of the grid, but I noticed earlier he's got a little Scooby-Doo on his crash helmet because his nickname in school was Scooby.
Was it?
Yeah, yep. So they call him Scooby. Tom Adams from Thule Motorsport, who is a little bit further up the grid. He's on the 6th row of the grid, as we're seeing the number 60 kart, George Holbrook. There's Tom Adams. So Tom Adams in number 7. Had his end of school or his what do they call his school graduation ball recently.
Right.
What did the man do?
What did he do?
Rocked up to school graduation ball, tuxedo in his kart.
Did he now?
Launched it outside the school, got out, round of applause in his tuxedo, cracked on.
I'm sure the school didn't like that.
The school approved it and gave him best entry.
Really?
There's the E-plate holder, Luke Wooder.
My school would have been like that.
He seems to have had that E-plate for a good long while. As Luke, yeah. Well, no one's beaten him for it, so we'll keep it.
There you go, yeah. Well, yeah.
No. Now there's the number 93. That's Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Very quick in one of the heats yesterday, then got forced back a little bit, so he's got pace this weekend. There's the number 67 of Alex Eade. Alex Eade on wet tyres. Alex Eads, the Guy Cunnington racing driver. Art thou insane?
It's a dry track.
But, well, what do you want to lose? I suppose you start in 24th. Let's have a look. Is that Uncle Will? Is that Will?
Will.
There he is. There he is. Motorsport UK's
Yeah,
in the black there. Uncle Will. Right, let's have a look at the starting lineup.
Let's do that very quickly then. Kai Hunter and Reese Hunter, the two brothers on that front row. Sean Butcher and Louis Harvey on row number 2. I called him Louis.
Yes, you did. I'll tell you about that. Matty Hingley and Lewis Gilbert on row 3. Lewis, the Diamond of Dalry. Then it's Jack Stedman and Matthew Higgins on row 4.
Row 5, Teddy Clinton and Tom Edmonds with Tom Adams and Alex Hughes on row number 6.
Row 7 is George Holbrook and James Lingard, James Lowther and Harry Holland on row number 8.
Samuel Hawthorne and Edward Matthews on row 9 with Magic Amera and Chris Simpson rounding out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11, Luke Wooder and Brandon Ligelvort, then Kieran Kay and Alex Eads on wet tyres on row 12.
Jensen Watson, Les Taylor on row 13 with William Ellsworth and Archie Brown, the Flying Willet, on row 13.
Scooby Shinner and Harry Gibson on row 15. Oliver Meadows and Oscar Hoole, row 16.
Louis Weaver and
Nicole Sutherland.
It was indeed on row 17. Here we go then, false start. We rushed through that to get a false start. Well, there we go.
It's okay because let's go down the order. Now, on the Paddock show last night, you accidentally called Louis Harvey Lewis Harvey.
Well,
his dad Chris was quick to correct you. Chris, Lily and Mrs. Harvey consider Anthony Jordan admonished.
What? No, well, hold on. Now, I may have called Louis Lewis many times in my first year for the British Kart Championship last year.
Yes.
I learnt from my mistakes, and at the end of that year, I got it right a lot. So I'm standing on your cable there. So,
yes.
And then it's been fine. I think that's the first time I've called him Lewis.
It was in the midst of the excitement.
It was. Excitement of the Paddock show. Lewis may have slipped out of him.
Jensen Watts excluded from qualifying yesterday because he went through the first time. His nose cone had a scuff in the bottom of it, so they said you can't use that nose cone. He went back, he got a Vision Motorsport nose cone, whacked it on the cart, got sent out, brilliant, happy days, came in. The nose cone and the NASA panel were different manufacturers, excluded from qualifying, but he's fighting his way back through. Who else there? Yeah, who else have we got? A little bit of news on anyone? Magic Camara not happy last night, got involved in an incident in the second heat yesterday. He told us all about it on the Paddock Show, which you can watch on the lunch break. Edward Matthews' sister is his mechanic. Don't cross Edward Matthews' sister, let's just say that. Harry Holland is there as well. Dean, his dad, has been doing loads of work. We're off and racing, and on the outside, oh my word, on the outside, Reese Hunter goes, no brotherly love there.
No, not indeed, and all the way back there, looking more like 5th or 6th place now as everyone goes through. Holland across the curb there by quite a margin as they exit out. Look at the speed that they've got coming out of that corner. Out of St John's.
Alex Eads in the back there on wet tyres has realised that the gamble was incorrect. Matty Hingley in kart number 11 up to 3rd position, but up at the front, now that first corner around the outside went, that is number 3 kart. Where is the number 2 of Reese Hunter?
He fell down the order. Yeah, he dropped right back. You called it yourself.
Yeah, I know. There he is, going through in front of Jamie Jack Steadman.
About 7th place.
Yeah, 7th place. So Kai Hunter is, wow, he knows he can't just beat Reese Hunter by 1 or 2 places. He's got to beat them by 3 or 4, 5 or 6 places if he's got a chance at the title, and he's going for it.
Well, yeah, he is indeed. I think he probably did the maths after the Paddock Show last night and thought, actually, I could do that if he, you know.
Yep.
So,
all he needs is to have a bad start, for example. You know, get hung out to dry in the first corner by the person starting inside of him on the pre-final.
Well,
but there he is.
I'm sure that wasn't the case.
No, there's Reese Hunter now in 7th position, chasing Matthew Hunting. Let's have a little replay of the start.
So let's see what happened then. So out into the tram lines, you can just see there, all line astern, looking comfortable, ready to go. Lights go out. Gilbert goes to the inside. Reese goes to the inside as well.
No, it's the KR Sports car of Sean Butcher in kart number 57 that dived to the inside of Reese Hunter and then understeered a little bit wide, and as they sort of like made brief contact, Matty Hingley was able to dive through as well. So that is what, so it was Sean Butcher like diving up the inside of Reese Hunter into turn number 1 that forced Reese back a few places.
Right, that will be why then.
But I have to say, look at this. So Kai Hunter, he did have a rather commanding lead. Now up into 2nd place, briefly comes Lewis Gilbert, the O plate. Of course, Lewis Gilbert, you know, won here at the O plate not long ago. That's where he's got the O on the kart. That was here at Warden Law. He is 2nd. Now it's Butcher into 3rd, Hingley down to 4th, and Matty Higgins from Traffic Lois in mid-Wales is up into 5th position. Louis Harvey is in 6th. Then it's Reese Hunter 7th, Jack Steadman 8th, Teddy Clinton 9th, Tom Edmonds rounding out the top 10 ahead of Tom Adams, George Holbrook, James Lowther, James Lingard, and the rest.
There you go. So,
yellow flags.
And it's Reese Hunter.
That's your championship leader. And Jack Steadman have come together. We spoke to Jack Steadman, who was going so well yesterday. Reese Hunter, that's at the last corner. Reese Hunter looking down, he's got his glove off. Oh, his glove's been... Now, why is his glove off? That says, the radiator's been knocked aside.
Yeah.
Championship leader Reese Hunter gets going again, but has sustained damage in a collision with Jack Steadman.
That's at the final corner.
Yeah, is he going to come in and pit, or is he going to go round and see?
He's going to come straight in.
He's coming straight in there. Look at that. That is some serious damage. And the Dan Holland Racing team are going to have to go out with that. So, home track dramas for Reese Hunter and Kai Hunter, his younger brother and nearest championship rival, leads this race, but not by much, because Lewis Gilbert, the O plate, is closing right in.
He's closing right in, and some there as they go through the dogleg and dives to the inside into St John's, gets that move done, and Butcher follows as well. So Kai Hunter now down into P3. He's got the close company of Higgins just behind as well as they go through, but now the O plate leading the way. Lewis Gilbert looking comfortable at the front, and that is Steadman coming into the pit lane as well. Heavy front nose damage to that kart as well as they've come into the pit lane. Now, just under 8 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap then. All eyes on this leading battle here as Gilbert leading from Butcher. Kai Hunter still there in 3rd place, can still get this job done. Plenty of time left in this race, but a long train forming all the way down to 19th place.
And is it raining? Oh, yeah, it's raining again. I just got the word through that it's raining, and this driver's already sliding wide at turn number 1. Here comes the number 51 kart into the pits. That would be Alex Hughes. So he pits. Now, Alex Eads is 34 seconds down. Alex Eads is on wet tyres. There's Kart spinning coming out of St John's. There is the number 18 going for a spin. That's Harry Gibson. Now, let's look at the lap times. Well, yeah, they're 2 seconds a lap off their pace. So hang on. So there's Gilbert has got, Gilbert, Butcher and Kai Hunter down to third. Alex Eads is going through turn number 1 now. He starts lap number 5. He's 41 seconds behind the leader. We got 7 minutes to go. How hard is it raining? How long will it rain for? The slippery surface flags are out. And they're... Well, Lewis Gilbert, there's 7 seconds a lap off dry weather pace. Alex Eads, let's check as they come round. They're all sliding through turn number 1. Anthony, we'll multitask here. You follow the race. I'm going to see where Alex Eads is on our screens and give you updates of how fast he is going compared to what we're watching.
Right, well, I'm looking out the window, and I can't see much rain. I'm looking at the crowds, the spectators, the mechanics, the families watching at the side of the circuit, and no one's ducking for cover. No one's wincing at rain falling. So... is it a half and half job? Is it just raining on one side of the circuit? But apparently, according to my ears, it has eased off. So I don't think, despite that fact, I don't think the wet tyres are still going to be needed on this, because the dry weather tyres are still coming into play here.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, Alex Eads has just gone round in a one minute, so he's still going slower. I don't think it's long enough. Brief bit of drama there. But, Alex Eads still down in 31st position, and he's running the risk of getting lapped. So that brief bit of rain, it shuffled the order somewhat, didn't it?
It definitely did. It definitely put a sting in the...
in the proverbial tail of this race. Well, Gilbert now leads by half a second over that man on your screen there, number 57, Sean Butcher. Matty Hingley is in third place. Kai Hunter is in fourth. Then it's Teddy Clinton in fifth. Tom Edmonds sixth. Louis Harvey seventh. James Lowther is eighth. Matthew Higgins is ninth. And James Lingard rounding out the top 10. Now Kai Hunter coming back in on Matty Hingley and going for third position. He gets it. Will Kai Hunter know that his brother's out of the race? That's the question. I can't imagine how he would know that Reese is out of the race.
Well, you can just see Reese there now leaving the dummy grid. He's back into the paddock, and he might not know. Yeah, so he thinks he could be right behind him. He's not he's not looking behind him. He's paying very close attention to who is in front. And at the moment, it is Sean Butcher still, and that 57 KR Sport Kart as they go through again in towards the centre. S's number 1. Into number 2 as well. Yeah,
Chris Simpson has just retired the number 49 XL Motorsport Kart. Oh, warning flag for Kai Hunter. Now, the last thing that Kai Hunter needs is a penalty for anything. I don't know what the warning flag was for.
I may know what it was for.
Go, pray tell. Please pray tell.
I believe it may have been for his overtake on Hingley going into the top hairpin. It was
on the forceful side.
It was slightly forceful, I will say, but it was done. So.
Special big mention for William Ellswood, driver number 8, up 17 place at the moment, and there's Alex Eads getting out of the way. So the number 67 he is the gamble hasn't quite paid off. Magic Hamera getting a time penalty. He's in 14th place at the minute. Things not going well for him at the present time, but the leaders into Senna number 1 now. We got 4 karts in a row. We've got the Potenza Racing Engine Strawberry Tony Kart of Lewis Gilbert. We've got the KR Sport Cosmic Chassis of Sean Butcher, the EOS Chassis of Dan Holland Racing's Kai Hunter, and the Ultimate R Xspirit Chassis for Matty Hingley. So 4 different, they're all OTK products, they're all different colours, but for 4 different teams, really good stuff.
As indeed. So as they go through then, Gilbert lowering that shield down on the radiator, trying to heat that engine up a little bit more, get a bit more waft out of it as they come through the dogleg once more. Line astern here, the top 4. Any one of these 3 could take this one as they go through. And again, down the inside. I thought Butcher was going for a move there on Gilbert. It looked, that camera angle was deceiving.
Yes, and I've got to say, we don't give the engine tuners, we got 3 different engine tuners. We've got a Potenza Racing engine in they're all Rotax engines, but they're all tuned. Lewis Gilbert's engines tuned by Potenza. KR Sport engines, they're used by obviously Sean Butcher and also Matty Hingley, and Time Racing engines are the tuners for Kai Hunter, which is good to see because yeah, there's a good little engine tuning battle going on as well in Rotax. Here comes a move from Sean Butcher for the lead, and Kai Hunter and Matty Hingley all monstering their way through on Lewis Gilbert. And suddenly, we've now got a fifth member of that. That's Tom Edmonds in kart number 5 and Teddy Clinton. So 6 karts now battling for the lead with 2 minutes to go.
4 seeded drivers in this top 6. You know, that is that. You know, that's a battle made of its own, really, isn't it?
Yep.
You know, you got the O plate, you got the 3, you got the 5, and you got the 6 out there. So this makes this pack, you know, probably one of the fastest out there as they're going through, and with 90 seconds plus that one additional lap, starting to spread out a bit. But at the moment, Sean Butcher, the 57, leading this pack as well. Kai Hunter in the sandwich between the two of them, Butcher and Hingley, as they go down the start-finish straight again. No positions gained or lost through here. Line astern, everyone just slotting into position and working together, because of course at this next stage now they had a little overtake there, but now again they're going to have a little lull. And I guarantee when it gets to that 30 seconds to go, they know the last lap board's probably going to be out on the next lap, not this lap. So
because Kai Hunter, he's going to have to
he's going
to have to make a move because he's got a championship at stake. And of course, Alan Dove at karting1.co.uk has pointed out something quite correctly, that the word tuning is quite a strong word for Rotax. How about we got 3 different engine preparation specialists working for the top in the top group of karts? How's that?
Yeah, there you go.
Through the horseshoe into Paddock Bend, the 57 of Butcher, the 3 of Kai Hunter, then 11 of Matty Hingley. Then there's Gilbert down to 4th. Now Butcher begins to defend. Kai Hunter will try and sweep underneath Butcher coming out of this next corner, going into the dog leg, but Butcher holds his line. Matty Hingley is right there in 3rd. Over the curb they go. Now on the brakes, down towards St John's Bend, off camber ever so slightly. In 5th position, Tom Edmonds, number 5, just understeers ever so slightly, loses a little bit of ground. Now they're into centre 1, round centre 2. They'll go through the back straight chicane here, and then out along the knife edge across the top in towards Gasworks Hairpin, the highest point of the circuit. Now downhill, hard right downhill, doubling back on yourself, on the power again, into the horseshoe, on the brakes around the final bit of the horseshoe, and then again double back on yourself into Paddock Bend and out to complete the lap onto the long straight here at Warden Law.
Last lap board then is out then for Senior Rotax for their pre-final race, 19 of the weekend, and through they go. Now at the moment Butcher still leading, but Kai Hunter, he's right there, but you've got to be careful though, because Hingley's there as well, and Hingley looks to the inside of St John's, can't do it, slots back. Lewis Gilbert still right there as well, absolutely line astern. Any one of these drivers could take this one. Who will it be?
Hingley looking to the inside. Kai Hunter doesn't want to lose too many positions. We're going through the back straight chicane for the last time. Butcher's holding on now. Can Kai Hunter turn attack or defence into attack? Not around Gasworks, because Butcher's clinging to the inside line. Into horseshoe we go. Oh, Kai Hunter's literally almost just nudging ever so slightly. No contact. And Butcher takes the win. Hunter in 2nd. Then it is Matty Hingley in 3rd, Gilbert 4th, Edmonds 5th, Clinton is 6th, Harvey 7th, Lowther is 8th, Higgins is 9th, Lingard rounds out the top 10 ahead of Sam Hawthorne, Magic Camara, George Holbrook, Edward Matthews, Kieran Kay is next. Kieran Kay in the number 73 kart finishing 15th, followed by Tom Adams, Luke Wooder, William Ellswood, Brandon Nagelvort and Spencer Scooby Shinner rounds out the top 20. Harry Holland, Les Taylor, Archie Brown, Jensen Watts, Louis Weaver, Oliver Meadows, Nicole Sutherland, Oscar Hoole and Harry Gibson are your finishers. Alex Eads pulled in at the end of that one. The wet tyres were not the way to go. Then Chris Simpson, Alex Hughes, Jack Steadman and Reese Hunter also failed to finish. Yes. Race number 19 in the books, and a race that shuffled the championship. Well, it didn't shuffle the order, but it certainly had championship implications for the main two. But, ladies and gentlemen, the next race up. What is a mean green? What does it mean? A green number? It means how many on the live timing and scoring. It means how many. The green number means how many positions they've gained. On the timing and scoring. A red number and an arrow down is how many positions they've lost based on where they started.
Oh, a green number on the side timing tower. That's fastest lap.
Ah, okay, fastest lap. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough, fastest lap. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that one out to us. It's drizzling again, and the next race, the KZ2 pre-final. Well, KZ2 coming up. 2 races to go in that championship. Let's have a look at the 2 main KZ2 contenders coming up very shortly. We are going to be, this is going to be, the tension is mounting. They've got one more, well, this is their pre-finals. They've got one more race later on this afternoon. But all season, it started off with Joe Charlton defending the number 1 plate. James Glenister took an early championship lead, but then he suffered an exclusion at Wera. It means that Ryan Cannon and Tom Longfield are the last 2 men standing in KZ2.
Yes, indeed. The head-to-head then for KZ2. Ryan Cannon, Tom Longfield. Between them, over the 3 rounds they've had, the points they've accumulated over these rounds, here is what they have to say.
Hi, my name's Ryan Cannon. I'm 35 years old and I'm from Leven in Fife, Scotland.
Yeah, so I'm Tom Longfield. I'm 31 and I live in sunny Worcestershire. I
started karting at the age of 8-year-old at my local track in Crea East Scotland Kart Club. And I started racing KZ2 in 2017.
So I first got put in a go-kart, I was probably 5.5, 6 years old. Probably would have been Birmingham wheels. And then first ever race was down at Mansell Raceway, 1998.
The most memorable one is Dunkeswell, round 2 of the British, where I was basically gifted the win with a coming together in front of me on the final lap.
Most memorable moment for me has to be the main final down at Mansell.
It would mean everything. I mean, anybody that does karting in Britain, that has to be one of their ultimate goals.
To win the British title this year for me would be a dream come true, a dream we've chased since we were 8 years old, so it would mean everything.
So there is a look at Miles Murphy's number 6 kart on slick tyres. But if you have a look at the graphics, you will see what, Anthony Jordan?
Well, you would see some spots of rain, I believe. And you can see it falling as well.
Yep. The rain apparently has intensified a little bit. So yesterday, Tom Longfield said to us, he said, I'm going to need some help here. I'm going to need some help from, like, the weather, if anything else. You know, that's my best chance because Ryan is just quite a ways in front. At the moment, coming into today, we saw it was 568 points for Cannon, 546 for Longfield. Coming into today, obviously, Cannon has increased that lead a little bit during the heats. Miles Murphy is the first driver there, and you can see the colour of the tarmac significantly. The colour of the tarmac has changed. The rain is just, it's not heavy rain, but it's enough rain.
It's annoying rain.
It's annoying and nerve-wracking rain. I mean, just a quick little look. I'll look into there's Miles. I mean, looking at the KZ2 statistics. Over the last couple of years since Motorsport UK took over the running of the British Kart Championship. Obviously, in 2019, Adam Gleer was the champion privateer driver. In 2020, Joe Charlton was the privateer driver who won the championship. James Glenister second in 2019. Dan Kelly for Andy Fairless Racing was third in 2019. Last year, Ryan Cannon was a runner-up. That's why he used the number 2 kart, and Dan Kelly third again. Overall, James Glenister has had 3 wins. He's the all-time most successful KZ2 drivers in the Motorsport UK era. Adam Gleer, Dan Kelly, Fabian Federer, Ryan Cannon have got 2 wins apiece. Bradley Barrett, Joe Charlton and Scott Allen have got 1 win apiece. Andy Fairless Racing have taken 4 outright wins. Rush Performance have 3. We've had 3 wins for privateers, 2 wins for the SRP Racing team and a single win apiece for Sodi Vitesse and the Jade Racing team. Oh, it's, I mean, this is only the penultimate race of the year. There's the Moore Racing number 7, Anthony Jordan of, that would be number 7 kart of Darren Allen. No, sorry, of Lee Ward, do apologise. It's a tense time, is it not?
It is indeed. And the main thing that I've been paying attention to, while you've been going through the stats in your stat book, all the karts have come to the grid. All of them, at the moment, are on slick tyres. Now, the track itself, I can't really tell, but it looks damp, but it's not wet. And I'm looking around as well, and I can see that the infield paddock section here, it is also damp.
Well, I mean, without the track being full wet, I mean, these KZ tyres, they're going to chew up the rubber, you know. If you get it wrong, they're going to chew up that wet rubber a lot. There's the Rush Performance crew coming out. I mean, a rundown of the season, you know, James Glenister won the opening round at Shenington from Joe Charlton, Lee Ward in third. At Mansell Raceway, Ryan Cannon won from Tom Longfield and Charlie Turner. And then at Rowra, Bradley Barrett was the winner with Cannon second and Turner third.
There we go. Down on the ground goes the number 9, Ashley Lewis, the Rush Performance kart.
And Ashley Lewis currently running 7th in the championship. You know, so it's not just the number 1 plate that's up for grabs. I mean, Cannon leads Longfield in the championship. Alan Kenyon in kart number 8 is 3rd in the point standings. 4th in the point standings is the number 27 of Bradley Barrett. 5th is the number 61 of Charlie Turner. 6th is the number 1 plate defending champion of Joe Charlton. Then it's Ashley Lewis 7th in the number 9 kart. Lee Ward 8th in the number 7 kart. Miles Murphy is 9th in the number 6 kart. And Josh Price rounds out the top 10 in the championship in kart number 28.
Wow. There, on your screen now, the 17, Tom Longfield, one of the championship protagonists, of course, battling for that. And
you can see there on his leg, he's got the the knee pads there. Obviously, you know, Tom does suffer from cerebral palsy. It's a mild condition of cerebral palsy, but he is a real inspiration for anyone that's suffering there. So he's the same condition as Nick Hamilton.
Yeah.
But Tom says to himself, he said, "No, not as severe as Nick, but you know." He's a real inspiration for lots and lots of people, and a very popular driver in the paddock. 2 rolling laps. There's Hugh, the grid marshal, in the middle of the screen. The skies are quite light, but the rain is falling. But they're all in the same boat. What are the nerves going to be like? So Longfield knows that if he doesn't really outscore Cannon in this race, then it's pretty much game over. We won't confirm him as champion, but it's pretty much game over. We'll find out on the lunch break what the deal is. But this is going to be the most important race of Tom Longfield's season, without a doubt. And we look into the eyes. I mean, the rain's coming down. The track is wet, but the sun is now overhead, and they're on slick tyres, and these karts are hitting like nearly 3 figures speed-wise before they hit turn number 1.
Yeah, they really are. They are so quick. They are so technical to drive. They are a challenge, and they are about to get their pre-final underway. They head out onto the circuit, and this is where we're going to see how slick it is. Let's have a look at the grid then for KZ2 for their pre-final. Ryan Cannon and Tom Longfield for the championship on that front row. Charlie Turner and Joe Charlton round out row number 2 as well. What can they do from there? Josh Price and Dan Gould starting on row 3 with Miles Murphy and Bradley Barrett rounding out row number 4. Alan Kenyon and Lee Ward on row 5 with Ashley Lewis and Darren Allen rounding out row number 6. The Andy Faley racing driver as well.
And look at the sun.
The sun
arrives.
The sun comes out, the track dries, and I honestly would hate to be a mechanic or whoever's in charge of deciding what tyres go on.
Well, I mean, I think the 12 mechanics that have just sent out the wagons onto the circuit are kind of confident now that they've made the right decision. Everyone's in the same boat. You're either going to sink or swim together, boys.
Yeah.
But it's just boys, because Hannah Lang is not with us this weekend, sadly. So Hannah not racing this weekend, which is a real shame that the MK Racing driver isn't with us. 12 drivers that are about to do battle. So this is the KZ2 pre-final. It's going to be 12 minutes. There's some of our, some of our younger drivers watching there. So, of course, all the drivers in the paddock will be trying to reach over and lean over the barriers to try and watch the KZ2s in action. I have to say, I think, Anthony, there's a problem. Who's slumming down there? That's Bradley Barrett.
Is he just waiting? Or is
he waiting, possibly? He's possibly waiting. Yeah, he's just waiting, I think. Maybe there was a problem, and he's going to think, well, rather than try and catch him, I'm going to wait and get passed by everybody and then rejoin, because it's the standing start in KZ2. And I think that, so at the end of 2020, Charlie Turner and Bradley Barrett came over from direct drive into KZ2s. I think we're going to see several drivers who currently race in either Senior X30 or Senior Rotax. I think we're going to see several more direct drivers join the KZ2 class next year. Because more and more top-level direct drive car drivers are now thinking, I fancy this gearbox lark, I'm going to go for it. So, the Andy Fairless Racing number 2, the Birrell ART chassis of Ryan Cannon. Scotland's Ryan Cannon leads them round to the grid. Bradley Barrett has allowed them to pass and has caught them up. There is Longfield alongside. So that one of these two drivers on your screen now is going to be crowned Motorsport UK British KZ2 Short Circuit Gearbox Champion by the end of today. Is going to be Scotland's Ryan Cannon, England's Tom Longfield. 12 drivers, 12 minutes, penultimate race of the season. And somebody stalls it, so the tension level drops a little bit. I was building up here in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, it's the number 33 that's in trouble. That is Darren Allen. Now Darren is sorted, and we are getting ready to go. Lights are out, we're off and racing in KZ2. It's a good start from Cannon. Longfield slots into second, or does he, because Charlton is up into P2.
Good start from Charlton there, straight away splitting the two championship protagonists apart as they go round the dogleg once more, side by side in the back of shot as well. Everyone gets round, and a spin there for the 33, Darren Allen. And round he goes, 3 wide in the back of shot there as they go in towards the first centres. They all slot back into position though, so a good start then from the majority of the pack. And again, look at that, the 28
Josh
coming through.
Price,
Josh Price, privateer, of course. He's had a good weekend so far. He had a bad one at Shennington. He had many gremlins in that one, in this one as well. So it's good to see him at the sharp end here at Warden Law for the pre-final and the final round for KZ2 this year.
Well, at the end of lap number 1, as they come towards the approaching the end of lap number 1 now, Ryan Cannon, championship leader, leads by a quarter of a second over Joe Charlton, last year's number 1 plate. Charlton was one of the only drivers in the field that didn't come here to race last weekend because he was working. Longfield runs in 3rd. Price is 4th. Then it is Turner for rush performance in the number 61 Kart in 5th. Murphy is already up in the 6th position in the Moore Racing number 6. Then it's Gould, Kenyon, Barrett, Lewis, Ward, and the recovering Allen. Have to say, Price on a very, very quick lap. The two comp karts, they're not teammates, they're both privateer drivers, but on the same chassis. They believe in the power of fluoro, I think is the correct way to say that.
Yeah.
But Cannon trying to pull away. Charlton on that new chassis. He's got Oliver Hodgson mechanicking for him this weekend, and a big hello to Ian the Legend, who is mechanicking back home. I know that I've seen Ian Beaumont here as well from Eurokart Limited helping out, so which is always good to see. They're help tuning the engines for Bradley Barrett. You can say tuning the gearbox engines for the likes of Barrett and the likes of Kenyon. And Longfield, well, he's got to get his head down. He's got to start making moves. He's got to get up there because Cannon is looking comfortable.
He is indeed as they go through. Less than 10 minutes then, plus that 1 additional lap. Still plenty of time left in this race. Then as they go through the back chicane, Linus Stern, now the closest one out there is probably Josh Price on Longfield. Now Longfield was struggling earlier. He said, he needed some help. He needed some assistance out there. He needed that rain to come down. Unfortunately, it didn't come down hard enough, and the sun came back out. So we're back to a dry track, albeit it's probably a bit slick again now.
Yeah, Charlton runs wide there. Charlton runs wide. Oh my word, Longfield. 4 wheels in the air. My goodness me, that's at 70 miles an hour. Charlton just got a wheel on the grass coming out of the final corner, and he came across the track. Longfield had the momentum and went for it, and Charlton didn't mean to push him on the grass, but that could have been a repeat of the incident we saw between Charlton and James Glenister at Mansell Raceway. I wonder if we can have I wonder if there's a look at that again, but while we have, here we go. So watch for Charlton, just get his left rear off the track, runs a bit wide, bang, that splits him sideways. He's now got to defend. Here comes Longfield, and Nike Air Longfield over the curbs, and a change of underwear, but he gets it back into line. I mean, look at the kart control, shifting gears, one hand on, trying to, oh wow. that could be there. And Charlton's done it again. Joe Charlton he's not happy coming off the Paddock bend there. It means that Ryan Cannon's lead is now 1.08 seconds over Charlton. Price in the number 28 is third. Longfield, well, he's got to just sort of like get the heart rate down to below about 350 beats a minute and then sort of get going again. He's down to fourth. What a save. What a save.
It was a great save, because you've got to imagine as well that grass would have been completely soaked. That wouldn't have dried quickly. That would have still been wet grass. So it had gone on there, slick tyres on wet grass, came back onto the track, that then had to dry very quickly before he got to the braking zone. But my goodness me, that was incredible kart control.
Now, look at the back end of Charlton's kart. There's something not happy with that, because a couple of times, now watch as he goes wide again there.
It looks a little low.
More circumspect.
It looks a little low.
I'm wondering if there's some of the pressure there, but the back end is certainly a little bit livelier than Joe Charlton would like, and that's causing him to sort of the back end to step out. Here he comes. He's under pressure now from Josh Price for third. Ryan Cannon, new fastest lap. 1.58 seconds is the gap now between Cannon and Charlton. Price is right there as well. Longfield is only half a second behind this battle of a second on screen. And as we go through the back chicane there, up into Gasworks hairpin, let's have a look, see the back end of Charlton's car now looking a little bit steadier, I have to say. And behind Longfield, you've got Turner in fifth, Murphy in sixth, Barrett in seventh, Kenyon in eighth, Gould ninth, Ward 10th, Lewis and Allen. And, but still, you know, fantastic drive so far from Ryan Cannon.
Yeah, good stuff.
Only the pre-final. This isn't the final, but yeah, again coming into the dog leg. Charlton's taking a wider line.
Maybe the pressure's just set to come in a bit later on in this race. I mean, you would have think by now they would have got to that pressure already, but
6.5 minutes to go, only half distance. We'll have to see. I mean, last time around, 48.91, new fastest lap for Josh Price. Yeah, personal best lap. 48.97 for Joe Charlton. So Charlton's kart is now getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Could be right that the pressures are due to come in. Ryan Cannon a 49.08, Longfield a 49.09. Very, very close. The top five, in fact, all within a tenth of each other. And Cannon just eases away again, 48.84. Cannon's looking supremely confident. You know, he's had the air of somebody who knows his destiny is in his own hands all weekend, I have to say, is Ryan Cannon.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? And it's just been an absolute seamless performance here at Warden Law in all of the heats, the pre-final that we're currently running now, you know, an absolutely stellar performance. And, you know, seeing them race, you know, these aren't easy karts to drive, because you've got to think when you're driving a normal direct drive kart, you know, you're out there, you've got to focus on your braking points, your accelerating points, where you know, your throttle, your brake, and your steering, all of that. But then added on this, you've got the gearing to put into gear. What gears do I need to be? And you've got, you know, you've got the clutch to deal with as well. You know, there's lots more, and you've got the front brakes as well. You've got extra stopping power. So, you know, braking zones are completely different. It's a completely different beast of a kart compared to anything else. So, you know, seeing drivers go up from, you know, senior classes, from direct drive into the gearbox classes, you know, it's a completely different transformation. And seeing these drivers out there, like, you watch the side, there is only 12 karts out there, but near on the entire paddock is along the side of the circuit watching.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
With, like, jaws dropped.
And there's a battle on the second place. Joe Charlton now was defending going into Senna 1 there from Josh Price. Yeah, behind the commentary position, there's a big grass bank that leads up next to the paintball arena that gives a great view of the entire circuit, and there's lots and lots of people on that watching, leaning over there. I mean, you could not get into this facility this morning. It is jam-packed here, and that is family, that is friends, but that is local drivers. That's plenty of local supporters as well. There are people here that we hadn't seen in karting for 20 years yesterday that were around the place. You know, it's big news that the British Championship was here last year, but of course COVID, you know, meant that this is the first time this part of the world has enjoyed the British Kart Championship for a long, long time, and the people are out supporting it. Great to see.
Yep, it is indeed. 4 minutes then left, plus that one additional lap. There is Longfield, the 17, back into fourth place now after that spell on the grass, and has got a bit of a train forming behind, but is still on the pace. Still closing that gap in. We'll just have to see what they can do. But, of course, with that timer very fastly running out, and that gap increasing by quite a ways now. Nearly the entire length of the start-finish straight is the gap. It's looking like championship could be going one way.
Yep, I mean, Longfield's not going to give in, but I mean, he's been defending all weekend.
Yeah.
You know, he was defending all the way through heat number 1. He was defending all the way through heat number 2 this morning. He's now defending the pre-fall. Charlie Turner having a little look at the inside, but I mean, this is the respect. We talk about respect in racing, the amount of respect that these drivers have got for one another. You know, Turner looking at the inside, but he didn't just smash it up the inside, you know, because Tom Longfield wasn't defending properly. None of these drivers want to, you know, get involved in the championship stuff. They want to win and they want to pass Tom, but they're going to do it cleanly. And Tom knows that, you know, that the drivers, he's got the respect of the drivers, as does Ryan Cannon, obviously, which is really, really good to see.
Yeah, it really is. So as they go across the line, you know, like you say, these drivers, incredibly quick, incredibly talented, you know, huge amounts of respect for one each other. And, you know, seeing them race at all these circuits around the UK this year in the Wera Tours British Kart Championships, you know, it's been great. It's been great to watch. It's been great to be a part of. But the championship isn't over yet, of course, because we've got the final coming up later today for KZ2. This is only the pre-final. But at the moment, Ryan Cannon is leading that one. Clear by some 1.7 seconds now is the gap from Joe Charlton, and has managed to pull away slightly as well from Josh Price. Now those two were having a good little scrap as well in that top 3. That gap's also opened up, but like we're saying here, Charlie Turner wanting to try and get past at any point. That is the main battle on circuit at the moment. It is here for 4th place. And, you know, seeing these drivers going around this track, it's so fast, it's so skillful, and I'm quite jealous. I think I'd quite like to be in one of these karts at the moment because it looks fun. It
does. I mean, it looks a tremendous amount of fun, you know. And there's Miles Murphy up the inside of Charlie Turner. Turner drops back, and now Bradley Barrett. These two have been sparring partners in all the way across junior Rotax, senior Rotax, X30. And now in KZ2, they both raced for Great Britain in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. They've, you know, Bradley Barrett spent a year racing in the DEKM, which is the Deutsche Elektronik Kartmannschaft, Mr. Jordan, out in Germany.
I'm aware of that one.
Aware of that, yeah. So they're very, you know, Charlie Turner raced cars for a little bit. Miles Murphy, I remember Miles Murphy from his junior TKM 4-stroke days. Cool. Racing against the likes of Michael Cox and Sean Babington. And Rossi. Not Valentino Rossi. Not Francis Rossi, but just Rossi. Who went on to go on to be on Love Island.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Rossi Warswick.
Oh, right.
His dad, Tony, ran a Boss Formula 1 team.
Why do all these drivers end up on Love Island?
Hey, because they're absolutely ripped from driving karts. There we go. Ryan Cannon comes through Paddock Bend. 30 seconds to go. He'll start lap number 15. Next time around, he'll get the last lap board. Another controlled, composed performance from Scotland's Ryan Cannon. The Andy Fairless team will have bitten through their fingernails, and they'll be down to the bony bit just before their knuckles by the end of the day, I am sure.
I'm sure they will be, with that timer running out now with only 2 seconds left on that timer. Timer strike 0. Last lap board will be out this time for the penultimate time for Ryan Cannon, the number 2 plate. Like you're saying, the Scottish driver for the Andy Fairless Racing team, running that Birrell Art chassis. And what a chassis it looks like. And, you know, I'm loving the liveries, loving the colour scheme that they've got on that car, and seeing it racing here at Warden Law. Absolutely fantastic. Last lap board out then for KZ2 pre-final race 20 of the weekend. And Ryan Cannon looking seamless out there. Clear by 1.8 seconds from Joe Charlton, last year's champion. Unfortunately, not able to replicate that this year.
I mean, at the moment in the championship, before dropped scores or anything are taken into account, Ryan Cannon is 30 points clear of Tom Longfield. Now, when dropped scores do, when drop scores do come into play, that's only going to have a few points differential. So, effectively, it's not confirmed. It's very, very provisional. But this is a drive that is all but securing the KZ2 title for Ryan Cannon. Tom Longfield won't give up until the very last corner of the last lap. But Scotland's Ryan Cannon takes the checkered flag, No big celebration. The job is not completely done. It's almost done, but not completely. Charlton finishes second. Price is third on the pre-final podium. Josh Price, after his best performance of the season. Tom Longfield could only make fourth position in that one. It's a long shot for Longfield from here on in. Murphy is fifth, Turner sixth, Barrett seventh, Kenyon comes home in eighth, Darren Allen is ninth, Dan Gould 10th, and Lee Ward and Ashley Evans. I know that we will be having the lunch break next, but we got the Paddock show to take you through the lunch break here for those of you watching on Alpha Live. And on the motorsport.tv and on the British Kart Championship Facebook page, on the Wera Tools Facebook page and Demon Tweaks Facebook page, many other social media outlets. But when the drivers come in, let's see number 2's reaction, Ryan Cannon, as he gets out of his kart, and that will tell a big story. It'll be a huge sigh of relief. But what will be the interaction between Tom Longfield and Joe Charlton after that one? And it's great to see there are young cadets applauding all these drivers. They come into the pits. There's about, there's at least a dozen Cadet Honda drivers down there, all standing on the tyres, on the barriers, just clapping the drivers. You can just see them in the top left-hand corner there. There is Cannon bringing his number 2 Birrell ART chassis down into the holding area. Those positions there are for the top 3, so the scrutineers, Paul Klassen and his team, who are literally just the scrutineering bay is just in front of our little media room. And a handshake there. There's Darren Allen coming over. I think that they all know that's good. And this is the sportsmanship that we love to see in kart racing. There is Ryan Cannon. And that number 2 plate looks like it's going to become number 1 by the end of the day. A smile of relief. And those drivers are working awfully hard out there. There's one of the mechanics there for another driver, just giving him a high five. A somewhat sweaty high five, but a high five nonetheless.
A moist high five. In terms of championship points, and at the end of that one, of course, before drop scores, Joe Charlton has managed to get himself up into fourth in the championship points now. He's only 3 points down from Alan Kenyon in third, so we could potentially have a swap in the top 3 in the championship as well, because of course it's all beneficial to get those top 3 as well.
Yeah,
so
Alan Kenyon only finishing in 8th place.
Yeah, in that one. So with Joe Charlton second in that one as well.
Joe giving Ryan a hand, getting his car. I mean, Ryan very sportingly told Joe to lift the heavy part of the car, the back end of the car. There we go. There's Ryan. He's giving a smile. Dylan, our cameraman, is from Scotland, so it's a big smile there. They're all there.
They're having a chin wag now with the cameraman.
Chin wag, and why not? Why not? So there is some the slick tyres that on that the TM Racing engines, and the Andy Fearless Racing stickers. Andy Fearless, they have guided a number of drivers to British titles over the year. But that's a good morning's racing. But ladies and gentlemen, please do not go away, because we've got the Paddock show coming up.
We've got Paddock show, we've got interviews, we've got all sorts. If you want to stay tuned and know what it's like to be in this paddock, you can do. Stick around for this one, because we are going for lunch break. We'll be back at around 1:40, 5 minutes before lunch break finishes.
Of the finals.
Yes, indeed. Stay tuned. Here's what we had to yesterday.
Hello and welcome to the Paddock Show here at Warden Law, Karting North East. Anthony Jordan, myself. We're going to have a really good day of racing, and then we're going to have a little hot trot round the paddock.
We are
chat thing. We're going to get on the move quickly, because
we're already in the way.
Already in the way. The really hard-working medical team here at Karting North East need to get out, not to get to an emergency, thankfully, but to get off to their next port of call.
Yes.
Well, 12 races already in the books.
Yep.
Very, very good racing on what is a circuit that is very challenging. Spoken to a lot of the drivers, and they have said that there's one long straight, but then there's a lot of technical corners, but it is very fast, and you don't get a break at all.
It is very fast, because you think turn 1, it's banked. You know, there's a lot of positive cam going into this, so it's kind of like NASCAR, but the wrong way, because they go right. So, you know, going into it, you know, they get all that waft down that main straight, and then they get there. There's only a light bit of braking that needs to actually happen, and then it's just kind of feed it right through, and then you go into a nice fast S's section. So it's a fabulous circuit.
It is really good.
Like you say, very technical.
First time I've been here, but of course Motorsport UK was here last year.
You were indeed,
You were here, you know, and of course it went a long way to deciding the title chase in some of the classes. Tomorrow we're going to be crowning our very first champions, ladies and gentlemen, in KZ2. It's the penultimate round for Honda and all the Rotax classes.
Indeed, yep.
But for KZ2, this is it. We're starting KZ2 because they only had one race today.
They did, yes.
Ryan Cannon.
Yes, I clicked the wrong button on my telephonic device.
Really?
I've lost my results already.
I should tell the people. So Ryan Cannon, championship leader.
Yep.
He took the win. He went from pole position, took the win. Tom Longfield's the only driver that can catch him, really. Tom started second. Now, his kart was smoking in the race itself.
I did see that.
It did, yeah.
Do pray tell.
That was gearbox oil. And his mechanic said the wagon does have a tendency to do that.
Right.
It spits out the bits of oil it doesn't want, and when it's just got just enough to continue to function, it carries on.
Oh right, okay.
So yeah, but we thought it was like, you know, all water at one point, which would have been expensive. But no, it was engine oil.
Okay.
But yeah, so here we are in the paddock. It's a really nice paddock. They're extending it as well next year, which would be nice because this bit is nice. But obviously there's lots of sport vehicles and cars, including ours.
Yeah.
That are way up
They're
there.
way off in the distance. They're on a dirt track at the moment.
Yeah.
Yours is halfway up a jump, I believe.
Mine is a yump, yeah.
A yump.
But I mean, but we spoke to the circuit owner, Matthew Hunter.
Can I just interject for one moment?
Yes, you may interject.
We're about to get run over by a van.
Well, we're not, because we can see the van. Cameraman James and assistant Henry are going to get.
We're going to get out the way,
and
we're going to allow said vans to.
Okay. Well, he's just sort of sitting there, keep holding a watching brief. Let's have a look. Yep. Mr.
Ciao, thank you, excellent.
That'll be Mr. Ork.
Yes.
That'll be him.
We're doing the Paddock show on the M1.
Yeah, there's so Louis Harvey's parents
another
going through another van. It's Bradley Barrett. Right, we can stop this. We can do this. So there we go. Let's speak to Bradley, shall we?
Oh dear.
Now, we were talking about KZ2. Mr. Barrett, Rowra winner. Didn't quite go to plan in that first heat, but you were third last lap, and then there was a mishap.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to take every opportunity possible, line myself up for an overtake into the next corner, and Tom defended it, rightly so. Fair play to him. It's racing, and I went for the cutback, and he shut the door, and I just hit the back of him and hit the curb at the same time, and combination of two sent me around, and it is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, better luck tomorrow, Bradley. Move on to tomorrow indeed, and of course, Bradley won the last round at Rowra. Let's move out of the way as we go there. Thank you, Bradley. Here's another man who's had there goes Will Ellsworth had a bit of a tough day today. I think he had a retirement in one of his heats. So here's Daniel Sabula's kart. Now, Daniel was hiding behind the camera as we were going there. Mr. Sabula, it's never a nice scene when you're on the jig on a Saturday night at the end of the day. Let's have a quick chat with Thomas. Mr. Sabula, obviously there was an incident. Is the kart going to be okay for tomorrow?
Yes.
That's all that matters.
All matters.
Now, so you've got kart rebuilding duties to do tonight. Does that mean that Daniel is on cooking duties tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, actually, yes. Yeah. In short, yes.
So if the kart doesn't fall apart and the food poisoning doesn't get you, then he should be okay.
You know what? By today, he's obligated to help me because it was partially his fault. He was so he will literally do it with me. This time
excellent.
Around. Yeah, that's the deal.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that's good. That's good to see, Anthony. That some of these drivers, if even Mr. Smoother said, it was partly Daniel's fault, so he is obligated to help rebuild the thing after it.
All of it, yeah.
But yes,
to get into all of it.
No, okay. Cheers, Mr. Smoother. So there's our championship, Daniel Tate. Daniel Tate is walking away.
Wait.
Come this way, Daniel.
Come.
You're on. You're live. You're on camera.
You couldn't walk past us without. No.
So championship leader in 177.
Yep.
How are the ribs?
A lot.
Hurting a lot, but obviously you know this track very well.
Yeah, well, I started karting here in 2002, but the ribs ain't good.
The ribs ain't good. So we were speculating, Joe Barty and I were doing some commentary, and we were speculating that you were okay during the racing, but then when the adrenaline subsides, not so much.
Yeah, well, the last 3 or 4 laps of that last one, was hard work.
But of course, when you're leading the championship and it's your home track, you know, nothing's going to keep you out of the seat.
No, we've ended up with a good day today, so it was worth it. But tomorrow, hopefully it rains, it might be a bit easier on me ribs.
Hopefully it rains. Okay, we'll let Mr. Tate go, and I won't make him laugh, I promise, on the thing. So there's some of the cars going past. There's Spencer Shinner's kart going past. Spencer in that last race. We'll keep wandering at the paddock. Yeah, let's look at 177. So Brian Cannon won in KZ2, the 177 races.
Yeah. Okay, so Dan Tate, he obviously won his second heat of the day. Obviously, he was saying that he was struggling at the end of that one. Obviously, ribs hurting, and the curbs aren't as bad here.
But he has just bought a Lamborghini, so life is not too shabby.
It's
okay. He didn't bring it this weekend, which is just as well. Yeah. A bit more comfort on the ride, less races. Oh, hello.
If he wants to swap cars, I'm happy to swap cars.
There's Kieran Kay going past us. Okay, Kieran, that last race?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. That's all right.
Good response.
That's good. Here's Magic Camara. Magic. Hang on a sec. Flying comments. How was the last race?
Great, to be honest. I'm not going to lie about that.
Oh, okay. In what way was it not too great? Bearing in mind this is going to go out live, no swearing.
Well, let's just say that you go to overtake some people on the senior max grid, and they are not prepared to concede that you are inside of them. And the inevitable happens, you have it coming together, and my race is ruined, his race is ruined as well, and it's just silly. It's a long championship. You don't win on the second lap or the first lap, and it's completely unnecessary.
And is the kart going to be okay for tomorrow?
Hopefully so. We'll check and make sure everything's lined up, but yeah, we can only go up from here.
Yeah, exactly. Chin up, Magic. Is you tomorrow? See. Magic, not so happy.
Not the happiest. No. Yeah, 18th place finish in that last race, 11 seconds off from the race. He did down 7 spots, I believe, after his incident.
Yes, it was an incident. So what are we looking at now?
So this is senior road.
So that was the last race. I think some of the karts had just come out there. I can see Lewis Gilbert wandering towards us. So he chased home the Hunter brothers.
He did.
So it's worth reminding everybody that the Hunter family have bought the circuit. Matthew Hunter, recent Kai Hunter's father, they bought the circuit 2 years ago, and there's some chipping in. Oh, that's
he almost fell
Harry
over.
Gibson. Lewis, come in here. We're catching drivers ago. Okay, let's have a look. Last race, how did that go?
Okay, not as good as I wanted it to, but still a good result.
So you won the O plate here not long ago. So you beat the Hunter brothers at their home track. Shows that obviously not many people have got the pace to do that, so you're quite positive about that. But you followed them in that last race, I noticed.
Yeah, I was trying to catch them, but they just had a little bit more pace than I had. But I'm sure we'll try and find that bit of pace tomorrow. So.
Okay, no problems. And you are the diamond of
Dalry.
Not Dalray. Dalry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scotland. Right. I apologise to Scotland already.
They can forgive you.
So
now, I think Lewis has got an excuse here for this one.
Lewis has got an excuse.
Okay, so his excuse can be he wasn't trying to catch up. He wasn't trying to overtake. What he was doing is gathering intel.
Gathering intel.
Seeing
like James Bond.
Exactly.
Like a Scottish James Bond.
Exactly. He was looking for where the racing lines are, everything like that, just to see. Just thinking, just thinking, yes, where are they potentially going to put their kart if they defend, or what's their racing lines? Where are they weak? It's all intelligence. Intelligence gathering.
So if he's still behind them on the last lap of tomorrow's final, is he gathering? He's gathering intelligence for the next round. Okay, exactly. I'm with you. Well, I can see Kai Hunter approaching, so we'll catch up with him. Here's the Vision Motorsport tent. So now Kai won that last race. He's wearing his cap backwards, obviously, like any self-respecting youth would do. Come hither. No,
they can't shake your head.
So semi-serious. Last race, you passed and beat older brother. You're second in the championship. Reese has got a big lead. You know, it's mathematically still possible, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've made like 2 points on him today, which is I need a few more to be able to beat him. So
yeah, no. I mean, obviously, yeah, you need something that's bad, which is what you wouldn't do. But let's talk. You interviewed your dad earlier about building, about buying the circuit, running the circuit. You know, how you've obviously all put a lot of work in here as a family to run this place, haven't you? You know, what's it like having the paddock here? You know, after you've done all the work to get them here.
Yeah, it's good, to be fair. We've done so much. Like, if you could see how we bought the track and compare to it is now, it's like you're in a different place. Obviously, my dad's put a lot of money into it, and he wants it to be the best in the UK. So hopefully, we'll do that.
Excellent. Now, If in the final, if you would have gone for that move on your brother in the final, same move, would he have defended, or would you have still got him?
Yeah, I went in pretty hard, so I don't think he would have been. I don't even think he expected it. So.
Oh, well, that's the best way to be. You know, fast and hard and not unexpected.
Yeah, it was. Well, I couldn't do it.
Now, I've noticed in the Dan Holland awning, you've got Tom Longfield in there, just taking in the KZ2, and I spotted you at the end of the race. You were taking a really close interest in that KZ2 kart. Anything you want to say?
Yeah. If anyone offers us a free drive, I'm there.
Yeah. I mean, but looking at the car, I mean, obviously, you know, around here, you must be. You think that's really special.
Yeah, I really want to go off one, to be fair. So.
Yeah.
Next weekend. So.
Hint, hint, sponsorship opportunities.
Anyone want to sponsor us to get in the KZ, I'll be there.
Okay, no problem. Cheers, Kai. We'll let you get back to it. But yeah, a good result for Kai in that last race. But like you said, he's got a lot of work to do. This is the senior Rotax is Reese's championship to lose. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You know, like Kai was saying just then, he had chipped away at that lead slightly today. Obviously, they've got finals tomorrow, pre-finals, so there are still points up for grabs this weekend. You know, I think if Kai comes out on top of this one, it's going to be all down to what's going to happen at PFI, and that's going to make PFI round, you know, one to watch.
Unbelievable. I mean, we haven't got round to Minimax yet. We haven't got round to Cadet Honda yet, or Junior Rotax yet. But I mean, here's the Project 110. I mean, it's always good. I want to go in and have a little word in there, because in Junior Rotax, Project 1 have got a little star developing in Jack Stedman, who's by here. Now, Jack is come on have a chat with us, Jack. Now, let's have a look. You have been absolutely on fire. I think since Kart Masters, the start of August, you were up there. How's it been going today? Because you've been really quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, we had the pace from first practice, second practice, and then qualifying we were fourth, and we just had two good finishes today, fourth and sixth. So yeah, not anything to complain about.
No, I mean, okay. So in this class, you've got obviously there's Strawberry, there's Dan Holland, there's Coles, and they've always got like 7 or 8 karts, you know, KR and all that. You know, there's a couple of you from Project 1 in juniors, and you're getting at the front, but quite often than not, I think Jamie had a bit of bad luck today, Jamie Perrelly, because he's been really quick. Yeah, how's it like when you're fighting against 3 teammates, 2 teammates, and you've got, you know, just no one else to play with really, or no one else to back you up?
Yeah, it's different. I really enjoy being in seniors, and I think that both Ryan and Jamie are going to be moving up next year, which is going to be really great for the team, having lots of senior drivers. It's exciting, but at the moment it is a bit difficult, but you know, we're racing up at the front, we're having a good time, you know. It's going well.
Good, excellent. And everyone in Team Project 1 happy, you know? No, where's Gerard? Is he around?
Gerard's back at base.
Oh, back at Bayford. Bayford Meadows International Raceway. Oh, well, it's always good to see Gerard. Yeah. Thanks, guys. We'll look to see you up at the sharp end tomorrow.
You do love to chuck an international raceway onto any circuit, even though it's clearly not an international raceway circuit, don't you?
Have you ever been to Bayford Meadows?
Do you know what?
How would you know? How would you know?
You know what? You've got me there. You've got me there. Do you want to know one thing as well?
Go on then. I got something wrong, didn't I?
No, you're on the wrong side.
I'm on the wrong side. It's like Anton Deck. Oh no, let's move. There we are. Look at that.
There we go.
Look at that. There we go. Well, we are in the northeast, you know.
Yeah, we are.
Anton Deck. Yeah, we are there. Paul Classen, you know. Technical scrutineer.
He had cakes in scrutineering.
He had donuts.
He had donuts, cakes, all.
Donuts is there. Right, then let's have a random person chat. So we're outside Synergy. Let's go. All right then. First of all, we've got a Red Bull. We've got a Max Verstappen fan here. What's your name, young Mr. Verstappen fan?
Max Endicott.
You're Max Endicott. So how did your day in Cadet Honda go today? Because we were just about to talk about that.
I messed up quali. Well, I didn't mess up quali, but
yeah,
I was sent out in the middle of the pack, and then I qualified 24th. And finished 20th in the first heat, 17th, and now I've been protested. So.
Oh dear! Do tell, you know, drama. So we got a little bit of an issue going on, but I think after you've had if you were a little bit low on energy, a nice kind of Bars Cola, will other brands are available and probably preferable. Will keep you going all night.
Yeah.
Excellent. But you're looking forward to tomorrow, even regardless of protest, and looking for. And what's it like racing the British Championship? Because it's your first year, isn't it?
Yeah. It's quite hard.
Well, it is good. It's quite. Well, yeah, yes, it is. It is. We're really at the sharp end now. So, what's going on in there now? Is this you've come outside with letting all the grown-ups do all the hard work in there?
Yeah.
Superb. Excellent. Right, anything you want to say to your family and friends on the camera?
No.
No. Fair enough. Love a bit of honesty.
Yeah.
Honest. There's a lack of honesty amongst racing
There
drivers
is.
that go far. Well done, young man. See you tomorrow.
Excellent.
Max Endicott.
Enjoy
Great,
your
great stuff.
evening.
Right then, let's have a little look and go this way. There's the Argenti teams. Now, last week, last time, we got the door shut on us.
Yeah,
in
we did.
Argenti.
They said,
So,
no, you're not coming
They said, no, name's not down, you're not coming in.
Their excuse said they were welding.
They were welding.
I think they were telling porcupines.
Well, I tell you what, let's briefly glance in there
I know.
and then turn right and go and speak to the people at Strawberry. I think we should do that, really. You know?
Yep.
There's not a welder in sight there.
No.
Let's have a little look in here. Well, we're going to... Now, what we wanted to do, we wanted to see what was going on with the Strawberry. So, again, Strawberry, you've got Thomas Strauven here from Belgium. Max Timmermans is a mechanic. They brought over one of the big guns. You can see they're working on Ethan Jeff Hall's kart. Now, what we wanted to say was that Ethan did not have a wonderful time, did we? No, in the last one. But his mechanic, Lee Taylor, is from these parts. And Lee has already said that if Ethan does win, he's not going to come on the podium because he doesn't like it. So he wanted to make sure we got him on camera.
Right,
in the
okay.
live show.
Was that, did he say that, did he?
Oh, yeah.
Or did he say the complete opposite? And you're
No,
gonna...
no, I'm not lying. So there we are. So that's good. But I mean, obviously there's work going on, and this just shows you that the kind of equipment that the teams bring, you know, to the kart. There's Leon Henderson's kart, junior Rotax. Leon took a win, I think, today in the last junior race. Let's check out the last junior race. Leon took a win.
In Heat 2, Leon Henderson did take a race win.
Because so junior Rotax, that's the class that is absolutely up for grabs. Anyone can win that. I mean, Dan Ginchard took a win earlier, but he's only fourth in the championship. Here's Louis Harvey. Let's have a look. I've been given the eyes already. Now we're allowed to come in. There's nothing going on. So, okay, Louis, nightmare at Wilton Mill. Senior Rotax number 74 went quite well today. First heat, I think you come third.
Yeah, first heat was good. Second heat was a bit tough on second run tyre, but I mean, so was everyone. So. But we'll do some changes if it's dry tomorrow. If not, if it's wet, then.
The weatherman says that it may not be.
Oh, what, dry or wet?
It may not be dry.
Oh, yeah, that's what I've looked at. Might not be
Yeah,
wet.
same weatherman.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so okay, well, let's have a look. Now, there is Dan Ginchard's kart, the O-plate chassis. Dan is there, so I mean, yeah. I think Ollie Stevens leads junior Rotax, Neil Clark is second, Leon Henderson is third in the points and had a heat win today. I think Dan Ginchard had a heat win today as well.
He did.
You know, it's so close. No one wants to, not that no one wants to win the championship. They all want to win the championship, but no one's getting a tough breakaway. Oh, there's there we go. Hello, man. Right then, how did today go for you?
Quite good.
Yeah. So you're Thomas, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the last time, Thomas is one of Belgium's top drivers. You have raced in Ethan's over there as well. Ethan.
Well, you're giggling now, Ethan. Come on,
Ethan.
You're in this battle as well.
Right, we're going to say Ethan. So you've met Thomas. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Come on, there we go.
There we go.
Let's do this. Right.
There we go.
Thomas. So welcome to Warden Law. Obviously, the first time you've been here. What brings you over to race? You know, to this? Is it to try and help Ethan in the title?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of the track?
Quite good.
Quite good. How does it compare it to, say, Genk or Marienborg in Belgium? Is it any comparison, or is this so different to anything you've normally race on?
So different.
So different. Now, let me correct. So, did you win last year's Rotax International Trophy? Because you've represented Belgium a few times, haven't you, in the grand finals?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so if this man qualifies, stand on that spot there like a naughty boy. What happened in the last heat?
Well, I just made a few mistakes and then got pushed on the grass, but it's alright.
I noticed that Lee's got the wagon on the jig in there with no tyres on it. Everything all right?
It's slightly bent, but hopefully we can get it fixed.
Hopefully we get it fixed tomorrow. And smiling, still smiling. A rundown of the Minimax.
I can give you a rundown of Minimax. So
because Thomas was a little bit of a first lap incident, didn't we?
Well,
a first lap incident?
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to British karting.
Well, Heat 1, Thomas 14th, up 6 places. So
there we go, well done.
There you go.
So up 6 places, what happened in qualifying?
In qualifying?
Yeah, qualifying. I came here for the first time, so I had 2 trainings and then 1 quali, so...
So 2 practices, 1 qualifying, straight in. Fair enough.
Yeah.
fair enough. And then in the second heat...
In the second heat...
I'm just being awkward. I want to make,
yeah,
I want to
being
make, I
awkward.
want to make
There you
it just go.
So, Thomas, where did you come in that one? 21st in that
21st.
one.
So you had a bit of... There was an incident at the start, yeah. And then that was... But you did well in the first heat and then lesser. 20 points ahead of Scott Marsh coming in, you know. Happy that tomorrow you can maintain that?
Yeah, hopefully we can possibly keep it, maybe even extend it, so yeah.
But I mean, I'd say the Minimax class, I mean, looking at the times, the Minimax class is insane this year, isn't it? You know, we had two races last rounds where drivers came from last to first and won, you know. So, yeah, Thomas, I mean, how does this compare with, like, the Rotax Euro Trophy or something like that?
Yeah, much more fighting and, yeah, defending. That's why I come here.
To learn, there we go. Right then. Well, now, behave and go and help your mechanics.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There we go. All right, we're running out of time. I think
we are, yeah. So there's one person that I definitely do want to talk to in that one.
Go on then.
Well, that would have been our driver of the day from Wilton Mill.
Right.
Neo Clark. Now, Neo was the recipient of a lot of tools.
Yes.
This one, of course, from the Vera Tools.
Vera Tools, thank you.
Yeah, again, thank you for Vera Tools. Do you know what? I feel like they have been absolutely amazing, Vera Tools, in this one. The prizes that have been up for grabs, and to actually see the reactions on some of the real reactions from the drivers when they see, oh wow, look at what we've actually won in this one. It's incredible.
The better reactions is from the dads who realise how much money I've just saved, which is great. There's a big pooch.
Oh yeah.
Dog watch. We're going to come and that's a Welsh dog. That's Jez Williams' dog. There he is, going for a wander.
That dog saw you and just said no.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't break into Jazz's house, I tell you, would you?
Oh, I would. Just give him cuddles.
Oh, really?
The dog. There we go.
Oh, there's the hard-working mechanic. There's Mr. Holland and Mr. Williams there.
7 hours last night driving.
Hang on a second. Let's get a violin out. How many hours, Dean?
7 hours travelling.
And how many days work here?
All day.
I'm just going to open a vein for you. There we go.
And this man's doing the same.
Chris Williams.
How are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, we're doing all right. How's Jez doing?
He's doing very well, in fact, today.
Yeah. And how's Harry doing?
Not bad. Not bad.
There we go. Considering all the work you've done, there we go.
All the hard work I've done, Chris, don't you think?
Yeah.
It pays off. All the hard work pays off. It does, indeed.
This is like the Welsh Morecambe and Wise, or the Welsh Three Stooges now. But we've got to go and see Neo Clark, so good to see you all. And the pooch ran away from me. The dog's gone. Yeah, right, cheers, guys.
A wise choice that dog made.
A wise choice. So we're going to... let's find... Yes, the last port of call is going to be, hopefully, there's the Herb, you know, back on the spanners this weekend. The last port of call is going to be Neo Clark.
Yeah, so Neo's just based in here, obviously. His first race weekend with
Thule
Motorsport at Wilton, and you know, coming his best finish so far this season, second place in that one as well.
Yep.
So you know, seeing that a brand new team and then coming into it.
Here we are. Jensen Brown, the only man to get disqualified for having a wrong coloured nose cone on his kart. No, never mind, Jensen. You've got the right nose cone on the kart. Just very quickly, how did your day go from there?
It wasn't a brilliant day. We struggled for pace throughout. We had a lack of testing, really. If we come up a couple of weeks, maybe got a bit more time, we probably could be better off. But we're learning as we're going, and hopefully find more pace tomorrow.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much. Now, so next very quick stuff. Earl from Zipcart. Earl, great to see Zip back here doing well. Rocco Shenton as well. Is he going really well at the start and then fading a little bit? Is that something that we're going to work on?
Yeah, we had a bit of an issue with the tyre gauges, but we've sorted that out now. But apart from that, it's his third time ever here, sorry. He's done one day before. It's been going really well for him. Smashed it in time quali. He always gives it 100%. Both boys do, and that's all we can ask from him, really.
Brilliant. Well, good luck tomorrow for Rocco and for Jensen and the Zipcart team. Ones to watch, very distinctive on the cameras. And here we are with the last protocol. Turn it around. No, because that's there's Andrew Tooley. We're going to come and find Neo Clark. This is what? Gazebo?
Yeah.
Well, but I know, but look how fast you are working out of a gazebo. This is great PR. Wow, you're doing okay. There's Neo's trophy. He was very pleased with that. Coming. So we've got who have we got here? Yeah, let's speak. Is this Mr. Clark?
It is, yeah.
Chief engineer. Chief engineer, sponsor, mechanic, and all that.
Everything.
Yeah. Anthony was saying that when Neil got the awards, it was a real thing. What was it like you to be suddenly think, oh, that's what you've earned that?
Well, yeah, really pleased to be fair. You know, I'm not the best mechanic in the world. I'm just a dad, but I try my best and I do what I'm told to do. So at the end of the day, I was well pleased with all the tools that I got. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks, courtesy of Wera tool. Yeah. But I mean, yeah. It doesn't matter where you work from. This is where you got the equipment, you've got the expertise around you. That's the important bit, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, we couldn't do this without Drew. He's a fantastic guy, and he knows his business. And that's
no, don't say nice things. You'll start crying again. So there we go. There we go.
Yeah, but he knows his business, and that's why we back him. So I'm happy to be here.
Well, good luck. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
I'll have a tent at PF.
You have a tent at PF. There we go. That's good stuff. I mean, Tom Adams, and we've got Nicole Sutherland's joined the team as well. Now, so yeah. But again, they're enjoying life, and that's good. So, what have we got lined up tomorrow?
Well, we've got lots lined up tomorrow. We've got the final heat for KZ2. Oh, we're on the wrong side again, aren't we? Oh, dreadful.
We've got Strictly's going to start soon.
Well,
so, you know.
no, definitely not. Yeah, we've got the final heat for KZ2, we've got all the pre-finals, we've got a couple of rapid charges, and we've got the finals, of course, up tomorrow.
We go live at 10:20, 10:30 tomorrow morning. 10:20, not 10:21 or 22, 10:20.
Yes.
Please be there. Share it, like it, listen to us, put it on mute, watch the pictures that Alpha creates. Brilliant. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Karting North East Warden Law and Finals Day here at Event 8 of the 2021 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. We have 7 races left to go. It's starting with the first of today's finals. It is going to be Minimax. My name's Henry Beaudette, and joining me, as always, is Anthony Jordan. Anthony, the sun is shining. And we are about to go racing. You're looking at Ethan Jeff Hall on your screen there, and his mechanic, Lee Taylor. Almost a full house in kart mechanic bingo. He's got the apron with the strawberry logo on it, but he's missing a pair of brightly coloured trainers and an earpiece,
and sunglasses.
And sunglasses. But there we go.
And the team shorts.
And the team shorts. Oh, the poor effort there. Poor effort.
Poor effort.
But Ethan Jeff Hall starting on the outside of the front row of the grid for the Minimax final, came into today with a 23-point lead over Scott Marsh in the championship standings, and increased that by 1 or 2 in the pre-final. But yeah, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. A big hello and welcome to everybody here at the circuit. A big hello and welcome to everybody watching the stream on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, on the British Kart Championships Facebook page, on motorsport.tv, and wherever you are in the world, hello, welcome to sunny Sunderland in the northeast of England. We are about to get, so what's the time? 1:46. The first race out is due in over any moment now is the answer. 24 Minimax drivers. This is the penultimate round of this season. After this event, Anthony, we are going to be going to PF International for 2 events, events 9 and 10, the last round of the championship for every class in the British Championships, iArmy, TKM, Honda, Rotax and Bambino, the KZ2. They've got 1 race in 2021 to go. That will be a little bit later on, the last race of today. It's going to be a very, very exciting day on this very fast and flowing circuit. Now, sun-drenched circuit, has to be said. Who is going to emerge victorious?
Well, that is going to be the question. Engines fire up then for Minimax, the first final of the day, and let's have a look then at how they're going to be starting for the first final. Henry, take us through it, sir.
Ewan Charman for Argenti Motorsport starts on pole position alongside championship leader Ethan Jeff Hall. Blake Ticehurst, the British Open champion, and Reg Hayward from Coles Racing start on row number 2.
Row 3, Callum Goshen, Chase Fernandez rounding out that row, with Josh Camp and Scott Marsh rounding out row 4.
Row number 5, we'll see Harrison Crowther and Ben Crossley round out the top 10 ahead of Adam Wooden and Mikey Walker.
Thomas Straubin and Thomas Behrman rounding out row number 7, with William Ray and Freddie Worlock on row 8.
Row 9, Mackenzie Douglas and Levi Earl. From Germany, Oliver Sander and Aaron Fool on row number 10.
Joe Anderson and Charles Green with blue hair, but we'll find that out later on row number 11, with Ollie Wise and Freddie Housley rounding out that grid.
So, 15 minutes, the longest race of the weekend for these Minimax drivers. The sunniest conditions. They come into the tram line. Can Ethan Jeff Hall make it 4 wins from 5 finals? We're going to find out. Lights are off. We're off and racing. And it's Ewan Charman with a big lead into turn number 1. Round the outside goes Ethan Jeff Hall. He tucks back into second place. They're all through turn number 2 cleanly and into the dogleg at turn number 3, and now we've got a spinner in the middle of the pack there. That's the number 16 car of Joe Anderson, it looks like, going over the grass, but Argenti Motorsport has the race lead with number 42 Ewan Charman.
There we go then, good start then from Minimax for their final, race 21 of the weekend. And like we say, Charman leading the way at the moment. Jeff Hall still there in second place. And again, just an absolute line of sight. A little bit of bumping and barging there as Chase Fernandez goes through, gets rid of Scott Marsh out of the way, and they move up a position. But 14 minutes to go as they round that final corner back over the start-finish line. There's the order as we go 4 wide.
Scott Marsh there trying to defend a position. He started back down after a poor pre-final this morning. Marsh starting down the 4th row of the grid. He's crossed the line down in 9th place to drive a second in the championship, so he's losing ground to Ethan Jeff Hall at the moment. But Ewan Charman leads, Jeff Hall in second. And which Coles Racing kart is that? That's the O-plate of Ticehurst in 3rd position. A quick rundown. So Jeff Hall won the opening round at Clay Pigeon and the second round at Mansell Raceway. Reg Hayward was the winner of round 3 at Wilton Mill, and then the second half of the doubleheader went to Ethan Jeff Hall at Wilton Mill. Callum Ghost running a bit wide, and Jeff Hall takes the lead of this race. Well, a 4th win for Ethan Jeff Hall today would tie him with Archie Kitching on the all-time Motorsport UK British Kart Championship Minimax winners list.
Will indeed, and will he go through? And there, down the inside, Chase Fernandez gets that move done, gets past the O-plate of Ticehurst, moves up into P3. It's all now starting to kick off in this area here as Reg Hayward gets forced out wide slightly there from his teammate. I believe that was Harrison Crowther going through.
Yeah, Crowther saying to me earlier on that he just didn't get his head together in qualifying and then had a few mistakes in the first heat, so he's coming from the back. But he did say, after we had Crowther's specialist manoeuvre position at Wilton Mill, he's got another place in mind where he thinks he can make some really big passes at turn number 3 in this race, which will be coming into dogleg there. So this will be, oh, that's like Gasworks here, I do apologise, but turn 3, the dogleg, is where Harrison Crowther thinks he might be able to spring a surprise or two in the number 7 car. We shall watch. 12 minutes plus change to go. Harry Frio saying good luck to Ewan and Reggie, Ewan Charman and Reg Hayward on the live chat, as we see Chase Fernandez up in the 3rd place. Chase Fernandez, 2 podium finishes in the last 3 finals for the number 9 division motorsport driver, but hasn't yet stepped on the top step of the podium. Will that change? There's Hayward in the all-white number 37 Coles Racing machine, chasing his teammate Harrison Crowther, but Ewan Charman is not allowing Ethan Jeff Hall to get away. Now, Ewan Charman, he's won several rounds of the British Championship as a Honda Cadet driver, but none yet as a Minimax driver. In fact, he hasn't stepped to the podium. Argenti Motorsport have not had a Minimax podium in the British Motorsport in the British Kart Championship just yet.
No, they haven't. So you know, it's been one of the. It's a tough class, isn't it, Minimax? So you know, they've got to really work hard and get it through. And you know, seeing this race, this final race here at Warden Law underway. Finally, you know, the finals are where it's all going to be happening, and there's going to be a change for the lead as Charman goes through, and also, oh look at that, Chase Fernandez goes through as well. Oh, actually, so does Blake Ticehurst. There we go. So three of them go through, and changes all the way through this field. So there we go. So Ethan Jeff Hall now back into P4, and that seems to be a favourite move through turn one, doesn't it? It doesn't seem like a corner that a move can be done quite easily, but when they do it, you know, you lose 3 or 4 places in one go. But
I mean, yeah. 4 wins today. That'll be his 5th overall win in the British Championship, and that would tie him with the likes of Kian Berta, Zach Oates, Vinnie Phillips, Guy Cunnington, Mitchell Gibbons, Clayton Ravenscroft and Henry Ayres in a tie for 4th on the all-time winners list.
More changes.
He's got a little bit of way to go to get that back now.
He has indeed. More changes happening then. Reg Hayward gets up now into P4. Chase Fernandez back down into P5 now. Ethan Jeff Hall's back into 3rd place as well, but a breakaway from the top 2, cleared by about 0.3 of a second. Charman from Ticehurst at the moment, the 42 and the O plate, leading the way. 10 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. We've lost 5 minutes of this race already. Still all 24 karts running at the moment. And in terms of championship points, with the positions how they are at the moment, Chase Fernandez has put himself up into 4th place now with 722. Moving Harrison Crowther down with his 720 points.
Yeah, so at the moment, Ethan Jeff Hall, 791 points, leads Scott Marsh with 755. Marsh is just 1 point ahead of Ewan Charman at 754 points. Then another 30-point gap back to Chase Fernandez in 4th and Harrison Krauser in 5th. So really, I mean, well, Ethan Jeff Hall, he's got to just keep it smooth. Scott Marsh needs to do something spectacular, although he hasn't really had the pace all weekend. Yesterday he was very quick, but today Marsh in the number 47, Dan Hollenkite, who just see flashing across the screen, he is still down in 9th position. But that's only 2.5 seconds off the race lead. It's very, very tight. And there comes the number 21 kart of Thomas Straub, the Belgian driver for Strawberry Racing, making a move.
It was indeed. Good moves there all the way through this pack with 9 minutes to go then. As again, they go over those curbs. You just saw earlier on as well in the lap through Dogleg, Mackenzie Douglas clouting that inside curb and sending his car up into the sky. But again, it just shows if you do hit those curves wrong, it does get painful for the drivers.
You were going to say it do get painful. It do
get painful.
It do get painful. It do.
It do.
Other regional accents are available.
They are indeed.
But here comes Blake Ticehurst, the O plate. Now, last year, Ticehurst and Charman were Honda Cadet teammates for Ambition Motorsport. There were different teams. Oh, Scott Marsh gets shuffled wide, and he's lost several more positions. That's not going to help Marsh. Just getting eased wide going into the dog leg there, and that will put Marsh behind Harrison Crowley. It'll put him behind Mikey Walker and Thomas Behrman as well.
Yeah, well, indeed. So 8 minutes to go then as they go through, and again, just still absolutely line of stern. Move here though for 2nd place. Ethan Jeff Hall then makes that move done through the Gasworks hairpin, gets that job done nicely. Charman now down into P3. Ticehurst leading this race now. The O-plate, obviously won here a few weeks ago. Yeah, the O-plate, you know, back showing him why he won that O-plate, leading this Minimax final. As they go through. Now, who's that in 4th place? Reg Hayward. Now, he's had a good old race so far. He's managed to break away from the main pack as well and is hunting down these top 3, and with them changing positions, chopping and changing, you know, he is starting to close in. Ethan Jeff Hall sets the fastest lap of the race as well. He can't really maintain that momentum at the moment because, of course, now he's right behind Ticehurst now. They're absolutely line astern. So any mistake, any sign of weakness, and that you'll see a lunge from any one of these 3 drivers. Into Gasworks they go.
Yep.
No lunges there.
I wonder if we see Ethan Jeff Hall and Ewan Charman sort of looking over their shoulder. They won't want 4th place driver number 37, Reg Hayward, to catch them. So let's look at the lap times. Well, last lap, Ethan Jeff Hall, 52.31. They're all lost a couple of tenths this lap. Here goes Ethan Jeff Hall for the race lead. Ticehurst doesn't fight it. Still got 7 minutes to go. Side by side briefly for Ewan Charman. Smart move there through Brian's Bend. Brian, named after Warden Law karting, member of the karting firmament up here. Brian Hornby, who's only passed away. Charman ducked back in. He didn't want to go side by side through turn 2 because that would have slowed them both down and given Ethan Jeff Hall a bigger lead.
It would have, and you know, again, like you say, smart driving from these guys as they go through. Again, the back chicane, and you're just seeing there, Hayward, he is starting to close in now. He is part of this group, so he is there with them now as they go through. So again, he will be part of these battles, and trust me when I say Reg Hayward will go for a move if he sees one open up for him.
Apart from Ethan Jeff Hall, Reg Hayward is the only driver to have won a final this year.
Yeah.
You know, so he has got plenty to move, even though he's over the weight limit. You know, that's why he's got no graphics on his kart. There comes Ewan Charman on his former teammate Blake Ticehurst, and behind him, that is Adam Wooden having to defend from Callum Ghosh. Ghosh in the number 88 is having a storming weekend so far, but he's getting involved there with the number 87 of Thomas Behrman, wheel-to-wheel contact. That was just in front of the number 32 of Mikey Walker. Now Chase Fernandez has dropped back to 10th, Strowman runs 11th, then it's Ben Crossley in 12th, Mackenzie Douglas is 13th, Levi Earl 14th, and Freddie Housley up 9 places to 15th. For Sam Pollock Racing. Scott Marsh has dropped back to 16th place, so there's something amiss with Marsh's number 47 kart. Aaron Fall, William Ray, Ollie Wise, Freddie Worlock, Charles Green, Oliver Sander, Joe Anderson and Josh Camp are the remaining runners. Well, that's the remaining order. All 24 drivers still running as Behrman gets a warning flag for that clash of wheels with Callum Ghosh.
All flaps up on the radiators as they cross the line now. Everyone trying to cool those engines down. I think they've got themselves into a position now, and I feel like it's just going to be follow the leader until about maybe a minute to go. And
or not.
Reg Hayward down the inside of St John's gets that move done. Ticehurst down into P4, and now it's changing at the front, and now the four there have now broken away into 2 packs of 2 after that move, but again expected to close up once more as they go through. But like we say, I reckon Jeff Hall and Charman at this moment are probably going to work together. As I say that, no. Charman, he thought of lunging there, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a thought. He had a think about it.
He certainly did think about it.
He thought about it briefly, but then fell back into line. And you can see that Ethan Jeff Hall, he's not taking the. He was sort of dawdling around in the middle of the racetrack, then coming into Paddock. He didn't take he didn't defend, but he didn't take the full racing line. Now that will back him and Charman up into Hayward and Crowther. And Ticehurst. Crowther is 1.8 seconds behind this battle in 5th position. And I said Crowther, he said he's got that place in mind for a couple of Crowther specials. And there goes Ewan Charman into Senna 2, takes the lead of this race, and Reg Hayward following through into P2. Ethan Jeff Hall down to 3rd, but critically still comfortably clear of his nearest title rival. What Ethan Jeff Hall doesn't want to do, though, Anthony, is get involved in any accidents that could give him a time penalty or even getting excluded, which would mean that he would get 0 points and have to carry that on his tally.
Yes.
He's got to be mindful of that.
Yeah, you got to be careful, haven't you? With 3 minutes to go, points table has changed around a little bit more now, so Ewan Charman's moved up into 2nd place on the points now, 754 points now, moving Scott Marsh with his 748 down into P3. Reg Hayward unable to, well, he's a point clear now, he is, from Crowther with 723 from 722. So Reg, if he can get that race lead from that one, he can get up into 4th place in that one, and that helps his lead, it helps his championship potential here.
Yep, through the gasworks hairpin, into the horseshoe they go. Hard on the brakes, Charman. That horseshoe section, it tightens and tightens and tightens, and then they've got to double back on themselves for Paddock Bend, and then they're out onto the main straight. You can see Crowther in the number 7 kart in 5th position, then it's Wooden in the number 49 in 6th. Mikey Walker is 7th, Behrman 8th, Ghosh 9th, Fernandez 10th. It's still 2.5 minutes to go, a 4-kart train for the race lead. There comes Reg Hayward at the inside of Ewan Charman and takes over the race lead. And Ethan Jeff Hall follows him through, and so does Blake Ticehurst. Well, Charman gets shuffled from 1st to 4th, and now Ethan Jeff Hall goes to the lead. And it's Hayward's turn to get shuffled back. he goes from first to third. So the drivers are starting this lap first and second, and now at the back of this lead train.
Well, I've got to say, great driving from these top four, because you say they're all chopping and changing very fast, but all clean. You know, it's absolutely side by side. Fantastic stuff from these drivers. It is allowing, obviously, the groups behind to now close back in, because Harrison Crowther, that number 7, you can just see there coming into shots, starting to close in as well. So he can see this group up ahead, and he's just, oh, yes, oh, I would like some of that, please, yes.
Yes. And behind that, you've got, behind Crowther, you've got the pink and purple attack of the combined KR Sport and Vision Motorsport. There's 2 KR Sport karts and 4 Vision Motorsport karts, all following Crowther. A multicoloured rainbow at the front of the field now, but can Ethan Jeff Hall hold on? 1 minute 15 seconds to go. He's led, he's dropped back to 4th, he's fought his way back to the race lead. Blake Ticehurst, the O plate, who currently sits 7th in the championship standings, is running in P2. Coles Racing, well, they're the most successful Minimax team. They've got 8 wins in the Minimax Championship since the start of 2019. Vision have got 3, Dan Holland have got 3, Strawberry Racing have got 3. So Coles will be wanting to increase their overall advantage over everybody else in Minimax. Well, Strawberry will be wanting to take win number 4, which would put them second, a clear second in the team's winning list for Minimax.
Here you go. So with that timer slowly ticking down, 30 seconds to go then. And Scott Marsh setting the fastest lap of the race, currently in 15th place as they go through. And this battle's starting to intensify slightly, especially here, because now a new protagonist, Harrison Crowther's coming into play now. Tried to get down the inside of Ticehurst out of the Senna S's, but unfortunately couldn't quite do so. Tries again into Gasworks, again, can't do so. And Adam Warden trying to get involved in this one as well. So one big group now at the front, as the last lap board will be out this time. Only just, though. Last lap board is out then. Who's going to take this Minimax final?
Jeff Hall leads them through turn number 1, now through Brian's Bend, out towards the dogleg. Reg Hayward, 3 kart lengths back, and Reg Hayward gets a little bit wide going into the dogleg. That's going to cost him time, and it possibly could cost him second place. It is now Hayward has to defend second from Ewan Charman. That has given Ethan Jeff Hall the green light to go. Jeff Hall is going to take another win, barring catastrophe. Oh, there's 3 wide. Oh, and up through the middle comes Callum Ghosh, and he jumps over the 2 carts, and that's Scott Marsh. Oh, the second place driver of the championship, trying to sneak his way through, thread his way through the incident. But Ethan Jeff Hall, well, champions are made when they put themselves in the right place at the right time. And Ethan Jeff Hall was in the right place at the right time to avoid the incidents behind. He takes win number 4 on the Minimax season. Reg Hayward comes across the line in second, and Harrison Crowther finishes in 3rd place. Ewan Charman just misses out on a first podium in Minimax, finishing in 4th place. Chase Fernandez comes home in 5th. Then it's Ben Crossley doing well to finish in 6th place. Blake Ticehurst in 7th. Freddie Housley in 8th. Great drive from Housley from last to 8th. Sam Pollitt Racing, well done, Freddie Housley. Adam Wooden is 9th. Levi Earl 10th. Thomas Strowman is 11th on his British Championship debut. Then it's Thomas Behrman 12th, Aaron Fall 13th, Scott Marsh is 14th, Mackenzie Douglas is 15th, followed by William Ray, Ollie Wise, Mikey Walker and Charles Green in 19th. Callum Ghosh, after that incident, rounds out the top 20, ahead of Freddie Worlock, Oliver Sander, Josh Camp and Joe Anderson. Oh, a very good, very, very good Minimax final. Anthony Jordan will be waiting to receive the winners and do a couple of interviews at the end of this one in the pit lane. As the blue skies here in Karting North East. That's a great, great, great sight to see. Here come the contenders into the pit lane. There goes Ethan Jeff Hall under the watchful eye of Paul Klassen, Ernie Salmon and the scrutineering team here at Warden Law. We've got a little bit of time before, a good 10 minutes before the next race, which will be time for Anthony to get some thoughts from our leading contenders at the end of that one. And so please keep your comments coming in on the live stream, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It's always good to have, the audience participation. Good to see Kit Belofsky. We'll see Kit in a couple of weeks. He's tuning in. Say good luck to Ethan Jeff Hall. We'll see Kit out in Army Cadet at PFI in a few weeks' time. We've got a few other drivers there that we're going to see later on in the last 2 rounds at in the IARMY X30 and TKM championship finale at PF International. But there's a view of the start-finish straight. The karts have come into the pit lane. Anthony Jordan will be down there with our provisional winner. And, of course, all the results at the moment are provisional, pending scrutineering. So, but the provisional winner is Ethan Jeff Hall, Reg Hayward, and Harrison Crowther. Harrison Crowther started the day badly yesterday, has made his way through. And, yeah, there's a few other there. There's, Deepdale Dreamer, a Preston North End fan. Saying well done to Thomas on his first win. That's Thomas Behrman. But Anthony Jordan has found our race winner in the paddock, and we're going to hear from Ethan Jeff Hall right about now.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, we're down here. They're just coming off the weighbridge now. They're not actually here yet. They're procrastinating. They don't want to come from the weighbridge yet. They're coming down now. Ethan Jeff Hall coming down. Reg Hayward, I can just see, has just come off the scales as well. I tell you what, Ethan Jeff Hall has had such a fantastic race. He just ran over his foot. There we go. Ethan, kicking your car into place there. Come and chat to us. Come around this side. Let's get behind your car. But, well, what a final that was. You seem like you walked away with that one at the end of that one. It looked like hard work at the start, though, wasn't it? Talk us through how that race went for you.
Well, yeah, it was very difficult. At the start, there was a lot of battling, and I dropped down to 3rd, and then caught the leaders back up. And then there was a bit of a battle, but we managed to stay on top and then defend, and we got a bit of a gap. And then that was race 1.
Well, it's 4 final wins this season so far. You know, it's been a great season. You're looking comfortable going into the final round at PFI. But here at Warden Law, you've enjoyed the weekend so far?
Yeah, it's been really good.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to say massive thanks to Lee Taylor, Strawberry Racing, Cream Racing Engines, and my family.
Excellent stuff. Well, well done on another race win, Ethan Jeff Hall.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to our second place man, who, well, again, it was a very tough race for Reg. Reg, your Coles Karts is here on second place, and you've come quite through. That was quite an interesting race from your point of view as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Just got the last bit a bit wrong, to be honest. Yeah, just not defending and the like.
Well, you know, you're still here, you got second place, you know, a fantastic final still. But looking at the kart, like we were saying, no sticker kit on it. Now, Henry says it's because of the growth spurt and it's to save weight. What is the real reason you're not running a sticker kit?
I'm just too overweight.
It is to do with that?
You can really not afford to have sticker kit on. Like, we've got carbon fibre on it and that.
Yes, you got lightweight chassis. You had a growth spurt, didn't you, in Minimax? So there we go. But yeah, so you really are shaving those grams anywhere off that one. But yeah, an absolutely great final for you. The sun's come out for you, and a great running here at Warden Law.
Thank you very much.
Excellent there. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Oh, my mum, my dad, my whole family, really.
Excellent, good stuff.
And my sponsor, Grandad.
And your sponsor, Grandad. Excellent. Thank you, sponsor, Grandad. Excellent. Well, that's Reg Hayward. Let's have a chat to our third place man, who's coming down. Who's not the third, so it's not Ewan Charlman. Who's coming into third place now? The number 7. Don't run over your foot. Oh, goodness me. Well, come forth, Mr. Crowther. Well, a final for you. Great results, sun shining. How do you feel?
Good. I think it was a good result considering we started 21st for the pre-final.
I think that's an excellent way of putting it. Yes, 21st on that one to come through. Great result, third place in the final. Like we're saying, Warden Law, it's a tricky circuit, it's a fast circuit. From your point of view, how did that feel?
It was quite hard to get through the pack in the pre-final because it is quite a hard overtaking spot. Overtaking a track to overtake. So, like, for instance, if it was Wilton, we'd probably got to, like, 5th or 6th in the pre-final.
Oh, well, excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, my granddad, Adrian Coles, Ogden Racing Engines, and my sponsors.
Excellent stuff. Well, well done on a third place in Minimax here at Warden Law.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Plenty more stuff coming up. More finals on their way. Don't go anywhere.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. And great to hear from our top 3 there. There's a great view, a panoramic view of Warden Law. Again, we're not expecting any more rain. Slight wispy clouds, floating across the sky, but it's getting very warm out there, and we're going to be getting set for our next race, which will be the final in Rotax 177. And that we'll have to see if we have 7 drivers or 6 drivers, but Rotax 177 coming up next. So here we go. Race number 22 on the programme for the weekend. Anthony, at this race, you're going to have a bit of a tan on by the end of the day.
You know what? We've said this many, many times. I don't tan, Henry. I get sunburnt.
You go from zero to lobster in 30 seconds. You do. Now, again, we have to say that we're joined here by our local commentator, Joe Bradley, who's a sports car, the doyen of sports car commentary racing. There's something that I haven't done today, Anthony.
What's that?
Live on air. Got the cable tie in. That is 3 out of 3. The last 3 rounds. Oh, dear. Well, it's not, Anthony, it's not my electronic equipment that you've just spoiled.
I didn't spoil it. I got you top. There we go.
For those of you wondering, the Alpha Live will be advertising a job vacancy for a co-commentator for the British Kart Championship later on this week. So, moving on. Rotax 177. Deary me.
I just thought you were looking a little warm, Henry.
Well, yeah. Anyone who thought they were remotely professional, the illusion has been shattered.
Yeah, no, we're not professional in any way.
Now, having a look. Now, I did it. Sam Winter, I believe, he said, I think I'm the oldest driver in the paddock. I was like, really? He was 40 this year. So we're wondering if there's any drivers there older than 40. I mean, karting is a bit of a young man's game, sadly, nowadays. I'm far too old and no heavy for it. But have we got 7 karts or 6 karts out on the circuit? We have 6. I can't see the number 29 Strawberry Racing kart of championship leader Dan Tate. He was very, there's Gary Sang, Matthew Easton's mechanic. Let's have a little look. Now, the number 29 kart of Dan Tate. I can't see him out there at all.
Just admiring your wet patch, Henry.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right. I'm admiring the red welt on your arm, Anthony. So, Henry Ayres last year took the win in the final, a dramatic final, which was a wet-dry race, and that propelled him towards the championship. No, look at that. Nothing. Carry on.
Right, okay. I thought you were mid-flow there. You were talking. Well, there we go. Yeah, so Matthew Easton just at the front of this pack on this one. So, like we were saying, we don't have Dan Tate, championship leader. So, right.
Ah, all right. Okay.
In terms of points...
You're sacked.
Right, okay.
Harry Friel.
Harry Friel. I'll do the commentary.
There we are.
There we go. You can, Harry Friel, I'll more than happily have you join me in the commentary box, and Henry can be replaced. So that's fine.
Well, yeah. So championship situation coming into today. Dan Tate was 19 points ahead of Louis Large. He finished 6th in the first race. In the pre-final today, and I'm just having a little look there. There's 4 karts there.
Is there 3 on that side?
There should be 3 on this side. Have I miscounted? Have I completely miscounted? Let's have a look at the other side of the grid. There's 4 karts there. Let's look across.
No, there's only 2 karts there.
Right. So Dan Tate. First things first. I hope that Dan Tate's okay.
Yeah.
Hope that he's going to get himself better. He can drop this. He can drop the 0 from today. From the final. He can drop the 0, the points he scored for finishing 6th in the first day. So they're 2 of his dropped scores. He dropped 3 scores overall. We can have, so let's just hope that he's okay. That is the main thing that we're concerned with. That Dan is all right and he's going to be okay for the final. Let's have a look at the starting lineup.
Let's do that indeed, of course. Only 6 karts then will be taking to the grid on this one. Henry Ayres and Matthew Easton will start on that front row from Louis Large and Jack McConnell running out row number 2. Callum Porter and Dan Tate won't be there, unfortunately, on that 3rd row, meaning Sam Winter I don't think moves up. He stays on that fourth row, doesn't he?
Sam Winter stays put on the inside there. He's got his rear bumper fully reattached. The roof rack racing driver.
Look at that.
Daniel Tate, 681 points. Louis Large, 662. Matthew Easton, 657. Henry Ayres has only got 486, but Henry Ayres is, due to not drop any points. He's carrying every single score he's gained this year because he's dropped 3 scores for missing Mansell. Down to 6 drivers. It's an all KR Sport front row. Henry Ayres looking for a 6th Rotax 177 victory. This is the start of 2019 in what would be his last trip here to Warden before he retires at the end of the year. Lights are green. We're off and racing. It's Ayres, the number 1 car, taking an early lead into turn number 1. Louis Large and Matthew Easton side by side for second. Over the curbs goes Easton, but he managed to retain P2.
Yeah, good start there as Sam Winter tries to get his nose down the inside there of Porter. Couldn't quite do it there, but like you're saying, that was a good start then from that number 3, Matthew Easton. He hung it around the outside. He then went over that inside curb as they went through. But yeah, it was an absolutely very nice, clean start there at the beginning of this one.
Yep, and now Ayres' job is to just to sort of sit and not overuse his tyres too much, to make sure that Easton and Louis Large, don't get ahead of him and then pull away, but just, to maintain a solid pace. This is the race where all these drivers are going to be wanting to, maximise their scores. So they're going to be wanting to win this race more than any other because of Dan Tate's absence.
Yes.
Easton and Large still in championship contention. It's still a 4-way fight for the championship, even though one of those 4 isn't in this race. Dan Tate is going to be dropping the score. There's Sam Winter in the number 77, chasing the number 20 cart of Callum Porter. Jack McConnell is there in 3rd, but Ayres is looking strong. He had a retirement yesterday. He has just got that edge over Easton. Oh, Louis Large running wide. That's going to cost Louis Large 3rd position. Jack McConnell moves up into P3. And now Ayres and Easton are trying to break away.
They are indeed. They have managed to do so already. They've cleared about 0.6 of a second from McConnell, who's just got up into P3 now as they go through. 13.5 minutes, I should say. 3.5 minutes. There we go. That was a quick race. Very
Easton.
wide there from Easton. Yeah, no, that was all over that grass there, wasn't it? He managed to get it back on track. We didn't see a replay of what happened in KZ2 in their pre-final, but still very similar. So maybe running the same sort of tyre pressures that what Charlton was going for, letting it come into play a bit later on in this race.
Yep, I can see that. And we go out of, that is the back straight chicane. Now we know we're going into the back straight chicane, sorry. On the top of the knife edge into Gasworks hairpin is just under half a second in front of Easton. But Ayres runs very wide coming out of Gasworks. They're using all the track and that little bit of runoff. Gets back into line now through the horseshoe. Hard of the brakes for Paddock. Keeping those, and of course you can see that left-hand side of the car. The curb on the exit is there, then it drops away, and you've got to use all the curb because that's the faster. But the minute you go over the curb onto that dirt, we saw it happen with Joe Charlton, almost a catastrophic effect earlier on. So Ayres is just judging that instantly, and you can see little bumps and jumps there. This is, this track is not billiard table smooth, Anthony.
It's not. It is still smooth, but like you say, there is some lumps and bumps here, there, everywhere around this circuit. So, the drivers are getting a workout around this track. But like I say, it's very fast as they go through again up this hill and into a heavy braking zone for the Gasworks hairpin. And again, it's downhill through that section as well, so it's very easy to carry too much speed into that corner, and you can easily run out wide. But these drivers not doing so, and again using all that edge of that curb as they come back onto the start-finish straight again once more. Gaps starting to form as they all go through. There, at the moment, is 6th place, number 77, Sam Winters.
Yep, Easton just clipping the curb there, coming out of the dog leg down towards St John's Bend, slightly downhill off camber. Again, one of those is that they've got an inviting bit of runoff at the exit of St John's because there's obviously a bit of corporate circuit that you sort of join back up to. Louis Large, that one mistake, and just shows. So there's only 6 drivers in the race, but they're so evenly matched. Louis Large made one. He went wide going through one set of corners. It's really, really cost him. And so he's now having to fight back, and it's taken him a couple of laps already, and he hasn't even got back onto terms with Jack McConnell, who runs in third position. But Ayres, you know, looking back through the last couple of years of results in Rotax 177.
Stat book's coming out,
The
folks.
stat book is out, folks. Now, Henry Ayres, he took his first win He didn't take his first win in Rotax 177 until this event last year. Now, Warden last year was the second of 4 rounds for Rotax 177. Matthew Easton took the opening round at Laird, then Ayres won after being nearly a full lap down in the final, was it, Anthony?
It was, yeah.
Then it started raining and he was on wet tyres.
Yeah.
He then won the next round at that at Clay Pigeon, and the next round after that, the final round at Wilton Mill to take the title. He started off this year, didn't make the podium at Clay Pigeon, missed Mansell Raceway, but then won both finals at Wilton Mill. So, talking about a driver that streaks, not like that streaks, but you know, streak, hot and cold streaks.
Yes.
You know, no wins, then suddenly 3 in a row, then 2 where he wasn't a factor, and now he's won the last 2, and he's looking good here as well.
Yeah, like you say, he's put in stellar performances so far since he's been back. You know, he dominated at Wilton Mill at the last round. Seeing him back here now at Warden Law, you know, this is going to be his last year for Ayres in karting, because, like
So
you
he
say,
says,
so he says. But like, you know, he was saying that, you know, he's just not enjoying himself. But you know, seeing him here at the front, why isn't he? You know,
maybe he's one of the drivers that needs to try KZ2.
I think he needs to have a pop at KZ2 as well.
But I mean, if Henry Ayres does take the win today, that'll put him on to 6 wins in the British Championship. Now, Kai Hunter is the all-time race winner, the all-time finals winner in the Motorsport UK British Championship since the start of 2019, with 10 wins. Danny Curl and Oliver Greenall have got 8 wins apiece. They're tied for second. Then Henry Ayres would go into all on his own in 4th place behind Kai Hunter, Danny Curl and Oliver Greenall with 6 wins in the British Championship. That is exalted company, and so you might think there's only 6 drivers, but you're looking at absolute quality. You know, that absolute quality.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, like we were saying before, these drivers, they are incredibly quick, incredibly talented. You know, seeing them race at Warden Law, you know, a very tricky circuit last year, this year as well, you know, just it is a different class of driver. You know, the fact that they are the heavier, the taller of the drivers, you know, of course, running in 177. But the fact that they're still putting in these decent times compared to everyone else, even though the fact that they are carrying more weight on the karts, you know, it just shows pure skill.
Yep,
around these tracks.
Yep, there's Easton in second. There's Louis Large in 4th place. Large, the 2018 British champion, when of course the British Championship was run by another organisation, not Motorsport UK. McConnell in 3rd place. Jack McConnell, he won a round in 2019 as well. So again, you know, Jack McConnell, no, did he, you know, he's had a couple of 2nd places and a 3rd, a multiple podium finisher in this division. But Easton, he is on course. So Matthew Easton, he won the opening round of 2020, hasn't finished better than 3rd since. He's had 4 3rd place finishes, so he's on it for his best result since the opening round of 2020 down at Leeds. McConnell, it'll be good to see him back on the podium. He was on the podium at Saturday round at Wilton Mill. Before then, his most recent podium before that was at Clay Pigeon in 2019. Of all places. Ayres, though, look at that, 50.52. That's 3/10 of a second. 3/10 of a second up on, quicker than Matthew Easton on that lap alone. Who's that? Gappinger Racing. Henry Ayres, undisputed world champion. Well, here's the thing. Who was the last kart racer that was a world champion? An official CIK world champion? Answer. No, the last... So, disembodied voice in my head said Verstappen. I can't remember anyone called Henry Verstappen racing. I'm waiting for Alan Dove from Karting 1 or Jack Monaghan to come up, because I know the answer. And I'm going to tell you, but we'll carry on the racing. The last Henry to win a karting world championship. There we go. Answers on a postcard or on the YouTube channel. Nope, not the late Henry Surtees. That's another disembodied voice in my head. We'll carry on with the racing. Louis Large, looming large on Jack McConnell for 3rd position. I'm going to give it to the end of this race. You've got 5 minutes, 58 seconds, plus a lap to tell me the last karter called Henry to win a world karting title.
Well,
out of World karting title, that is, not a British karting title. Oh, overtake in third position. There goes Louis Large up to P3. So Jack McConnell, that's a significant move. So Louis Large, second in the point standings, moves up a position. He's going to lose a few points to Matthew Easton as things stand, and to Henry Ayres, but he's onto the podium. So McConnell will try and fight back and make it another 1, 2, 3, 4. KR Sport, of course, the KR Sport, the Rotax arm of KR Sport, run by Jordan Chamberlain, Newport's finest, Jordan Chamberlain. Jordan Chamberlain is the talking about World Karting Champions. No Welshman has ever come closer to winning a World Karting title than Jordan Chamberlain. He was I'm sorry, Jordan, I know you're listening. He was 3 corners away from winning the 2011 World Karting title before he was passed by a certain Nick de Vries. And ding, 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 Andrew Mather has been on to Wikipedia and has got the answer. Henry Eastope, the 2012 under-18 World Karting Champion.
Well, there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Henry Eastope, whose ponytail I cut in a drunken stupor one Super One Awards night many years ago, along with Johnny Edgar's dad. We'll say no more about that. His mum Josie wasn't too happy with me because he had to go to the Motorsport Association house for the proper dinner the next night, and I had to cut his ponytail off. Anyway, carrying on, Henry Ayres continues to lead this race by 2 seconds. There's Jack McConnell fighting for third with Louis Large.
Remind me never to grow a ponytail if you're around. Anyway, 4 minutes plus that 1 additional lap to go. Out of the Gasworks hairpin they go. Here then at the moment the battle for third place. Now at the moment the number 8 Louis Large, he got past about a few laps ago now. He's not managed to make any ways on second place. Matthew Easton at the moment still there in third place. Currently, well, he's about a second or so off from that battle up ahead, but we'll see what they can do at the end of this lap to see if it improves, see if it comes back or anything like that. But McConnell, you can just see there, he's sticking with him, though, isn't he? He's sticking with Large. He's not letting him get away.
Yeah, he's like glue at the moment. But, yeah, Easton in second position is starting to fade a little bit. It's 2.31 seconds is the lead that Henry Ayres has over Matthew Easton. Louis Large in third, McConnell fourth. Callum Porter is only 1.4 seconds behind Jack McConnell in fifth position. Then a 5-second gap back to Sam Winter. It's hard for Sam Winter, you know. I mean, Porter is just doing his best, chasing. And Callum Porter, you can't say enough about the progress that he's made. He's only 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds behind, Louis Large and Jack McConnell. Sam Winter, the only real true privateer in the field. He is there. It's tough for him all on his own there. He's in the number 77, the Red Speed chassis. He's 5 seconds behind. We're just under 5 seconds behind Callum Porter. There's Porter on your screens now, going to the back straight chicane. But the best battle, in fact, the only real battle is for third position between Louis Large and Jack McConnell into the horseshoe. Now, McConnell, he's had a couple of laps to sort of reset, and you can see Louis Large with 2 minutes to go in the middle of the track there, so he wasn't really attacking, he wasn't defending. That's going to slow him down. He's got his head down. McConnell is in his slipstream as they go through turn number 1. Now into Brian's. They've got the dog leg next. Will McConnell nip up the inside going into the dog leg? He can't, but Louis Large runs a little bit wide. McConnell gets a good line off now down towards St John's. Through St John's, Large runs a little bit wider than McConnell at the exit of that corner, and here comes Jack McConnell up the inside. It doesn't quite work into Senna 1. Now he'll try the switch back through Senna 2. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Onto the back straight, through the back straight chicane, and then out onto the knife edge around to Gasworks hairpin.
Yeah, good stuff there from McConnell. You could see him at the start of that lap. He repositioned himself in the seat. Right, going for it this lap. Here we go. And like you say, he went for that move into the first of the centres. Didn't quite pan out there because Large covered that line quite perfectly. Large looks over his shoulder once more to see if he's going to go for a lunge into turn 1. Doesn't. Goes slightly defensive as well into that turn 1. That's going to allow McConnell to have the momentum here as they go through. Are we going to see another potential move here into the Senna S's? Let's find out then as they come out. Is there a lunge? Okay, so defensive goes Large there. McConnell then switches back to the outside. Again, good defensive driving there from Louis Large. He positions that car perfectly in the way to prevent McConnell coming through at any point there, because that is the point where most of the overtakes overtakes do happen. Another place overtakes happen is right here as well at the Gasworks hairpin. But again, no lunges there. A little bit of a gap now forming between the two of them. Large once more positioning that car perfectly to cause McConnell to have to take different racing lines, to lose time, to lose momentum around parts of this circuit. You can just see there in the background as well, Callum Porter, the Ultimate R driver, tucking in, seeing this battle starting to form in front, and is maybe considering a podium potentially, but with 18 seconds left on the board, the last lap board will be out this time around for Rotax 177. But at the moment, Henry Ayres clear at the front by 4 seconds. All eyes at the moment on this battle for third.
Yep, Large versus McConnell for the final place on the podium. Louis Large needs it for championship points. McConnell wants it just because he's had 2 years away and he wants to prove that he can still cut it at the very sharpest end of British kart racing. Out of Gasworks, into the horseshoe. The clock has struck 0. Henry Ayres will be getting the last lap board. It's going to be 6 wins for Henry Ayres in his 177 career, and potentially this is going to catapult him right into the championship lead with Dan Tate not racing in this one. We've got 1 round to go at PFI after this. It's going to be Ayres versus Tate versus Easton versus Louis Large for the British title. At the moment, it's Large versus McConnell for the last place on the podium. Large defends into centre 1. McConnell is running out of time.
He is indeed. Only a couple more corners to go, and there it is. He's down the inside here, in towards the skate. Oh, bit of contact between the two of them. Back onto the track. A hand up in the air there from Louis Large as they go through, but that was a very close call. And up into P3 now comes Callum Porter. Oh, sorry, up into P4 now, sorry, comes Callum Porter as they go through. Checker flag comes out, though, to Henry Ayres. He takes the final win here. Easton crosses to take P2, and across the line, Jack McConnell, the 14. It's a KR Sport 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Louis Large is not going to be happy with that. Let's have a look at how that unfolded. You can see now McConnell coming into centre 2. Does the switch, the crossover. He's got the inside line into the back straight chicane. Is he alongside? Well, it's very close. There was wheel-to-wheel contact there. Large over the grass. He comes back across in front of McConnell, and then he was lucky not to cause a spin. I tell you who could be smiling the most at the end of that one, and that is Callum Porter, because Porter passed Large for 4 seconds, and if there is any sort of punishment for Jack McConnell after that incident, then Porter could find himself an Ultimate R on the podium. So, a win for KR Sport. That is KR Sport's 17th victory since the start of 2019 in the Motorsport UK British Championship. That puts them 3rd, just behind Dan Holland Racing and Fusion Motorsport on the all-time winners list. It puts Henry Ayres provisionally into 3rd on the all-time winning 4th on the all-time individual drivers winning list, behind Kai Hunter, Danny Curl and Oliver Greenall. And it means that Dan Tate has got it all to do in the last round at PFI. We hope that Dan is okay and that his ribs will be better for that last one. But even in the smallest field we have here in the British Championship, we could be in for the tightest title chase of all when we get to Trent Valley Kart Club next month. There's some of the spectators here. We hope you're enjoying yourselves out on the bank. You can see Leon Henderson, who will be going out in junior Rotax a little bit later on. I say a little bit later on, after we've got Cadet Honda coming up next. So Leon's not got too long to wait. And again, some of the other spectators, really, really good to see here that we've had plenty of support here from drivers that race in the local Warden Law IKR Championship. So, yeah, if you're watching this and you're based up here in the Northeast, just have a look at Karting Northeast website, Warden Law IKR Kart Club. That race here, every month. That would be good to come and have a look and, yeah, maybe get into karting, because I have a feeling that over the next few years that the Northeast is going to become a real hotbed of kart racing. Now they've got the facility to match the passion of the locals, shall we say. Anthony Jordan will be out trying to find Henry Ayres, Matthew Easton, Jack McConnell. Again, be interested to see what Jack McConnell and Louis Large have got to say about that one. Sam Winter finishing in 6th position. Now, also, if anyone is driving home from Warden Law down south at the end of the day, if you pass a Vauxhall Astra, a silver Vauxhall Astra estate with a number 77 card on its roof rack, please give it a wave. That's Sam Winter. Going back then, we'll see Sam at the next round, hopefully with a few more privateers who might get the the urge to come out and try themselves against the very, very best. So eventually he won that by 5 seconds, which is utterly remarkable, has to be said. The next race out will be Cadet Honda, so 30 drivers on the Cadet Honda grid. That's going to be spectacular as well. And we're going to be hopefully speaking to some of the drivers outside the commentary box area. And so, as we just get ourselves set for the winner's interview, Anthony Jordan has found Henry Ayres down in pit lane.
Yes, indeed, I have Henry. I have Henry Ayres here. Right, Henry, from your point of view, that was quite a cool, calm, collected race, but I think exciting race from your point of view as well.
It was interesting, to say the least. But, yeah, I just had to concentrate the whole time, and then we got the win, and I'm happy with it.
Well, I say you came out of the car. You were saying that, oh, let me catch my breath first, and you know, you've not concentrated for quite a while in that one, and that looked like a tough race to just get those quickest laps in, you know, fastest. Well, you've got no one to battle with. You know, you can lose concentration quite quickly. I can imagine.
Yeah, definitely, and you don't want to look like an idiot. But I didn't, and I just kept my concentration, and I just was counting down the laps. I knew I had a gap, so I just relaxed a bit. And then I just carried on, and then got to the checkered flag.
Well, there you go. You proved it's all right. You good concentrated race on that one. Anyone you'd like to thank?
KR Sport, KR Sport Engines, Ashley Whiteman, my mechanic, and my mum and dad.
Excellent stuff. Henry Ayres, our race winner for Rotax 177. Let's have a chat to our second place man. Where's Mr. Easton gone? Oh, he's right here in front of me. There we go. You were hiding in the shadows there. Matthew, again, from your point of view, quite a calm race on that one.
Yeah, good race. Struggled to keep up with Henry, to be honest. His pace has been phenomenal all weekend. And then, to be honest, for the last 10 minutes, I was just trying to hang on to the cart, and my fitness is so bad, as I found out on that one. So I was just trying everything I could do, not to get cramp in my hands and everything like that. So yeah, good race from Henry, and nice to have KR 1, 2, 3 on the podium. So yeah, like to say thanks from the mechanic this weekend, Gary Tang, smashing job. KR Sport, Nigel Horner at HRS Racing Engines, my sponsor North East Business Systems. Thanks for them for coming up today and supporting us. My mum, my dad, just everybody that supports us.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Matthew Easton on second place in 177.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's chat to our third place man, because this is a very this could be exciting. Come stand here, Mr. McConnell. Right, well, that was a very exciting end to your race on that one. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. We were in third for most of the race. The middle of the race, I sort of dropped off a little bit. Pressures were a little bit high in the rear, I think. So I kind of knew Louis was there. He did the move sort of 6-8 minutes into the race. So I sort of bided my time. And then at the end, he was defending. I got the cut back, but fortunately, he kind of squeezed me to the grass. I had nowhere to go. So it was tough racing, but it was enjoyable. And you know, I think we deserved the third place. So you know, sorry that he came off worse as well. But yeah, it's racing, isn't it?
It is racing, and of course now the sun's out here at Warden Law. It's a great to end the day on that one. Great to end the day on the high, and coming away with a podium. It's a good result. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, no, massive thanks to KR Sport. My dad, Steve as well, has jumped on the Spanish for me this weekend. My dad couldn't make it, and my girlfriend for putting up with me racing. Excellent.
Yeah, that's a tough one, isn't it?
She told me to do that because last time at Wilton I didn't. I got in big trouble. So.
Oh, well, there we go. We can thank her as well.
Hopefully I'll not be in trouble then. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, excellent. Well done, Jack McConnell there, our top three from Rotax 177. And a KR Sport 1, 2, 3. You can imagine they're going to be quite happy with that in the 10. More racing coming up. It's Honda Cadet coming up next.
Excellent, Anthony. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well done. Thank you very much. Good to hear from the top three. Kenny Barrett has been online. Go on, Rocco Shenton, get that kart in there for the final. Gapping Racing saying, Hench beast Henry Ayres world champion. Well, I have to say that Henry Ayres, he was thanking his mechanic Ash Whiteman there. Ash Whiteman is a bodybuilder now. He's an ex-racer, he's now into bodybuilding, and yeah, he's Henry Ayres has certainly been following his mechanic to the gym, judging by the look of him in that interview. So Cadet Honda will be up next. We go from 6 karts to 30 karts, from 2-stroke to 4-stroke, from the oldest drivers in the paddock to the youngest drivers in the paddock. It is 15 minutes of Cadet Honda action. Honda Cadet, Cadet Honda, whatever your flavour, we don't mind. It is coming up next. There is the live view down on the dummy grid as we go through some of the contenders. There's the number 49 of Cole Denham. And there's the number, that's that PMR Power Maxed effort from Lucas Blandford on the Zip Kart. Privateer driver on the Zip chassis. There's Kenzo Craigie in the number 44. Going down, followed Jack West. There's Lewis Isley in number 5. Look for Lewis to making good progress. Hugh Roche in the number 70 car. There's Kai Clark in the 67. Luca Holmes Ballock. Now, behind Luca Holmes Ballock, there's his mechanic Russell Peachy. British touring car mechanic, now works for Mercedes Formula 1 on the simulator side of the engineering staff. And there is Brendan James, who is getting a lot of love on the stand. Now, look for Owen Neve in kart number 65 for the Callum Hargrave team. Look for him to make big progress up the order. There's Aras Majuskas, the Anglo-Lithuanian driver. Harley Musk, the number 21, one of the youngest drivers in the field. There's the number 20 kart, Noah Pikes. And another of the Ambition karts. No, that's Oliver Majewski. That's the Passion Motorsport kart. Somebody was asking about the Passion Motorsport there. Yep, Conor Mills' team here with Oliver Majewski, the Polish driver in kart number 40. There's the GP plate holder, Noah Wolf, starting down on row number 6 of the grid. Harrison Whittingham from the Synergy team. Jarrett Clark is up there, and there is Josh Graham. Josh Graham, our championship leader before this race. Timo Youngling in kart number 8. Is also there, and a pole position after winning the pre-final is William Murphy. Now, championship standings, 599 points for Graham, 596 for Youngling. That was at before the start of the pre-final. This season so far, Noah Wolf won the opening round at Clay Pigeon. Timo Youngling won at Mansell Raceway. Noah Wolf won at Lark Hall. So this is round 4 out of 5. In terms of overall stats, well, Ambition Motorsport, that's the team that run Josh Graham and William Murphy. They've won 8 Cadet Honda Cadet finals, sorry Anthony. Project One Racing have got 3 wins, Heinz Racing have got 3 wins, the Synergy team have got 2, SFR Motorsport have got 1 win, so of Cutting Edge Racing, and we've had 1 win as a privateer. Mitchell Gibbons, the all-time Honda Cadet race winner in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, 5 overall victories. Kian Nakamura Berta has 3. Ewan Charman, Jaden Gregg and Timo Youngling and Noah Wolf have 2, so a win here for either Youngling or Wolf would put them in a tie for second place with Kian Berta on the all-time Honda Cadet winners list. What a great sight, Anthony. 30 drivers all ready to hit the track.
Oh, they are indeed. The Honda Cadets are the ones that everyone looks forward to. You know, it's the busiest grid, or one of the busiest grids out there. You know, they always give us close, excellent racing all the way throughout. Very much looking forward to this one. I suspect everyone at the circuits is looking forward to this one. I suspect everyone who's sitting at home is looking forward to this one.
Yes, and certainly there are 2 people in the commentary box looking forward to this one. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, there will be another live paddock show just after Anthony speaks to the winners in the last final, the KZ2 champion. Anthony and I will have a brief roundup of the day's action live, like we did at Wilton Mill. That, you know, we've had plenty of comments saying how much you enjoyed the live roundups the weekend. And of course, none of us have got a long drive home from the northeast of England back to Northampton for you guys, and for Barry and South Wales for me. So we might stay up here and enjoy the evening.
Yeah.
And bring you more coverage here on Alpha Live. Now, Gillian Blandford is wishing Lucas Blandford some good luck. Luke Ford Racing is supporting Hondas in the car. He's in the car, on his phone, on his mobile telephonic device, watching the Alpha Live coverage. Wow. There is William Murphy and his mechanic settled down. So, yeah, please, while you're in the car, Luke, why don't you like, subscribe, and share onto any of the social media platform that you have this coverage, so that we can get up to 19,000 subscribers.
Share it in the person who's next to you on the road.
Why not? Well, they might be driving.
Well, the passengers in the car.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Right, here we go. Starting lineup, go!
William Murphy, Zach Drummond on that front row, with Timo Youngling, Matt Cuthbert rounding out row number 2.
Josh Graham and Cole Denham start on row number 3. Jarrett Clark and Leon Hasty, the Scottish champion, on row number 4.
Harrison Whitcomb and Lucas Blandford round out row 5, with Noah Wolf and Rocco Shenton on row 6.
Row 7 is Max Endicott and Kenzo Craigie. Row 8, Noah Barham and Jack Go West.
Oliver Majewski, you kind of caught me off guard there. Oliver Majewski on row 9 with Lewis Islin, Noah Pikes and Hugh Roche on row number 10, rounding out the top 20.
Thomas Minspearing and Kai Clark are on row 11, Harley Musk and Luca Holmes Paddock on row number 12.
Aras Majewski and Albert Friend on row 13 with Joshua Smith and Gregor Reed on row number 14.
Row number 15, Owen Neve, and rounding out the field, Brendan James. I thought Anthony hadn't sung to you today, so a bit of Pet Shop Boys. Go west, life is peaceful there. Go west in the open air, of which there is done in this commentary box, by the way.
Yes.
Mark Hunter, one request for next year, an Extraction fan for the commentary box. Wowzers.
Just some AC, I think, would be nice.
Okay, 30 carts lined up on the start-finish line in their tram lines. The grid marshals going down there. Oh, it's a nip and tuck affair between Timo Youngling and Joshua Graham. This is going to be very, very tight indeed. The championship lead has flip-flopped already this weekend. Harley Musk getting a bit of support there on the live chat, and Harley was one of our Bambinos last year, so he's, again, starting out at the back. Oh, and I stole that fan from Ian Rogers at Motorsport-Timing
yeah, he wasn't very happy
and now
with you.
You've only turned it on.
Well, I thought now was when we're going to need it, because Honda Cadets, well, they're going to cause a lot of hot air to come out in this room.
They are indeed. So we've got more than 3 races to go. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Good start from William Murphy, but it looks like the number 1 plate, Zach Drummond, gets the job on the outside. Side by side for the race lead going into turn number 1.
Good start then from Honda Cadet as they screech round turn number 1. Absolutely fantastic sight. Already a breakaway, a big pack forming at the front, and two groups forming as they go down. Oh, Kenzo Craigie smacking that curb on the exit of the dogleg as they go through. He's still all right. He's back on the track, but yeah, that was a tough one there. Youngling then up into P2 as they go through. And there on your screen, the 95 leading the way. William Murphy won the last race earlier on in the pre-final, quite convincingly, I will say. And to see him again at the front and starting to pull away is good news for him, not good news for the rest of the track as pack as they go through. Past the Gasworks hairpin, down the hill they go. And again, good, clean start for Honda Cadet. Nicely done.
Yep, and the sunny skies here. They all make their way around, and it's Youngling in second place. Chasing down our leader, William Murphy. Zach Drummond in third position.
So those top three now starting to break away from that main pack in front of them. But like we say, in Honda Cadet, it's the spring effect, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the spring effect. I mean, starting right at the back was Owen Neve, who had a spin in the last lap of the thing. But he's got top 10 pace. Already, Owen Neve is up in the 23rd position. Now, he's 4.7 seconds back, 13 seconds ago. Don't count out Owen Neve in the number 65 Callum Hargrave driver development machine just yet, because he's very, very quick. If he can start making moves and maintain momentum up through the pack, and these three are going to battle, because Murphy is going to try and keep Youngling behind to try and help his teammate Josh Graham in the championship. Zach Drummond, he's trying to help his Synergies teammates. So Drummond, the number 1 plate kart, he's only racing this round, or possibly the next round, I don't know, but he hasn't raced in this championship, the Honda Championship this year. So he is going to trying to help his Synergy teammates. So they're going to be trying to back the leaders up, you know, and help their respective teammates, and that is going to help someone like number 65 Owen Neve, who is now up into 22nd place, so he's gained 7 places in 2 laps. He's behind our Slovakian driver Luca Holmes Balak. Anglo-Serbian driver Luca Holmes Balak at the moment. Rocco Shenton into 9th, Jarrett Clark up into the top 10. Lucas Blandford is the best privateer in the race at the moment in 11th position on the Zip chassis. There is Neve going through. He's picked up another place. He's got Albert Friend right behind him. Albie, who's still on a high after winning the tickets to the grand final along with Kenzo Craigie. And that's going to give him such a huge boost as a driver, you know. But there is Neve in the number 65 car there, that blue and white machine. That's the Passion Motorsport kart of Oliver Majewski, our Anglo-Polish driver. And at the back there's Brendan James. So all 30 karts still running. The leaders, Murphy, Youngling and Drummond, are not pulling away really. They're 4/10 up on 4th place Joshua Graham. And look at that multi-kart train. Leon Hasty, 58.47, fastest lap of the race.
It was indeed, and there was a little bit of bumping and barging as the 28 went off the track at turn number 1, came back on as well, so going Paddock.
Oh my word, there's dust being kicked up there, and that was one of the SFR carts running very, very wide there. There's number 10, Max Cuthbert, also getting involved. But we saw as well as Drummond making a move for second place. Now, Drummond is going to want to try and get up. He's not going to work with I don't think we're going to see Zach Drummond working with Timo Jungling. Drummond will try and get past Timo Jungling because he has to back Jungling up into his teammates, the likes of Noah Wolf in the GP plate, and also the other driver, the other synergy car, Max Cuthbert in the number 10. They're the two synergy drivers that are in the chance for the championship, the GP plate and the 10. And so Drummond has got to try and get to the front. And having a look up, he's already passed Timo Jungling. Yes, so where we're looking at Noah Wolf and Rocco Shenton, out of the corner of my eye, I can see that Zach Drummond has taken the race lead. And now, watch this. So there he is. Now watch Drummond sort of make it difficult. He's not going to let Timo Jungling back past, I'll guarantee you.
No, he's not going to let him back past. He's going to be like a brick wall.
Yes.
He is Drummond. Now he's got back into the front. And looking at the points now they've updated with where Jungling is at the moment means he's got 721 points from Jensen Graham's 716 points. And now he's taken the lead. That may update once more as they go through. But yeah, like we're saying it was going to be a brick wall. But there is a look at the virtual championship then as it stands. With this final, as it's looking, Jungling has managed to retake the championship lead then as they go through. Noah Wolf still there in third place, and back down the inside there goes Drummond, and as well, who's that following?
That's
Mr. Graham as well. The number 4 comes through. Now that could mean that this championship points could change once more.
Now looking down, so Jungling's nearest teammate is Leon Hasty in 9th position. So Jungling hasn't got any teammates around. Here comes Josh Graham and Zach Drummond, happy to let Josh Graham take the lead. Now he goes back in on Jungling, and Jungling is pushed back to 3rd position. And look, Drummond's tactics have worked because I'm not saying that Zach Drummond's not going to try and win this race. He is.
Yeah.
But, you know, Max Cuthbert is already there, and Cuthbert in the number 10 kart is 4th in the championship. Okay, he's got 40 points to make up on, 30 points, just over 38 points to make up on Timo Jungling. But of course, there's so many different drivers that can win. You know, Cuthbert is still in with a chance of the title, as is Noah Wolf. Wolf is the second kart in the first kart in the second group. Here comes Drummond again, and Jungling trying to go with him and pass Graham for second, but Graham closes the door.
He does indeed. So as they go through, 8.5 minutes to go then of this race, plus that one additional lap. Battles forming here as Islin sets the fastest lap of the race now, currently running in P12. But like we always say in Honda Cadet, any one of these drivers all the way down to, well, this first big group really is separated from 1st to 28th. My timing, Dara is saying. So, you know, the fact that you're in 11th place means that you're very much in with a shot of taking potentially a race win in this. So, you know, keep your eyes focused on the screen as much as you can, because at the moment, Zach Drummond still leading the way. Now, Jungling there. Now, the points have updated once more. So now the positions are as they are, with Graham in front of Jungling. Graham now leads the championship with 722 points from Jungling's 716 points. So there we go. With how they stand now, Graham would be going into the final round at Paul Fletcher International, leading the championship. So, you know, the battle is definitely between these drivers on your screen right here. And that's going to be the crucial one, because at the moment, Noah Wolf has got 688 points. He's starting to fall back on those points, with him currently in 5th place. So he needs to get up this sharp end, I would say quite sharpish. Sharpish now, yeah. Owen Neve, his challenge is sort of stalled out in about 19th place at the moment. But as we can see there, the driver in front of kart number 4, that was the race leader running off. Here's Rocco Shenton losing a place in the number 86 kart. But it's still Drummond leading. You can see that salt tire on the top of the crash helmet across St Andrew. Then it is the number 4 of Graham. The 8 of Jungling. They're going through the horseshoe, under braking for Paddock. And now hard at the power. Rocco Shenton, you can see just pulling to the inside. He's up into 8th or 9th place. So you've got still got this 4-kart breakaway. Now William Murphy has slid back to 9th now. And so the 2 championship leaders are 2nd and 3rd. Noah Wolf and Cole Denham, the 2 teammates there, side by side. Wolf on the outside. Denham lets him back in.
But yeah, it's very, very tense indeed. And, you know, the top four have still got that sort of half-second advantage over this big group we're watching now. There's Lucas Blanford. Lucas Blanford, the leading privateer in the field. In fact, yeah, he is in 12th position at the moment. Fantastic performance. But these drivers, there goes Noah Wolf and Cole Denham. Cole Denham up over the back of Noah Wolf, and that takes Leon Hasty onto the grass. They lose positions, but Noah Wolf is now at the head of that lead group. Rocco Shenton in the zip car entry is behind him now, and Shenton getting shoved along by, I think that's William Murphy, our pole sitter. But this battling's allowing the top four to get away.
It is indeed, and they are not closing in at all. That gap is now nearly 2 seconds between themselves and that top four with this scrap happening on screen. But like I say, it's good to watch, but not good for points, not good for championships,
no,
not
exactly.
good for the drivers. But at the moment for the fans here at the circuit, and for there, as over the top, the number 5 of Islin goes skyrocketing into the air, and a bit of contact there at the back of another kart there. But as they go through, he's back on all fours and rejoins the circuit, but albeit now losing several positions.
Yeah, Lewis Islin, he had come up to 8th place after starting 18th. He was up into the top 10. He's now going to be down outside the top 12 or 13th place, I'd say. He gets a warning flag as well. Obviously a misjudgment of braking from Lewis Islin. There's Kenzo Craigie in the number 44 Ambition Motorsport kart, running in 13th position, and you can see that gap growing between the top four and Noah Wolf in 5th. Noah Wolf needs Rocco Shenton to work with him now. The only chance that Noah Wolf has got really of winning this race is a combined thing. He's got to have Rocco Shenton to push him along and not battle with him, and he's got those top four that are pulling away, the leaders. They have got to start fighting. Youngling leads from Graham, then it is the two Synergy karts, Drummond and Cuthbert. Now, Zach Drummond in 3rd place, he's going to try and get back up in front of Youngling and Graham as quick as he can. 4.5 minutes to go. Shenton is going to have to start pushing, not looking for a way through, but pushing, which he's doing so. No, in fact, a little bit, as Wolf runs wide, Shenton up into 5th position, and Noah Wolf's Championship Challenge is hanging by a thread here, as Youngling still leads, but the new 2nd place man is now the defending champion, or the reigning champion, Zach Drummond. Here comes Drummond on Youngling for the race lead. Youngling looks across, doesn't defend, and Drummond moves into top spot. Now will we see Drummond starting to slow the pace down at the front. The top four have a lead of 2.3 seconds over 5th place Rocco Shenton. And as I say that, the 5th place kart, the battle is still going off. Will Drummond start to defend? He's already, yes he is. So Drummond is going to try and back this group into the main body of karts.
I think you could be correct on that one, because you saw there from Youngling saying, come on, go, 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 and that's exactly why Drummond did the complete opposite. So
Youngling saying go, 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 Drummond saying no, no, no.
Indeed. So as they go through, 3.5 minutes left then, keep an eye on that gap, because at the moment it is 2.1 seconds, but under investigation now is Rocco Shenton, the 86 kart, as also Timo Youngling retakes the lead.
Timo knew what Zach was trying to do.
Yeah.
So Timo's now going to defend as well, because what
can you do?
You're in between a rock and a hard place. If I lead, then I've got to defend, because Drummond's going to be all over me. If I let Drummond pass, then I've got to attack, because Drummond's going to try and slow everyone down. The gap between the top four and 5th place is now 1.9 seconds. You can see it on the timing bar on the left-hand side. It was 2.3. And Youngling has decided, well, if it's going to be a 20 kart battle for the lead, I want to be first in that 20 karts.
Yeah.
And so he is going to defend. 2.5 minutes to go. Zach Drummond is going to say after the race, I don't know why he was defending for 2 minutes to go. And Timo's going to say, well, I don't know why Zach was defending with 3 minutes to go. But either way, it's now going to be a bun fight. And look how many others we're going to join the party before this race is over, because already you've got Noah Wolf and Lewis Islin in 6th and 7th place closing in. There is Rocco Shenton as well. So, it's going to be a 15-20 kart train. Look at them piling onto the start-finish straight. We've got 2 minutes to go. Luckily, I've got a couple of painkillers there because I think my head's going to be absolutely banging by the end of this one.
Well, let's find out, because the gap now is only 0.6 of a second. They took nearly a whole second out of them over that last lap. So, you know, that is really showing how much they're defending. And look at Noah Wolf. He's in this pack now. He's in this pack. He's up into P5. He's up into P4, is he? No, P5.
But bump. You can see Youngling slamming on the brakes nice and early into centre two there. They're all constituting back into each other like dominoes. Here comes Shenton to Cole Denham, Jarrett Clark, William Murphy, Leon Hasty. We've got 11 karts now separated by 2.5 seconds. They all pile around Gasworks together, and oh dear, Shenton gets shuffled wide going through the horseshoe and loses a couple of places. But it's okay. In about 2 corners, he'll be back in the top 5.
He will indeed. Let's find out what's going to happen then. 1 minute to go then, plus 1 additional lap. Over the line they go. The top 5 going defensive from 6th place down. They're not going defensive. They're keeping on that normal racing line.
And it's going to be hard to pick him out, but number 65, Owen Neve, we said, watch, he's got the potential. There's the number 40 kart of Oliver Majewski going through. Oh, there's somebody off there. That's Drummond running wide at the exit of St John's. Owen Neve is now in the top 15. He's within 3 seconds of the race leader from the back of the grid. I said he could get to the front, and the race has panned out just for him.
There we go. 30 seconds left on the timer then. Are they going to get an extra lap in, or are they going to see the last lap board this time?
They'll get an extra lap in. They'll get an extra lap in. Ian Rogers is going to sit on the timing screen just so we can get an extra lap in. I tell you something now. This is going to be really... Oh, yellow flags waving up at Gasworks. I think the driver just running a little bit wide, but getting back on there. Somebody parked at the exit of the corner. 10 seconds left. So, Youngling leads. 2 laps to go. Game on. Youngling, Graham, then Wolf, Cuthbert, Islin, Denham, Drummond is 7th now. Then it's Hasty, Shenton and Murphy, your top 10. Craig, 11th, Barham, Neve, Whitacombe and Lucas Blandford, your top 15, all separated by less than 3 seconds.
Any one of these drivers could take this. The last lap board coming out this time. At the moment, Youngling leads the championship on points, but Graham is only 3 points behind, and he can see those 3 points right in front of him as they go through again up towards the Gasworks hairpin, looking over the shoulder. Look at that. Wolf toes the long way round, takes the outside line. That's going to be risky on the exit. Can't quite do it. Stays there in P3.
He had a teammate to help him get back in line, though.
He did indeed. His teammate very much helped him to close that gap. Out of the final corner to the start-finish line. Last lap board comes out and the Honda Cadet train begins for the final time here at Warden Law.
This is fantastic. Through turn number 1, Timo Youngling for SFR Motorsport has the lead, but Joshua Graham, his title rival, is crawling all over the back of him like a spider that's coming in from the cold. Now, there in 3rd position is Noah Wolf. Max Cuthbert in the number 10 kart runs 4th. So the top 4 drivers in the championship in the top 4 positions in this race, but being led by Germany's Timo Youngling through the back straight chicane. Youngling's got to defend for all he is worth. All he is worth into the Gasworks hairpin. What can Josh Graham do? There's not a kart length that's left. Who's going to go around the outside? Somebody bulldozed their way up the inside for about 6th or 7th place. Youngling, and here comes Graham though. Graham isn't finished yet. 1 corner to go, Anthony.
I don't think they're going to do it then as they exit the final corner then. Honda Cadet Race 23 final here at Warden Law is going to be won by across the line. Actually, it was Joshua Graham on the timing beam who crosses first.
Youngling, visually, Youngling got that. I wonder what happened there. Let's see if we can see a replay of that. Youngling and Graham, well, out of the final corner, let's have a look. The timing, so Graham...
It was definitely Youngling. It was definitely Timo who crosses the line first.
Yeah, our screens are saying Josh Graham, but no, Timo Youngling by 0.07 of a second. So, yeah, Timo Youngling, driver number 8, takes the win. Josh Graham flashing up on our screens there saying the winner. No, there's a transponder issue there on the last lap there, but it's Youngling who takes the win from Graham. Noah Wolf in 3rd, Islin is 4th, Shenton is 5th, 6th for Drummond, 7th for Leon Hasty, 8th for the poleman William Murphy, 9th from 30th for Owen Neve. What a drive. Kenzo Craigie rounds out the top 10. Max Cuthbert there was caught out of the Gasworks hairpin on the last lap. He finishes 11th, followed by Albert Friend, Harrison Whitcomb, leading privateer home, Lucas Blanford. Then Oliver Majewski, Aris Majuskas, Jack West, Cole Denham, Max Endicott and Joshua Smith, your top 20. Noah Barham went off on the last lap. He finished 21st, Jarrett Clark 22nd. Then it was Hugh Roche, Noah Pikes, Gregor Reed, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Kai Clark, Harley Musk, Thomas Min Spearing and Brendan James. But all 30 starters successfully made it to the checkered flag. Timo Youngling's championship lead over Josh Graham. Timo Youngling's championship lead over Josh Graham grows to just 1 or 2 points. But any one of 4 drivers realistically can still win the title when we get to PFI next month. It's going to be an absolute classic in Honda Cadet, of that I am certain. Anthony Jordan has found a relieved and happy Timo Youngling in the paddock. Take it away, DJ.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here, and the karts are still coming into the pit lane. There's a hive of activity as the last of the karts just come in. But our top 3 here, Linus, you can see here, our race winner, Timo. Timo, come join us. What a final that was for you. You must be pleased with that one. A lot of hard work.
Yeah, I spent so long trying to get this victory at Warden Law. I'm so glad it's worked out well.
Well, championships looking close as well. You're leading at the moment now as you go into the final round at PFI. It must be a tough thing to deal with at such a young age. But, you know, last year was a great year as well. But seeing you here this year, leading going into the final round in the Honda Cadet Championship, it must be a good feeling.
Yeah, it's the best feeling I've ever had.
Good, that's a good answer. Anyone you'd like to thank, Timo?
I'd like to thank RPM Motorsport for the engines, SFR, ZZ Chains, ZX1 Lube, and my dad and my mechanic Joe.
Excellent, well done. Well, you're a Honda Cadet race winner from the Wera Tours British Kart Championship, Timo Youngling, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Let's have a chat to our second place man then, Joshua Graham, who's sitting in the car in a very uncomfortable position, but there we go. Joshua, well, that race, again, from your point of view, that was, again, a very tooth and nail. We in the commentary box, we didn't know who was going to win that one.
Yeah, it's a bit hectic, but managed to get second, so good points.
Good points on that one, of course. Going into the final round, of course, it's got very close on points for the championship, of course. You know, it's a lot of pressure to deal with, but from your point of view, it's a great weekend this weekend. You know, some good racing. The weather held off for us, which is a nice feeling, wasn't it? We were all expecting rain, weren't we?
Yeah.
No rain came out, but yeah, from your point of view, great weekend, you must admit.
Thank you.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Synergy Fluoro, Ambition Motorsport, my dad, and RPM.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Joshua Graham, third place in the Honda Cadets.
Thanks.
Excellent. Let's have a chat with our third place man there, Noah Wolf. Now, Noah, that was a tough race from your point of view, but I think your teammate, Mr. Zach Drummond, helped you out quite a lot in that one.
Yeah, he helped me out really well this weekend. Thank you to Zach.
But talk us through for that race weekend from your point of view, because it's been a tough one for you, hasn't it, this one?
Yeah, it's been a tough one with the whole racing. Didn't qualify that well, so just made the whole weekend harder.
Well, I mean, to have a bad qualifying, to come back in the final, you know, finishing third, it's still a good high at the end of the weekend, so you can be happy with that one. We still go away with some silverware at the end of the weekend, but yeah, you can leave this Warden Law circuit happy, I think.
Yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, all my mechanic Jed, my family and all my sponsors and my team.
Excellent stuff. Well, excellent stuff. Well done. Third place in the Honda Cadets.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for our race winners and for or race leaders for Honda Cadets. More races coming up. We've got Junior Rotax coming up next.
There we go. Thank you, Anthony. And always good to hear from the youngest drivers in the paddock, the Honda Cadet drivers. Yeah, you get a refreshing amount of honesty before the PR machine takes over. But good stuff. And we now have 3 races to go. Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and the championship finale in KZ2. Can I just please remind you all to like and subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and also to share the coverage, whether you're watching it on Facebook, on the British Championships Facebook page, share it with some friends, you know, just to say, look, watch this, the next hour you're going to see some amazing kart racing, and the next amazing kart race you're going to see is coming up very, very shortly. The final for Junior Rotax. Now, this is the class that, well, if there's going to be one class that is going to go down to the last lap of the last race of the season, then you would bet it being Junior Rotax. If you think Honda Cadet and Rotax 177 are close, wow. Neil Clark came into today with a 3-point championship lead over Ollie Stevens. There is Sam Gornall, who won the pre-final on your right. That's Ted Bradbury on the left. Neil Clark has got his hands folded there, and that's Archie Walker. So 4 of the contenders all chatting amongst themselves. Neil Clark, the championship leader, you know, a rookie, a rookie in the British Championship. Started the year with Sam Pollock Racing, now moved over to Tooney Motorsport. There is the Coles Racing kart of Sam Gornall. So a quick recap for you. Round 1, Dan Ginchard won at Clay Pigeon. Well, he was awarded the win because the final was flooded out. Archie Walker in kart number 7 won at Mansell Raceway. Harry Linden won the first final at Wilton Mill, and Dan Ginchard won his second final of the season, the first on the road at the second Sunday at Wilton Mill. There's Harry Linden's kart. The championship standings: Neil Clark, Ollie Stevens, Leon Henderson, Dan Ginchard and Daniel Armstrong are the top 5. 5 drivers separated by 30 points. Harry Linden is 6th, Sam Gornall is 7th, then Gustav Usakovs is 8th, Jez Williams 9th, and Archie Walker round out the top 10. I think there's still 7 or 8 drivers with a chance of the title here. If Jez Williams has a good final and a few other drivers drop back, then Jez Williams is going to play himself into the contention. Someone is asking, will there be a Paddock show today? Well, yes, there will. At the end of the last race, myself and Anthony Jordan will have a quick roundup.
Yep.
You know, 15 or so minutes, 10, 15 minutes, a roundup, a quick jaunt around the paddock to watch everyone like clearing up to go home and to speak to the winners and some of the not-so-winners.
And that'll be live as well, folks. That will be straight after.
That'll be live.
Straight after the last interviews.
A question for the stream. How many times does Anthony say excellent in the next 10 minutes? Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah,
yep.
I say it a lot, don't I?
Yep.
It's my go-to word.
It's your go-to word. Now, or Lexi Belk getting cheering on. Now, Ollie Stevens is being cheered on by Nicola Stevens, all the way down in Cornwall. Oh, now that's a drive. We're going to count them. The next time that Anthony does the post-race interviews in Junior Rotax to end this race, we're going to count how many times DJ says the word excellent, 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 excellent stuff, excellent stuff, excellent, excellent, excellent. That's marvellous. That's excellent. Sorry, I'm getting...
Physical abuse is happening.
So the answer is yes, there's going to be a paddock show. Yes, there's going to be 3 or more amazing racings. And somebody has driven over the grass. Now, that's Gabe Fairbrother's kart. So Gabe Fairbrother went off in the pre-final, retired, and... Of course, you know, you can't like then shave the tyres or anything like that like you used to do. There's no tyre heaters or anything like that allowed. There's Chris Walker walking up to the paddock there, kartpicks.net, the official championship photographer.
Who disappears behind a wall and leaves without a trace.
Yes. There's Daniel Sabula. So he's got another top gear from the rear in the number 12 privateer, Tony Kart, after a crash yesterday. Started the back, worked all the way up to the top 15 and then retired from the pre-final. There's Leighton Cooper, started the year in Minimax, has moved up to Junior Max. It's been a little bit difficult for him. Oh, Anthony, it's going to be very, very, very tight here. I mean, Kai Hunter's got 8 Junior Rotax wins. Nobody else has got more than 2 since the start of 2019. Tom Adams has got 2, Matthew Higgins has got 2, Archie Walker's got 2, Dan Ginchard's got 2, and then a single winner piece for William Jenkins, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Sam Gornall and Harry Linden. Dan Holland Racing have taken 11 wins. Coles Racing have got 4, Argenti have got 3, and KR Sport have got 2. Nobody else has won a final in Junior Rotax at the start of 2019. And lots of people shouting for go into Argenti Motorsport. Yes, Mioxa. Well, Mioxa, the last time at Wilton Mill, we weren't allowed into Argenti Motorsports because they were doing something, but they did let us in last night. But we said no. We said, hell no, we won't go because, you know, but they were joking. So we might have a look. Well, it depends. We'll go and try and catch up with some of the winners. There's Ted Bradbury, fastest ginger in the field this week. Is MLC there today? No, MLC Motorsport aren't in the paddock because they race in Iami X30.
Well, there you go.
There we go. Now, Ted Bradbury is having a very, very good weekend. Even though he's only 18th in the point standings, he is due to start. Well, we'll tell you what. We'll tell you where he's due to start very shortly when we run down the full starting lineup.
Well, let's do that now, shall we? Because here it is. Sam Gornall and Jez Williams will start on that front row with Leon Henderson and Charlie Hart rounding out row number 2.
Stephen Duncan and Harry Linden are on row 3, followed by Neil Clark, championship leader, and Scott Lapsley for Strawberry Racing on row number 4.
Ryan Willis and Daniel Armstrong on row 5 with Lexi Belk and Mikey Porter rounding out row 6.
Row 7, Dan Ginchard and Ollie Stevens, championship contenders on row 7, as well as on row 8 with Archie Walker. He shares row 8 with Rory Burke.
Sophie Kinghorn and Evie Poulane on row number 9 with Leo LaCastro and Chloe Chong rounding out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11 is Gustav Uzakovs and Declan Russell on Ollie Goodyear and Alex Biles on row 12.
Row 13, Matthew Lambert and Ethan Lomax with Pearson Bullock Carter and Gabe Fairbrother rounding out row 14.
Row 15 is Daniel Sabula and Jamie Perrelly, Leighton Cooper and Ted Bradbury starting shotgun on the field. 30 drivers. At the back of the pack you've got 32 drivers. 15 minutes. Jez Williams, the number 9 Vision Motorsports Kart, sharing the outside of the front row with Sam Gornall. These two drivers have locked horns 2 years ago in Minimax, last year in Junior Max. Once again in Juniors, they're on the front row of the grid. It's going to be a false start.
That was a very early call for false start as well, so something they weren't happy with from the word go before they even got to the final corner.
Yeah, it was an early call, and they did look at maybe. I think obviously what that camera angle would show it is the overall pace of the cart. Maybe
they could have been gone
way too fast. And Nigel Edwards and Ken Potter, the officials there, went no.
No. They know more than us.
They do considerably. There is Jez Williams, the Rhino Goo sponsored driver. Lindsay Gill wishing Ollie Stevens good luck. Ollie Stevens, Mr. Consistency this year. You know, he's not been on the. He's not won a final. He won a final in Minimax 2 years ago, but in Junior Max. But he's just racking up the points consistently. In a field of such experience, it's incredible. The top 3 drivers in the series are all rookies in the class, first-year junior drivers. Clark is a rookie in the championship. Stevens a rookie in the class, and Henderson a rookie in the championship. Charlie Hart there in the Sam Pollock number 50. He's been very, very quick. But Jez Williams, 3 wins as a Minimax driver in the British Championship. His second year as a junior, yet to taste the top step of the podium. Let's see, will that statistic change now? Now the lights are out, now we're green, now we're off and racing. Williams gets a great start and sweeps all the way around the outside of turn number 1. Charlie Hart trying to go side by side as well with Leon Henderson. They somehow all sort themselves out and into the dog leg. And there is Daniel Armstrong making his way through, passing Stephen Duncan. Leo the Lion LaCastro goes over the curbs down into St John's, but it's a good, clean start, Anthony.
It was a very clean start then from the entirety of the pack, all through the first few corners unscathed, and as they exit now up the hill towards the back chicane and up towards the Gasworks hairpin, side by side in the back of the pack there is the 29 getting comfortable off track. Declan Russell, the privateer driver, slots back into position as they all go through, but there at the front leading the way, the number 9, Jez Williams from Gornall, as they go round into the final corner. Good start, Junior Rotax.
Yes, the end of lap number 1. Williams leads. Will Gornall slip to his inside to make the move for top spot? Not through turn number 1 this time as they head uphill through Brian's Bend into the dog leg. Gornall looking very aggressive. The top 5, literally you cannot put a cigarette paper between them. They are so close together. Henderson, Hart and Linden, 3rd, 4th and 5th. A good start from Neil Clark up into 6th position. Archie Walker's already up 7 places to 9th. Looking further down, Ollie Stevens, championship contender, up 2 places to 12th. But Daniel Ginchard has dropped 7 places. Ginchard has dropped to 20th.
He has indeed. So as they all slot back into position now, this top 3 slightly, well, I say slightly, I was going to say breaking away, but they're not breaking away at all, really, are they, as they go through? Because Charlie Hart's also there, currently in 5th place as they go through. And Linden, I believe, has just dropped back now into P6 as he's starting to fall down the order a little bit as they go through the shot there. Here's a change for the lead. Henderson down the inside gets that job done as well. Side by side, Gornall and Williams go. Williams slots back into second place, though.
And with that move, Leon Henderson takes the lead in the championship by 2 points over Neo Clark, who continues to run in sixth position in kart number 81. Williams having to defend second place from Gornall now. Henderson leads Clark in the championship by 2 points. We have got 7 drivers separated by 40 points. Even Harry Linden is only 44 points off the lead, and he's in 8th in the championship. Charlie Hart, his good performance has moved him into the top 10.
It has indeed. So with 12.5 minutes to go, and that is the number 12 off the circuit.
Daniel Sabula. It has not been a good weekend. Sabula was so quick at Wilton Mill. He's so talented, this young driver that's come over from the Daniel Ricciardo series. He's a privateer runner, but he is not having a good day today, and much to think about before PFI, I think, for young Daniel. Leon Henderson has the race lead.
There we go then as they go through the S's. Ginchard now the O plate with the fastest lap of the race, 51.500. Currently 18th place for Ginchard. That is not usually where we see him.
Well, no, but of course now he's back in that snarling pack of karts. Even if you've got a quicker machine, it's difficult to get there because every driver is battling tooth and nail for every single position. There's the number 4, well, that was the number 54 of Mikey Porter going through. We saw Lexi Belk in that group. Lexi is the leading privateer at the moment, although she's got Declan Russell. So the best privateer battle is between the 90 of Lexi Belk and the 29 of Declan Russell, 15th and 16th on the road, just in front of Chloe Chong. But Henderson now for Strawberry Racing, pulling away. Williams for Vision Motorsport, hanging on to second place. But Charlie Hart for Sam Pollitt Racing is giving Jez all he can handle and more. And Harry Linden's up into 4th place. Linden's out of this, and Lexi Belk out of the race. The curse the commentator strikes. The mad cart has lost its teeth.
It has indeed, and comes to a grinding halt. That's an absolute shame. But here, all action still flies as karts dicing through each other through that chicane, and as they go up the hill now, positions as yellow flags out in this sector, of course, that possibly for Lexi Belk, who's at the exit of that corner. There she is, yeah.
Now, we talk about variety and the spice of life. We've got a Strawberry Racing kart leading a Vision Motorsport kart. Then there's a Sam Pollitt Racing kart. Then someone from Dan Holland Racing. Then Thule Motorsport. Then Coles Racing. Then KR Sport. The top 7 drivers drive for 7 different teams. That is what we want to see in karting. But it's the green and white of Strawberries Racing who lead the way with Leon Henderson from Scotland. We've got one Scottish driver pursued by 2 Welshmen and then a host of Englishmen here in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. And a Latvian just sets the fastest lap of the race, Gustav Usakovs. This is why the British Championship is, it's not one of the best, it is one of the best domestic championship in the real, but it really is international in flavour. Drivers come from far and wide to race here, and this is why.
Yeah, the standard of racing in this category and in this entire championship, you know, is through the roof when we see them battling here around circuits in the UK and putting everything tooth and nail on the line around all of this. And, you know, when we get drivers from overseas around, they join the British champs, and they always say, this is a tough group of drivers.
Well, Thomas Strouben in Minimax yesterday. I mean, Thomas has represented Belgium in Brazil. He's represented Belgium in Italy, in Sarno, the 2 grand finals. He's won European events, and represented his country. And he said he's never experienced anything like this. And he races the Euro Trophy all season, as well as the BNL. 2 very, very, very popular and impressive championships. But into the back straight chicane we go. There's the number 4 car, pole sitter Dan Gornall. Now, Leon Henderson is pulling away to the tune of 1.2 seconds. There's a move. That's Archie Walker in the number 7 car going up the inside of championship leader Neo Clark, who now falls to 5th position. He was at the 4th place, was Neo. But you can see Henderson pulling away. Jez Williams has got to... So the 2 Welshmen, Williams and Linden, have got to start working together for Dragon and Country, for Sheep and Country, to close in on the escaping Scotsman. Leon Henderson, who's pulling away. Leon looking for his first win. The only one in the top 3 that has a win is Harry Linden on the road this year. It's Linden. He won the Saturday final at Wilton Mill.
He did indeed, so as they go through again.
Oh, and that's the
Three
problem. So
wide.
Neo Clark losing out big time there.
Oh.
And there's a spin right in front of the championship contenders. That's Ollie Stevens. So Ollie Stevens, his first real mistake in a final this year. And that was almost in front of Ginchard and Neo Clark. Neo Clark's been shuffled back quite a long way now. And there's a Project 1 kart taking to the skies. That's Ryan Willis in kart number 14. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, no, that's a nightmare for that one as they go through again. Changes and contact all the way through this one as the drivers now slot themselves back into position. Neo Clark with a warning flag. Of course, now as they go through with Neo falling down this order by quite a way now, currently sitting in 10th place. It's allowing Leon Henderson to now take the lead in the championship as well. Now with 742 points over Neo Clark, 731.
Anthony, I'm devastated.
What?
I wasted my what you talking about Willis gag on Jamie Perrelly. It was Jamie Perrelly going off, not Ryan Willis. I'm beside myself. Been waiting all year to do my what you talking about Willis. There's Willis on your screen in kart number 42, and I wait for his teammate and I misidentify the number. Oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the racing. 7 minutes to go. Declan Russell gets a warning flag. Jez Williams still holding off Harry Linden for second place.
There we go then, 7 minutes plus that one additional lap to go then. All eyes on this front pack. Well, I say it's the front pack. It is the battle for second place because your race leader at the moment, Leon Henderson, has checked out 1.7 seconds clear. He's not fully checked out. They're in the same part of the track. They're in the same sort of section of track, but it is still a clear advantage he's got.
I'll say now that unless Leon Henderson makes a mistake, they are not going to catch him. They have been battling for too long. Jez Williams has been having to defend for far too long from Harry Linden, and they're not going to catch Leon Henderson now, even if Linden, because I don't know who's the quickest of these three karts.
Yeah.
Maybe Ollie Walker, Archie Walker rather. Ollie Walker, that's going back a few years, dearie me. I'm all over the shop this one, but yeah, Jez Williams, he has not got the pace to stay with Leon Henderson. Harry Linden, well, if he hasn't got the pace to pass Jez Williams, then he hasn't got the pace to catch a 1.8 second gap. Archie Walker and Sam Gornall, they just haven't got track position. Gornall, the pre-final winner, who won it comfortably, and Walker, who has already won a race this year, you know, they just haven't got track position. They might have the pace. How much more is it going to cost them to get past Linden and Williams to get up there? There's the number 8 kart of Daniel Armstrong, having a very solid run in the Dan Holland Racing number 8 kart. In 6th position, Charlie Haas just set the fastest lap of the race in 7th place. Then it's Project 1 Racing's Ryan Willis in 8th position. Lapsley is 9th, and Neo Clark and Dan Ginchard down in 10th and 11th.
You can see Harry Linden as they were going up into the Gasworks hairpin saying, you know, to Archie Walker, go, 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 don't defend. But
yeah.
Archie Walker, again, he was defending into the Gasworks hairpin. So he is still backing the pack up. You know, just don't trust each other, do they? And rightly so.
And in this class, rightly so. Chloe Chong, good mention, 13th place, having a fantastic, easily her best performance of the season so far. Chloe Chong up into 13th place. Declan Russell is now the leading privateer in 14th place, equally as praiseworthy for Russell. Then it's Stephen Duncan, Ollie Stevens down in 16th position. Then it's Evie Poulane, Pearson Bullock Carter, Ted Bradbury up from last to 19th. Good performance from Ted. Then it's Jamie Perrelly, Gabe Fairbrother, Leo LaCastro, Rory Burke, Ollie Goodyear, Leighton Cooper, Sophie Kinghorn, Mikey Porter, Matthew Lambert, Alex Biles, Ethan Lomax, Daniel Sabula is still in the race, 2 laps down, and Lexi Belk sadly out of the running.
Yeah, indeed. So with 4.5 minutes plus that 1 lap to go, are these two at this front of this pack going to start working together? Because they've got similar looking karts, but trust me, they're two very different teams.
They are indeed. My protestations about one of them getting a new graphics kit keep falling on deaf ears.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Because you've got one Vision, Jez Williams, and you've got one Archie Walker, KR Sport.
The number 54 kart pulls in to retire Mikey Porter, the Jax Motorsport entry. So a shame for him. He joins Lexi Belk on the sidelines. And yeah, so 2.14 seconds is now Leon Henderson's lead. This is a great battle for second. Now Archie Walker has passed. So Harry Linden is. To be fair to Harry, he hasn't attacked Archie Walker. He's given Archie Walker a couple of laps to get his head down and closing on Jez Williams. Williams is now pulling away ever so slightly from this battle, but they're still 2.2 seconds behind the race leader. Ollie Stevens is still only 16th. We've got 3.5 minutes to go.
They have indeed. So what can be done in this pack? Because at the moment you're looking here at the battle for second place on track, and it is starting to kick off because down the inside goes Ryan Willis, the 42 of Daniel Armstrong, tries to get that move done, can't quite do it, and it looks like Charlie Hart's dropped a position as well now. So Hart, even though he's got the fast lap of the race, has just dropped behind Daniel Armstrong now and is down into P7. All with it being with that fastest lap of the race. 3 minutes plus that one additional lap. Back out of the final corner and across the line they go. And again, hand gestures coming in from the side of the track just to tell their drivers what they need. Do they need them to, you know, focus, stay behind, push? Do they need them to try and get past? What do they need them to do? It's all those sorts of technical things that can come from just what two hands can do.
And each team will have slightly different hand signals.
Yeah.
And each driver will have slightly different hand signals, but the drivers will know what they have to do. It's just going to be so difficult for anybody to catch Leon Henderson, who continues to pull away. We've now just got 2.5 minutes to go. There's Ryan Willis in the number 42 kart. Neo Clark is still down in 10th, so it is proving quite tricky to pass here at Warden Law, has to be said, as Daniel Sabula retires the number 12 kart in front of our commentary position. There is Willis now challenging Hart for what would be 7th position. But there's the gap on your screen, well, on visually, as now Williams begins to defend from Archie Walker. Walker thought about making a move going into turn number 1, but then backed out of it. So it's Jez Williams in second position. They come out of the dogleg, down the hill slightly, into St John's, off camber, not running too wide. Now up the short straight towards Senna 1. Slightly later apex in Senna 1 than there is in Senna 2. Senna 2 opens out a little bit on the exit. They go onto the back straight, then straight into the back straight chicane, in and out over that last curb. That just sets the kart up nicely for the run across the top of the knife edge towards Gasworks hairpin, and look at that, now Jez Williams has broken away. So with 90 seconds to go, for the first time all race, Williams has got clear breathing space between us. Let's see what the lap time is going to be from Jez this time around. 51.06 for Leon Henderson, a 51.3 for Jez Williams, a 51.5 for Archie Walker, but Walker regains that ground in the slipstream, going through the main straight and into turn number 1, and they're all lining up all the way back to Scott Lapsley there in the number 33 kart. So this is second place back to 10th, with Dan Ginchard running in 11th. And there's Linden at the inside of Walker, but slides wide, and then Walker shows him the outside line, and now Linden is side by side with Sam Gornall on the outside, side by side. One of them has got to give, and it's Linden.
He has indeed. So good riding from these, or driving from these drivers. So Sabula leaves the pit lane again. He had a bit of a tyre pressure moment there and has been sent back out. 30 seconds to go then, and all action here in this kind of mid to front pack. Like you were saying, the top 10 really separated in this sort of battle here by absolutely nothing. There's nothing between these drivers, about a second between the entire pack, really, isn't it? It's great to see.
And I've got to say that even though Jez Williams is now clear of Archie Walker in second, Leon Henderson has opened up that gap to 3 seconds now, the race lead. So even though Jez Williams is clear, Leon Henderson is showing all along, hey, I still had a little bit of pace in the bag in case anyone tried to challenge me.
Yes.
There's Armstrong in the number 8 kart, followed by Hart. So Daniel Armstrong, he's had a very solid season so far. He's running in 5th at the moment, and I mean, okay, so he's still going to be in championship contention, because apart from Henderson, he is ahead of everybody in the championship that he was behind coming into this race.
Yeah, it really is. So as the timer strikes 0 again now, last lap board will be out this time, and there it goes for Leon Henderson, who's on his final lap now for Junior Rotax race 24 of this race weekend here at Warden Law for the Veritals British Kart Championships. Now, as they go through, good line of karts all the way down. But yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic day, and these drivers have been absolutely amazing, haven't they, Henry?
They have indeed. Jez Williams could be on course for his first junior podium of that. Well, he finished second at Mansell, so his second junior podium of the season. You know, this would be a very good result for Jez, and it would keep him in. There goes Archie Walker at the inside of Sam Gornall, as that can open the door as well. But Leon Henderson is just a couple of corners away. Scotland's Leon Henderson takes the championship lead and his first win in Junior Rotax, and he's really happy about that. We saw him relaxing on the grass earlier on with his family, and now he is a winner on the track, and oh yes, he is pleased with that. Jez Williams equals his career best result in second place for Vision Motorsport. Archie Walker, another podium for Archie. Is that enough to keep him in championship contention? Sam Gornall finishes in 4th. Harry Linden rounds out the top 5 just in front of his Dan Holland teammate Daniel Armstrong. Then it is Charlie Hart 7th, Ryan Willis 8th, Neo Clark in 9th, and, well, Strawberry Racing top and tail the top 10, with Scott Lapsley finishing in 11th place. Dan Ginchard only 11th for Argenti Motorsport, and Gustav Usakov's in 12th for Project One Racing. That means that the 4 dropped scores going into the final round of the season, Leon Henderson now leads the championship by 10 points over Neo Clark, with Ollie Stevens 3rd, Dan Ginchard 4th, Daniel Armstrong in 5th, Sam Gornall 6th, Jez Williams 7th, Harry Linden in 8th, Gustav Usakovs is 9th, and Archie Walker in the top 10. Only 40 points separates the top 5. So Henderson, Clark, Stevens, Ginchard and Armstrong all have a shot at the title with 1 round to go. So that is going to be something to watch out for at Paul Fletcher International. Now, we will see Anthony Jordan will be down on down in the pit lane at the scrutineering area with Leon Henderson, Jez Williams and Archie Walker. Well, there we go, a Scotsman, a Welshman and an Englishman on the podium in the Free People's Republic of Tyne and Wear. Truly an international flavour to the day. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, let's count at home. How many excellents do we get in the next series of interviews?
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Henry. Yes, down in the pit lane, our race winner, Mr. Leon Henderson. Well, Leon, a big cheesy grin on your face I can see under that helmet. Go on, take your helmet off. Let us see. What a final that was for you. You walked away with it at the end and a first final win.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, Strawberry just got the cart. Just got it spot on and yeah, lost my voice. It was so hard, but yeah, it was amazing.
You looked very happy crossing the line on two-handed, Will, but there we go. Luckily the tracking was straight and true for you, one. But yeah, a great final in that one, and you must be pleased again for that one. Just talk us through, you know, to win a final in the British Kart Champ, it's not an easy task, and to do it in that one in style as well, convincingly.
Well, this is the toughest field you can get, and to win in this is just amazing.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Strawberry Racing, Cream Racing Engines. My dad from McCankin, was in Matt and everyone at Strawberry, and my family.
Excellent stuff. Well, one day on Henderson, final win.
Thank you.
Let's talk to our twice there. There we go. So that's twice I've said it there for the fans who are keeping an eye at home. Let's talk to second placeman, Jez Williams. Jez from Strawberry Division. I don't want to step on anything, but I'll come over. There we go. Well, that was a tough final from your point of view, wasn't it? Because it was very close. You were defending this. You made this the widest kart possible.
Yeah, exactly. I just had to keep my mind in the game. Yeah, we just... Yeah. Just lost for words, really. I'm just quite tired now. It's a very tough final, I can say that. Yeah, my kart wasn't.
I can imagine you are quite tired. It's a lot of work, isn't it, to control one of these karts, especially around such a fast, demanding circuit. But like you say, you made that kart wider than anything else, wider than a Lamborghini, one would say. But yeah, a great running from you, and you must be happy. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank all my sponsors, my mum, my dad, Dal from Vision, Harry Webb, my driver coach, and Dave Tooley, and Alan, the data man.
They almost forgot Alan the data man. Never forget Alan the data man there on that one. Well done, Jez. Second place for you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to I said it 3 times. There you go, 3 times said it now. Let's chat to Archie. Archie, well, what a final that was again. Hard work. You're happy with your dad? Dad came over there. Big hug. So for you, talk us through that race from your point of view.
We started far back. It was always going to be a difficult one, but managed to get a good start. And you know, with a difficult pre-final, I knew I had to make up a few places to still have a shot at the championship. So we just decided before the race we were just going to go for it. And I think I think it was a good race. Maybe wanted a bit more with that second place, but just couldn't get it.
Well, go for it, you did, and to, finished third place. It's a great result for you, and like you say, Dad's happy. I'm sure Mum's happy, and everyone can be happy, can't they? You're very, very happy there in the background. So, yeah, no, great running from yourself. But anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd just like to thank my mum and my dad and the whole team, honestly. Louis with the engines, Louis and Tom, and just everyone that's helped. A big thank you to Lewis for all of the year. You know, it'd be sad without you, but thank you for everything you've done.
Oh, well, excellent stuff. Well done on our top 3 drivers there for the Junior Rotax final. Plenty more coming up as I can't remember as I get back here. Senior Rotax is coming up next.
Well, I make that 5 excellents, 3 excellent stuffs, and a total of 5 excellents in one series of interviews. Well done, Anthony. Anthony, excellent stuff. 2 races to go, ladies and gentlemen, and Senior Rotax is up next. So, did the Senior Rotax title chase take a dramatic turn in the pre-final? Reese Hunter out of the race, 33rd he starts on the grid. His teammate, his brother, and his main title rival standing on the right-hand side there with his cap on backwards, Kai Hunter. He now moves into a position where he could take some serious points off Reese at the circuit that their family own. So he is chatting there, is Kai with Matthew Higgins, with his back to us there, his Dan Holland racing teammate. The very tall gentleman at the Diamond of Dalry is Lewis Gilbert in the Tony Kart outfit. He's obviously looking to pray to someone up there. Pray to the god of, what's Scottish?
Scotch eggs?
Neeps and tatties, and Iron Brew, the god of Iron Brew, to bring him good fortune in this one.
Haggis.
Haggis, neeps and tatties, neeps and tatties. I love neeps and tatties. There is there. So that's you've got Tom Edmonds there having a chat with him. There's Kai Hunter. There's Matthew Higgins. Say hello, Kai.
Oh, we're slagging off the whole grid. So.
Oh, it's slagging off the whole grid. Oh, brilliant. All right, then live on says, okay, go on then. Who are you slating, son? Who are you slating? Yeah, we can lip read. Sorry, hi Dad. Yeah, hi Mum. I'm not gonna. You've got Piers packing a Bosch in the background there. One of them. And but again, so this is. This is less than 10 minutes before the start of an international car. There's Piers Packing and Walsh, the mechanic for Tom Edmonds. Piers has raced for the United Arab Emirates. He spent a lot of time out in Dubai. Has Piers? That's a fluffy haircut there. That is a proper perm.
That is a bowl on the head with razors around the outside.
Well, Anthony, it's called a fade.
Is
bruv.
it called a fade?
It's called a fade, bruv.
What do you call yours?
Pardon? Balls. Yeah, but it goes, yeah, that's, you know, there we go. That is a haircut. That's one of the DHR posse that's going to be starting the next one. Again, but I was going to say, so you're less than 10 minutes away from a round of the British Championship final, and yet you've got cameras on you, and you've still got you can relax and just chat away and slag off the rest of the grid. Busted!
Dear me.
There's the number 44 at James Lowther for Argenti Motorsport. They need a bit of a pick-me-up after that. There's the number 36 Kart going on the screen. That is James Lingard. Good to have that privateer driver back on the Tony Kart. Always strong. There's Ed Matthews just splashing the screen. Kieran Kay. The number 8 Kart of William Ellsworth. There's Harry Holland for Vision Motorsport. There's Jensen Watts, the number 88 Kart of Oliver Meadows, the 25 of Scooby Shinner, then it's Sam Hawthorne, the 15 Nicole Sutherland, not Klaas Koike, says a race suit. Nicole Sutherland starting on the 13th row, Harry Gibbs at the back there. Oh, Reese Hunter. Now, there was no joviality standing around chit-chatting from Reese Hunter. He has got to try and make up 32 positions at his home circuit. He leads the championship, but not by as much as he did this morning, Anthony.
No, so, you know, there's a lot of tough work that's going to happen.
That's focused. Look at those eyes focused. So, Louis Weaver, Ben Ballou is not racing here, so hopefully Ben's okay. But good to, hopefully we'll see Ben back maybe at PFI. Louis Weaver, his GMS karting teammate, is giving him support. On the other side of the grid, there is the driver that had a little contretemps Prom with Reese Hunter. Jack Stedman starting at the back. There's Alex Eads going through there, the 67, Oscar Hoole, the 12 of Magic Camara. Well, Magic needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat in this one to get up from the 13th row of the grid. Les Taylor in the number 48 for Ultimate R. There's the E-plate, strong and silent as always. Luke Wooder. Louis Weaver, there he is. Oh, there's Ben Ballou, can have a little fanboy moment down on the top of there. There we go. Archie Brown, the flying mullet, in the number 76. Brandon Nagelvort in cart number 93. Tom Adams, said earlier, Tom Adams rocked up at his school his school prom.
Yes.
His official school prom in his cart, and a tuxedo, of course, standard.
Yeah.
There's the number 60 of George Holbrook. Teddy Clinton's gone, but I think it might have been Holbrook with that epic perm. Louis Harvey, and I did see Chris and Lily down in the paddock there, and I'm pointing Anthony out at the end of it, so that if he mispronounces Louis' name again, Chris and Louis' mum, who's the artist out of Moore, can just go and fill him in. There we go.
Once.
Pardon?
Once.
Doesn't matter. Once is enough. Hey. Don't be dissing Malmesbury finest. There's number 57, Sean Butcher on the pole position. So Butcher from KR Sport's going to have the field at his mercy. Let's have a look at the lineup.
Here's how they line up then. Sean Butcher, as you say, starting on that front row with Kai Hunter alongside Lewis Gilbert, the O-plate on that second row with Tom Edmonds alongside.
Row number 3 is Louis Harvey and James Lowther. Row 4, Matthew Higgins and James Lingard.
George Holbrook and Edward Matthews on row 5 with Teddy Clinton and Kieran Kay rounding out row 6.
Row 7, Tom Adams and William Ellswood. Row 8, Brandon Nagelvort and Harry Holland.
Archie Brown and Jensen Watts on row 9 with Louis Weaver and Oliver Meadows rounding out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11, Luke Wooder and Spencer Shinner. Then Les Taylor and Sam Hawthorne.
Magic Camara and Nicole Sutherland, Oscar Hall and Harry Gibson round out row 13 and 14.
Row 15 is Alex Eads and Chris Simpson. Row 16 is Alex Hughes and Jack Stedman, and all on their own. Shotgun on the field, Reese Hunter. So 15 minutes plus a lap. He's got to make it 32 positions. He knows his track at the back of his hand. How can Reese Hunter do? Let's go, we're off and racing. Oh, and a spin at the start already, and that is going to be a big crash, and that's one of the GMS carts being spun backwards, and there is Les Taylor in the Ultimate R cart going off, so Louis Weaver was the cart that was spinning. Now, how many other carts that damage? And that could have been major. That could have been major, Anthony. Oh, there's another spin going off there. Oh, there's GMS carts flying off the circuit, left, right, and centre. There's 2 Argenti carts have gone off as well.
Well, that's a disaster there. Luke Wood is off the track. The 15 of Samuel Hawthorne is off the track as well. I didn't catch the third number.
It was the number 88, it was, of Oliver Meadows, who was the other cart. Hawthorne and Wooder are still at the side of the circuit. I'm trying to see if anyone else has come into the pits there. There's definitely about 2 or 3 cars that are a long way back, but at the end of lap number 1, away from all that chaos, Sean Butcher has the race lead from Lewis Gilbert. Then it's Louis Harvey up into P3 with Kai Hunter and Matthew Higgins down to 4th and 5th. And let's see, where is... Well, Alex Hughes didn't take the start, I don't think. Brandon Nagelvort, I don't think, started either. Luke Wooder has not come around yet.
Well, Luke Wooder was part of that incident at the St John's Corner. I did see Brandon Nagelvort leave the pit lane well after the entire pack left
here
the
comes
thing.
Brandon
Here he comes
Nagelvort.
now.
Yes, there he goes. And here comes Wooder across the line, as you're looking at the screen there. And so it looks as though maybe the only driver that hasn't started was Alex Hughes in cart number 51. So that would be a huge shame for Alex Hughes, the KR Sport driver, but it's Butcher who leads. No, it's not, because there comes Lewis Gilbert. So the Diamond of Dalry moves into top spot. Butcher second, Kai Hunter third, Higgins is fourth. So Louis Harvey is down to 5th. There goes Oliver Meadows back out onto the circuit, a lap down. Where is Reese Hunter? From 32nd on from 33rd on the grid, he's up to 19th place already.
Yep, 19th place. I suspect all that carnage at the start, which he managed to escape,
yes,
he has helped out massively with gaining those positions. So, like you say, he's up 14 positions so far, and that start of the race, for his point of view, was nice.
I do wonder if we can possibly get this. There were 2 incidents on the first lap. If we can get a replay as the race progresses of those 2 incidents, to track to see where the number 2 cart was. and how he got through that. But we'll see about that as the race progresses. There is Reese Hunter in the number 2 kart. He's just passed the number 63 of Jensen Brown in that zip kart entry. And that's a zip kart entry, but it's a Mad Croc chassis. So Hunter has over the curbs there, using those curbs. He set the fastest lap. That's impressive. Setting the fastest lap of the race in traffic like that. Now we're back at the front, and we've got Gilbert, Butcher, the championship positions at the moment. Haven't got them in front of us. Let's see, there's Jensen Brown. Now that's the problem that Reese Hunter's going to get, is that all these drivers scrapping for the minor placings are going to be, seeing Reese Hunter thinking, I'm going to battle with him. I want to prove that I'm as quick as Hunter, given the right situation.
Yep, exactly that. You'll find those drivers do that, so let's see what they can do. So as they go back across the start-finish line, Gilbert leads from Butcher, Hunter, Higgins, Edmonds, Harvey, Lowther, Clinton and Matthews. Adams ran out the top 10 for the Thule Motorsport team as they go through 11.5 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. There you can see on your screen Teddy Clinton, the number 6, with the fastest lap of the race, currently in 8th place. And he's in this pack as well. But there on your screen, Lewis Gilbert leading the way for the Potenza Racing Engines team as they go through the back chicane up the hill now towards the Gasworks hairpin, and again not going defensive, keeping that kart in the middle of the track. He's not going right to the edge, but he's not going fully defensive.
He wasn't on like full qualifying lap line.
No, he wasn't, was he?
But that is going to keep everybody in touch, because look at this train of cars, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, all the way back to, well, there's no gap really, but you've got the Potenza Racing Tony kart of Gilbert leading the KR Sport Cosmic, then 2 Dan Holland EOS chassis. Then you've got another KR Sport kart with Tom Edmonds. Then you've got a pair of Argentine Motorsport teammates, Louis Harvey and James Lowther. And then 2 more Dan Holland karts, Teddy Clinton and Edward Matthews. Matthews having a good run up into the top 10. And then Tom Adams rounding out the top 10 for Thule Motorsport. James Lingard, the leading privateer in kart number 36, runs in 11th place. Reese Hunter still only 18th, and now he's more than 5 seconds behind the race leader. We'll try and see if we can get some championship points up very shortly, just to see where we are.
I think Ian Rogers' Motorsport Dash timing is currently working them out with the calculator.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, we'll watch visually. We'll watch Lewis Gilbert continue to lead the field. There is the number 6 kart of Teddy Clinton now having a look at the inside of one of the Argentine karts. That is the number 88, the number 44 rather, of James Lowther. But he has to stay in line.
And nice low camera shot there, seeing these drivers, showing the speed that these karts have got. Of course, Senior Rotax, completely unrestricted 125cc engines as Nanglevort's come into the pit lane now. So retirement from Nanglevort.
Yeah.
9 minutes plus that one additional lap back onto the start-finish straight. Like we say, train still forming here. Gilbert's not breaking away, is he? But like you say, he's not doing those...
Well, he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to. But
he's not having to defend. And I mean, gradually, now one by one, this lead group is getting thinned out ever so slightly. Here's Reese Hunter. Reese Hunter just getting Kieran Kay out of the way. So Reese Hunter there, smooth. He's passed. Now, Magic Camara, the last time we saw Reese Hunter, Magic Camara was following Reese Hunter. Magic is still behind Reese Hunter. So he's doing a good job, and he sets the fastest lap of the race. There's Magic. He's now going to get past his KR Sport teammate, Kieran Kay. So Reese Hunter, now moves into 17th position. He's still got, and he's got a bit of clean track in front of him before he gets to the next KR Sport kart, which is the number 8 of William Ellswood.
It is indeed, and it looked like Magic Camara did get the job done on his teammate there in the background of shot.
Nope.
No, he tried to, but yeah, no, couldn't quite do it.
Now we get a gap starting to develop. After Teddy Clinton in 8th place, down to Ed Matthews in 9th. Oh, there's number 18 kart of Harry Gibson going for a rotation. Harry's a tall lad. Look at how his knees are up there. I mean, if ever there was a driver that needed, sort of a stretch, a Rotax kart, it's Harry Gibson. Maybe he'd be suited to KZ2. There's another potential convert that I think the KZ2 should go in to try and recruit Harry Gibson, who's a little bit too tall for the Rotax classes, but KZ2 might be a little bit more his size.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Well, Jason Dredge is down in the paddock. He's a supercart driver, and he's thinking, lad, you need to get in a supercart.
They're quite fast, aren't they?
They're quite fast.
They're quite fast.
Yes, yes. Jason once told me, he goes, at a test day at Cadwell Park, you know you're going quickly when the guys testing the super bikes come up to you and go, my word, you guys are nuts.
Yeah. They are nuts. They are crazy.
So, yes, back to the race. And again, now we're getting thinned out at the front. You know, still that gap behind Teddy Clinton, but Clinton and the number 5 of Tom Edmonds, the number 44 of Lowther, they're starting to lose touch a little bit. So Gilbert is just starting to put the pressure, well, he's just starting to ease away, and only the strong will survive. This is Darwin at work. This is Darwinism. You know, only the strong will survive. Survival of the fittest, and we're down. We did have 8, well, we had about 11 at the front. We're down to 8 at the front as we just got past half distance.
Yes, we are indeed. Now, is Gilbert starting to pull away? It looks like he is. That gap's open now to nearly half a second. So he's starting to maybe again.
Inching.
It is inching
by a tenth.
But maybe again, tyre pressures. They were started low, and they're getting into the sort of rhythm now. They're getting into that pace. Maybe is he going to try and extend that lead? Now,
Reese Hunter has caught the William Ellswood Archie Brown battle, and Archie, you can see just there's an idea. I mean, guys on the stream, you know, obviously we focus on the lead battle, you know, more often than not because that's what's important. But then all the way through the pack in the 33 kart race, the fighting for like 18th and 19th place is just as fierce as ever. Nicole Sutherland just retires the kart. There is the number 5 kart of Tom Edmonds now going past Teddy Clinton, and you can just see Reese Hunter had come up on the back end of Archie Brown, who was battling with Jack Steadman, and they were chopping it all over the place, you know, going rubbing and barging about the place. So Hunter's now going to try and get through them without losing too much time.
So I'm just looking at my screen here. It looks like we've lost Kieran Kay, the 73.
Yeah, I've got to say there has been a steady trickle of retirements as a potential, after effect of the. Here comes another one in. That's the number 18 kart of Harry Gibson. Do you know what? Yeah, Alex Hughes didn't start the race. Brandon Nagelvoort started late and then retired. We've lost Oscar Hoole, who's got terrible luck. He hadn't ever seen to finish a race, this poor old Oscar. Sam Hawthorne has retired. He crashed on the opening lap. Luke Wood has spun. He's since retired. Kieran Kay has come into the pits to retire. Oliver Meadows lost a lot of ground at the start of the race. I think Oliver's just come in to retire. Nicole Sutherland's come in to retire. And Harry Gibson's retired. We're down to 24 runners, ladies and gentlemen, off 33 starters. I mean, and it's certainly, I mean, this type of race is really testing the machinery right to its limits.
Well, this weekend has tested the limits of these cars
Oliver
as well.
Meadows is still out there a lap down. So Oliver Meadows, so we're at 25 runners.
Okay, so 25 runners still left out on circuit. There on your screen, though, is the 57 of Sean Butcher for KR Sport, hunting down Lewis Gilbert. That gap has come back down again, 0.3 of a second, so he's reeling Gilbert in.
But look, we're down to 5 at the front.
We are.
We're down to 5. So, James Lowther, Teddy Clinton and Tom Edmonds have all faded a little bit. So we're back down to, we're down to Gilbert, Butcher, Hunter, Higgins and Harvey.
We are indeed. As they go through, you can just see them there starting to spread out, but now just in shot. Kai Hunter holding on to 3rd place there at the moment. Where is Reese Hunter at the moment?
15th position.
up 18 places. I tell you what, Jack Steadman, 13th place, up 19 positions.
I know. Well, that's no. So I'll tell you what's happened here.
Right.
Okay. So Jack Steadman went for a move on Reese Hunter in the pre-final that took them both out.
Right.
Yes. Jack Steadman, now Reese Hunter on his home territory. Reese Hunter not happy with Jack Steadman. So Jack Steadman starting directly in front of Reese Hunter. Fear drives you very quickly indeed. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there you go. Say the best way.
Steadman's running for his life. He's got to try. He's got to try. Right, I'm going to try and get out of the paddock later on. There's an awful lot of Hunter family fans here. So he is driving his absolute socks off in the number 62 kart. There he goes. He is still. He's 13th place. He's ahead of Harry Holland. And now we're back at. There's the James Lowther, Tom Edmonds, Teddy Clinton fight. That is 6th, 7th, and 8th.
It is indeed. So with less than 3 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. Here on your screen, the 44 and the 5. James Lowther and
Edmonds goes through.
Yeah, and Edmonds goes through. But there you go, Lowther comes back. Clinton closes in as well. So Clinton all over the back of this battle as they go up the hill now in towards Gasworks. All 3 of them taking 3 different lines. All of them going a little bit closer in the further back they go, and they all come out on top.
And allowing that fourth cart, the number 36, that is a privateer entry. That is James Lingard. Now, James, he's not raced all the rounds this year, but he's always and you know, he's a very, very good driver. He missed out the double-header at Wilton Mill, so he's not a championship threat, but he's having a great run. There he is, number 36, James Lingard. Always runs, well, more often than not runs as a privateer. See, Fear drives you. Jack Steadman, 49.88. Looked over his shoulder. He saw the fact that he's now just one cart in front of Reese Hunter and got his head down a bit more. Change up at the front. That is third place, and that is Louis Harvey moving on to the podium.
It is indeed Louis Harvey with a great running so far this race, and as he goes through, you can just see they're holding those two DHR carts at bay now as they go round the horseshoe and into the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. Look at that, though. The gap starting to form very clearly now between these two. 1.6 second is the gap, but here again comes Reese Hunter.
Oh
my goodness me! And at the fastest
that's
part
Kai
of the
Hunter.
Is it Kai?
That's Kai Hunter.
Sorry.
Oh my word, that's Kai Hunter. He had a title opportunity in his hands and he's thrown it away. Oh, he just went for it. He went for it. You know, Reese is there. Let's have a look again. Now, Hunter is challenging Louis Harvey. Louis Harvey knows he's there, and Louis Harvey leaves him a little bit of room, and you can see, well, I mean, Louis Harvey, there was no more track to go. Hunter had gone wide, and then they locked wheels. Now, where did Kai Hunter come back out? Kai Hunter has regained the track.
He's behind his brother.
He's behind his brother, so from the back of the grid, the championship leader, Reese Hunter, has now got the advantage in this race.
Well, goodness me, with less than a minute to go, drama then in Senior Rotax for their final here at Warden Law, and of course it had to happen to one of the Hunter brothers at their home circuit. So there we go then as they go round the track now. Lewis Gilbert still leads them from Sean Butcher. Matthew Higgins now is in third place, up 4 places from where he originally started.
20 seconds to go, Anthony, and the 2 and the 3 are together. The two Hunter brothers are nose to tail.
They are indeed. So who's going to...
And he's got past Edmund.
He has
finally got past Edmund.
Yes, yes. So Stedman's now behind. Stedman's now going to slow down. He's going to
and now looking for the exit. But so the Hunter brothers are now 13th and 14th. Make that 12th. So Reese Hunter is now gaining ground, gaining points on his brother in the championship. He goes past Tom Adams. Now, the Touring Motorsport driver. So Lewis Gilbert, Sean Butcher, Matthew Higgins, the top 3. Final lap boards come out. Harvey's 4th, and Edmonds and Clinton. And we're not done yet. Yellow flags waving going into turn number 1. And that is for the number 48 cart of Les Taylor.
Yeah, so the 48 off the track at turn 1, but eyes on this battle at the front because it's been Gilbert who's been leading for the majority of this race. He started this race on the second row in third place. He's now leading this one. He won the O plate a few weeks ago for the Rotax classes here at Warden Law. He's about to win a final here at Warden Law, but this time for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. One more corner to go for Senior Rotax. Lewis Gilbert for Potenza Racing across the line celebrates as he takes another final victory.
Butcher in second, just 1300ths down. With Higgins third. Matthew Higgins on the podium again. So we've again another one, a Scotsman, a Welshman and an Englishman, an Anglo-Australian on the podium in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. Louis Harvey finishing in 4th position. 5th is Tom Edmonds. Teddy Clinton is 6th. Lowther is 7th. Lingard in 8th. Then Holbrook and Jack Steadman from 32nd to 10th. What a result for Steadman in 10th. Matthews 11th. Reese Hunter from 33rd to 12th. Tom Adams 13th. Kai Hunter in 14th. Then it's William Ellswood, Magic Camara, Archie Brown, Harry Holland, Louis Weaver, and the top 20 rounded out by Alex Eads with Jensen Watts, Chris Simpson, Spencer Shinner and Oliver Meadows, the only other finishers. What a dramatic final with championship implications. While if Reese Hunter was sweating at the start of it, he'll be breathing a huge sigh of relief at the end of it. But sadly, there's no home win for either Hunter brother at their home track. Lewis Gilbert takes the honours in senior Rotax. Anthony Jordan will be speaking to them shortly, and then, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will be having the final race of the day, the final race of the season for KZ2. All but official is Ryan Cannon's championship. We'll try and see if we can speak to some of them while they're on the grid. If there's time, we'll have to see. That could be interesting. The drivers are, and the KZ2 drivers are sort of standing out on the dummy grid area. And Anthony Jordan, you can see the hunt. There's Kai and Reese there consoling each other in the paddock. But Anthony Jordan has a very happy Lewis Gilbert with him right about now.
Yes, indeed, right about now, Henry. Yes, Lewis Gilbert, again, another race win for a final. And this time at Warden Law, you got the O-Plate a few weeks ago. Now we've got a final in the British Kart Championships. Good feeling.
Yeah, it feels great to be back in the top step. Of course, it was a hard weekend. We never had the best qualifying. So the job was hard from the start, but I'm glad we got the win in the end.
Now, talk us through that final from your point of view, because the start of that one, you know, it was a bit of drama, wasn't it? It was quite busy, but talk us through from your start.
Yeah, we're just trying to focus on the first few laps, and then once I felt as if we had the pace, I just went for it, and we got a gap, but it kind of stayed the same all the way through the race. But yeah, the kart was just good all the way through.
Oh, well, excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Potenza Racing Engines, Ben York, Kyle, my mum and dad for everybody that helped.
Well done. Your race winner then, Lewis Gilbert for Senior Rotax in the British Kart Championship. Let's talk to our second place man, Mr. Sean Butcher. Sean, that was, again, a tough race from your point of view. You were closing in on Lewis. I think a couple more laps, you could have had him.
Yeah, maybe. But, yeah, it was just a really tough one because everything's overheating when you're behind people and it's hard to follow. But, yeah, I'm still happy with second.
How are you finding Warden Law? Is it a tough track out there?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's a physical one, but yeah, you slide a lot when you're behind people, so it's, yeah.
It's a tough old one, isn't it? So, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd just love to thank everyone at KR Sport, my mechanic Jay, and my mum and dad.
Well done. Sean Butcher, second place in Senior Rotax. Well done.
Thank you.
So, let's chat to our, now, yeah, it's not last is here. Well, there we go. But our third place man isn't here. Where is he currently? He's currently at the top. Let's see if we can try and chat to him. Mr. Matthew Higgins. Hopefully the cameraman can reach me here and we keep signal. Matthew, come talk to us. So, tough old race on that one. Where's the kart currently?
It's over there. Because for some reason there was a big rock in the middle of the corner on the first corner, which gave me a nose cone, so... Yeah.
Oh dear, right, that's a big shame on that one. But, you know, from that whole race, though, you know, you can keep a head high because you put in a stellar performance still, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I got lucky, didn't I, with the two in front taking each other out, but it is what it is.
It happens, doesn't it? But, I mean, it's a tough old race, but have you still enjoyed your weekend here, though, at Warden Law?
Not really, no. If you're not winning, you're not enjoying it.
Well... It's a good track, though, still, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. We can find a positive somewhere. Well, cheers. Well, great weekend still wait on Matthew Higgins. Well, there we go. Third place. I think we'll have to find out who our third place man is a little bit later on when we get the final results in, because, of course, it was very close with that one. But only one more race coming up. Apparently, it was Louis Harvey then who's taken it. So Louis Harvey was close enough. 74. Let's find Louis Harvey. Let's find Louis. Louis. Where is he? I'm trying to find him. No, I'm looking for Louis. Louis, he's...
Well, the search for Louis Harvey, who will inherit third place from the unfortunate Matthew Higgins, continues down there. But, ladies and gentlemen, great stuff once again from Anthony Jordan. Thank you, and the drivers. You can see with Matthew Higgins there, you know, the disappointment etched across his face. You know, yeah, there was a problem in turn one. He got a nose cone penalty. Big rock in turn one. He was saying that that was you know, nothing you could do about it. There was no contact, but it knocked the nose cone down, and that's a penalty. And so we now head to the final race of the day. The final race of the season for KZ2. There are clouds in the sky once again, but the action is about to be lit up once more by the fastest members of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Karting Paddock. It's time for KZ2. So, coming into this weekend, it was a fight between Ryan Cannon and Tom Longfield. Between them, there's the point standings, the podiums, and the race wins. Fastest lap straight, 2-1 in
Hi,
favour
my
of
name's
Cannon.
Ryan Cannon. I'm 35 years old and I'm from Leven in Fife, Scotland.
Yeah, so I'm Tom Longfield, I'm 31 and I live in sunny Worcestershire.
I started karting at the age of 8 years old at my local track in Crail, East of Scotland Kart Club. And I started racing KZ2 in 2017.
So I first got put in a go-kart, I was probably 5.5, 6 years old. Probably would have been Birmingham wheels. And then first ever race was down at Mansell Raceway, 1998.
The most memorable one is Dunkeswell at round 2 of the British, where I was basically gifted the win with a coming together in front of me on the final lap.
Most memorable moment for me has to be the main final down at Mansell.
It would mean everything. I mean, anybody that does karting in Britain, that has to be one of their ultimate goals.
To win the British title this year for me would be a dream come true, a dream we've chased since we were 8 years old, so it would mean everything.
So there is a look at the first contenders in KZ2. Joe Charlton there in the number 1 kart, Tom Longfield there in the number 17. At the end of the pre-final, Longfield conceded that, you know, really, even though, even if he won this race, Ryan Cannon would need to be excluded, you know, and, you know, for on a technicality, so, you know, nearly 30 points is the gap, and so the championship was all but won for Ryan Cannon. But that does not mean that Longfield will fight any less hard going into this round, because he still hasn't claimed his first British karting win. There is your 2021 champion-elect, Ryan Cannon, the Scotsman for Andy Fairless Racing. Andy Fairless, for many, many years, they ran Sam Moore to multiple titles, they ran Dan Kelly to multiple titles. They haven't had a championship in the last 2 or 3 seasons. I think Dan Kelly, maybe in 2018, was the last AFR driver to win a British KZ2 title. But Ryan Cannon, at the end of the first round at Shenington, Cannon was only 4th in the standings. But he now leads commandingly. What a fight it has been between himself and Tom Longfield. It's a shame that James Glenister hasn't been able to complete the season. He led the standings at the end of the opening round. Then by the time we left Mansell Raceway at round number 2, Glenister still led the championship. Dan Gould was up to 2nd. Ryan Cannon still only 4th in the championship standings, behind Longfield there at the end of round 2. But then at Rowra, for the 3rd round, it all went Cannon's way. He won. Longfield could only finish 2nd in the final, and that has, you know, well, Longfield actually retired from the final at Rowra. Cannon came into this weekend with a 22-point lead, and it's only grown this weekend. Anthony, looking there in the eyes of Tom Longfield, you know, what the championship is all but over, but you've just got to go out there and win. And if Tom Longfield, although he hasn't had the pace so far this weekend, if he can take a first win in the British Championships, he'll take that. He'll take that.
Yeah, definitely. You know, because he's not had a win so far this year, has
nope,
he?
he hasn't had a win at all in KZ2. But you know, he is a great spokesman for the class.
Oh,
Tom
yeah,
Longfield,
100%.
You know, he is an absolute, you know, and when he took the kart up Shelsey Walsh Hill climb, you know, he's thinking to himself, he's just going through, you know, the motions. You know, you're looking, when you look for drivers that want to try and really help and bring in more competition, you know, then look no further than that man on your screen there, Tom Longfield, a fantastic spokesman for the KZ2 gearbox karting, and also a great ambassador for karting as well, and all the things that he doesn't like us talking about, because, yeah, he's just a driver.
Yeah.
You know, but there he is, and there's Ryan Dad there at the back there with the glasses on. We got a few. Now we're walking past. There is the rock, walking past our commentary box that Matthew Higgins hit. The scrutineering team taking over. That is a huge rock. My word, that's a bit of curbing that has come out that Matthew Higgins has hit. Wow.
Now I know that the nose cone penalty is an undisputable thing as well. I know we're going backwards here because KZ2 is about to go on track. I know that, but can it be because it's part of the track furniture?
Hey, nope, it's racing. You got to take your licks. Sorry. I know that's no good.
That is a tough call.
That is a tough call, but that's the way it is. But there's the eyes of a champion. There are the eyes, 35-year-old Scotsman Ryan Cannon, second last year, and just easing himself there, visualising the track, going around, just studying the data on his steering wheel. No joviality in front ahead of this one. There's his dad again. They're running out the Andy Fairless Racing awning. You know, there's the clouds coming over, but the stars are shining bright out on the circuit in KZ2. Anthony, last year at fullback, I sadly wasn't able to commentate at fullback last year, but you were there, and it was a last corner.
It was indeed, yeah. Joe Charlton got that for, I think, 6th place, I think it was, is what he needed. 6th place, and Joe Charlton did take that one. You know, it was absolutely fantastic. We were off the chairs in the commentary box there, and you know,
there is Joe. You know, there is Joe. So his title defence hasn't gone the way he wanted it to. Mechanical issue at Shennington that had to come from the back of the grid to get it to second. Then he had that massive crash at Mansell Raceway. The rebuilt kart didn't go for him. Couldn't get a new kart in time for Wera, so he had to struggle with an old chassis. But now it's all come together. The final round, the final round of the championship, he finds himself on the front row here. On the front row here is the starting lineup. It is Ryan Cannon, Joe Charlton on row number 1, Josh Price and Tom Longfield on row number 2. Row 3 is Charlie Turner and Bradley Barrett. Row 4 is Miles Murphy and Alan Kenyon. There's Murphy on the 4th row. Then we've got row 5, Dan Gould and Ireland's Lee Ward, Ashley Lewis and Darren Allen round out the field. Well, Cannon wants to win this one from the front around Gasworks hairpin. It's the final race of the day. For those of you in the paddock, this is the time you just down tools and head over to the bank at the fence in the paddock to watch the first karting champion of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship crowned.
Definitely a race to watch then. If you're here at the circuit, if you're at home on your phone as well, share it out to your friends and family, of course, to watch this final race of 2021 in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship for KZ2. We're going to crown a champion. We're going to end a season, and we're going to see it all in the next 15 minutes.
In glorious Alpha Technicolor. James Glenister won the opening round at Shennington. Ryan Cannon ran round 2 at Mansell Raceway. Bradley Barrett won round 3 at Wera. Can we make it 4 winners out of 4 rounds in the British Championship this year? We are going to find out very, very shortly. Cannon wants to win it from the front. He's been dominant this weekend. Can Joe Charlton sign off his championship defence with a win? Can Josh Price take a win in his first season back in karting after being a British touring car driver? And can Tom Longfield, after many years of trying, finally take his first win as a British Championship driver? What a way to sign off a title challenge that would be. The engine notes are beginning to rise. For the final time this year, Anthony Jordan, KZ2 is nearly ready to go.
Let's see what can happen. As again, at the back of the grid, it looks like a stall again for the 33 car of Darren Allen. And it stalled earlier on as well. He's got it going now.
That's Ryan Cannon's teammate in the Andy Fairless team. But lights are red, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Cannon, side by side. And on the grass is Miles Murphy as they go into turn number 1.
Good start then from the field as they go through turn 1 once more. And look at that side by side. Murphy on the inside gets down the inside of Charlie Turner for Rush Performance, side by side as they go through. Clean start from the entire grid, and down the inside, the 27 of Bradley Barrett gets past Price as he goes through. Now, Price was hoping maybe for a race win in this one. You know, he's had a tough old season, but wants to finish this season on a high, maybe on a podium as well.
Well, he's got a little way to go first because Bradley Barrett's up there in 4th place, but look at Joe Charlton hassling Ryan Cannon. So what does Ryan Cannon do? Does he let Joe Charlton go? You know, Tom Longfield is there in 3rd position. Now, this is the situation of the driver. You know, there's so much at stake. Here comes Longfield at the inside. Oh, my word. Well, Longfield was not happy with Joe Charlton at the end of the pre-final after Charlton ran wide, and then Longfield reckons that, you know, Charlton carried on defending and forced him off the track at nearly 90 miles an hour. Yeah, Longfield is not hanging about. I think, you know, Longfield wants to go out all guns blazing, so does Charlton. And Ryan Cannon wants to win a British title, not get involved in an incident, because if he gets an exclusion, that could be curtains. Now, let's have a quick look at the championship standings as they are at the moment, if we could, please, Mr. Disembodied Voice.
Right, well, I spoke to Joe Charlton after the pre-final. I said, Joe, you're only 3 points away from getting 3rd in the championship, and with the current positions as they are now, he gets 3rd place before drop scores, and you can imagine that Alan Kenyon is going to want to get up those order quite quickly. He's in 7th place at the moment, and there
is Dan Gould out of the race. So Gould not featuring in the top 10 of the point standings, but yeah, Longfield 624 points, Cannon 656. The gap is 32 points, so that is, you know, game over in terms of the championship, although Cannon's still got to finish the race and he's still got to pass a post-race scrutineering. So thank you. So there we are, but the main battle is can Joe Charlton, and for Joe Charlton to finish 3rd, he needs to make it. Oh, Josh Price out of the race again. Again, we're down to 10 runners. And Price there, who was on course for easily his best result of the season, and out of the race. Longfield now has got to try and find some pace in that kart to make something happen. He's on the podium, but he wants the top step of the podium. He's finished 3rd before. Looking back at his KZ2 career the last 2 years, Tom Longfield, he's had 3 runner-up finishes and a 4th place effort. He is still yet to stand on the top step, but Ryan Cannon and Joe Charlton leading the way. What does Cannon do if Charlton attacks? Does Cannon defend, or does Cannon let Charlton go?
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, it's the final race of the year. Why don't we go out with a bang? Why don't we have a fantastic race to end the season in KZ2?
That's
and I think
not what Ryan Cannon wants to hear.
Well, no, it's what the fans at home want to hear. It's what the spectators of the circuit want to hear. They don't want to see a technical, boring race. They want to see
Ryan
action.
Cannon wants the most technical, boring race in the history of karting at the moment, I've got to say.
No, the fans want action, and these drivers are going to give us it. Down the start-finish straight they go, and look at that. Charlton once more, a little bit earlier on the turn-in, has got a much tighter line into turn number 1 and is trying to hold that kart. This is the first time that we've seen Cannon under pressure this weekend so far. Longfield still there in 3rd place, is starting to actually drop back.
No.
Bradley Barrett is coming through.
Oh, Bradley Barrett at the inside. Longfield's just set the fastest lap of the race, but he's under pressure of Barrett, and Barrett's under pressure of Miles Murphy. Murphy in the Moore Racing Demon Tweak sponsored number 6 kart moves into P4, and Tom Longfield, it's the first time we've seen him set fast lap all day, but then he comes to the pressure, and now Cannon and Charlton have a gap.
They do, so it must have been a mistake out of one of the corners then, as again Bradley Barrett's trying to get past Murphy as quickly as he can. He just lost the place, he wants it back now as they go back down the start-finish straight once more through all the gears, and then back down they go through turn number 1. Clear breakaway at the front here as Charlton also looks like he's dropping back from Cannon.
Yeah, Ryan Cannon, again, is what he's done. There's the fastest lap of the race, 49.69 seconds, Anthony. And, yeah, Cannon just solid. Now Miles Murphy up the inside going to centre 1. Longfield runs wide, misses the apex, opens the door. Now, it might look as though the track is getting very slick. It's because there's a very dark cloud over us, and that is just causing the rubber build-up. So the shininess on the track, you see, is not water, it's rubber. It's the rubber off these tyres to show that, and that you've seen drivers come in and speaking to you, Anthony, how tired they are because there's so many sort of medium and high-speed corners on a track that is so grippy at the moment.
It really is as they go again past the start-finish line. Like you say, you can see how shiny it is. Defensive goes Barrett, though, in the background as Alan Kenyon's trying to get through on that number 8 kart as they, again, those two drivers absolutely line astern in terms of championship points. Again, it's still Charlton there in 3rd. In the points, it's going to be now who can take 3rd between Charlton and Kenyon. And at the moment, Charlton's got it covered because Kenyon here is under pressure from Turner behind as well.
Yep, the Saudi kart, the privateer driver Alan Kenyon. Now, Longfield slipping back a little bit. He's been passed by Murphy's under pressure from Barrett. And, yep, I think, say Tom Longfield, he knows that he was looking for a miracle. The miracle isn't going to happen. You can see the leaders pulling away. You can see the podium now disappearing in the distance. So he's got to refocus now, Tom Longfield has. He has to refocus. He can still get on the podium. But Bradley Barrett wants to do something about that at the moment. Cannon would become the only two-time race winner in the KZ2 class this year, and with a victory, he would move onto a tie with James Glenister all-time for the most KZ2 wins in the British Kart Championship. Andy Fairless Racing would take their 5th. That would put them even further clear of Rush Performance. We've had 3 wins by privateers, 2 by Adam Glear and 1 by Joe Charlton in the British Championship. So privateer drivers are still, can still do it at this level in gearbox karting. Here's Longfield, though, under pressure from the Saudi Vitesse entry of Bradley Barrett. And I think regardless of where Tom Longfield, and he's shaking his head there, Anthony, but I think when you do the interviews at the end of this one, regardless of if Longfield's in the top 3 or not, we need to hear from both Cannon and Longfield. It's been an epic title fight between them.
No, it definitely has indeed. So we'll try and find him afterwards, because, like you say, 2021 for KZ2, it has been an up and down championship for a lot of these drivers, but it has been their championship. There's not been many drivers in it, of course, this year, but of course, for the viewers at home, you've got to admit, and for some of the senior drivers out there, that this is a championship you want to be a part of.
Oh my word, wouldn't you just? It's like, with the rise of sim rigs, where you have the gear sticks, you have the paddle shifts in the kart, and where you have the gear shifts. More and more people are doing gearbox racing, even if it's in their living room.
Yeah.
And they don't realise it. So more and more people have got the potential to jump into a gearbox kart, suddenly isn't so daunting, because you've been doing sim racing in the comfort of your own home during lockdown.
Yeah.
Why not do it for real now?
Yeah, exactly that. And, to set some of the fastest times around the UK circuits in some of the fastest karts.
Oh, yes.
What a way to start a race. Because, if I was to start a race, yes, rolling starts are all, well, they're fun, they're technical and everything like that. But to start watching those lights to go out, to smack it in a first gear and go off the line, that's a great feeling, isn't it?
Yep, and I tell you what's going to be a great feeling for Joe Charlton is if he gets any closer to Ryan Cannon. As last time around, Charlton got the gap down to 0.4 of a second. This lap, Cannon looks a little bit quicker than Charlton, not by much. The race for the race win is not over yet. 6.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time, Anthony.
Plenty of time to close that gap. I'll keep an eye on the old sector times for us.
You have a look at the sector times. Well, I'll have a look to see if Miles Murphy has not yet stood on a British Kart Championship podium. As Cannon there, 49.40. Charlton on that Energy Course chassis, privateer driver, Oliver Hodgson mechanicking for him. Goes through the back straight chicane. You can see up through the gears, down through the gears. Now up a couple of gears. We're going to down 1, 2, 3 gears into Gasworks here. But now up 1, up 2, up 3. Round here, down 2. And then we're going to go down another gear into the final corner. Now watch his right hand now. Up, all the way up the main straight, past the old pit lane exit. They've got one hand on the steering wheel. They put 2 hands on the wheel to go through turn number 1. They keep it in the same gear through turn 2, and then down the gears now, turning right over the curbs and shifting down at the same time into the dog leg. And now they'll pick back up here. So it's like 20, 25 gear changes a lap.
Yeah. So it's very physical, it's very demanding on a driver, and that's what makes it such a challenge. That's what takes karting to the next level, is adding that next physical aspect of racing.
And I've got to say, for the viewers at home, they've not been able to see KZ2 drivers up close and personal in action before.
No.
So the coverage we were able to bring them to really see the effort that these drivers are going to, as they come through the horseshoe there, you can see that the physicality that these drivers are going through. And again, you miss one shift and you over rev these engines. They're already at revving to like 11, 12,000 revs. You over rev these suckers and then they go ping.
Yeah, yes, they do.
And your wallet goes.
Yeah, very, very violently it goes ping as well, doesn't it? So, yeah, driver's got to watch out for it. That gap now is less than half a second once more as Charlton sets the fastest lap of the race. Courtesy of Motorsport Timing in Rogers. Thank you very much.
Bradley Barrett has got through. Bradley Barrett is up in the 4th place. Longfield down to 5th. It's now Charlie Turner in 6th. Alan Kenyon still in 7th place. The gap, but, well, Charlton 606 points, Kenyon 598. Kenyon is only 1 point ahead of Charlie Turner and only 4 points in front of Bradley Barrett. So if we have another little look at the championship points possibly on the screen, well, we can see that Alan Kenyon in kart number 8, he's got 598 points there. He's going to be looking over his shoulder. Turner, if Turner gets past Longfield, that could move Turner into 4th and push Kenyon down to 5th. And if somehow Barrett could get up onto the podium, that could put Barrett 4th in the championship. So Alan Kenyon, we're not seeing much of him in kart number 8. He is, well, he's only 0.2 of a second in front of number 33, Darren Allen.
He is indeed. So this could all spice things up a little bit more as well in that mid-pack in terms of the championship points. Back here at the front, though, because once more Charlton has closed that gap in here, though.
Darren Allen's got past Kenyon.
He has indeed. So
that's going to help Charlie Turner.
It will update then when they next cross the line.
Yep.
Let's see if it was enough just to get past there. Will that match them on points from this position?
Oh, now you're asking. Kenyon's fighting back. Kenyon's fighting back. Every position counts. We'll keep the points on the screen until they cross the line. That'll update them. Alan Kenyon is fighting for his he's fighting for his championship position here, and it is Turner now 4th in the championship. Kenyon down to 5th. They're tied, but Charlie Turner is higher up in this race, the last race of the season. That's the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Bradley Barrett has got to make a couple of moves. Well, he is 1.7 seconds behind Miles Murphy, but there we go. So thank you very much. That's an idea. So Turner has got to stay where he is. Kenyon has got to try and fight back, and that would give him 4th place in the championship back.
It will indeed. So very close all the way through this pack then. 2.5 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. Back here with the race leader, though, and the championship leader, Ryan Cannon, number 2. Across the line once more. Again, 49.3 that lap. Joe Charlton, 49.4. So there is still a difference between the two of them, but they are fluctuating. They are staying at that buffer of half a second. But I can tell you who did set the fastest lap of the race. Miles Murphy. There it is on your screen, the number 6 with a 49.330 in 3rd place. He's currently 1.6 seconds further down the road, but there he is on your screen. He is hunting these two down with 2 minutes to go, plus that one lap. That is still possible.
It is, yeah. He has got the bit between his teeth, Anthony. I mean, Joe Charlton. So Joe Charlton, all Joe Charlton's going to be thinking is 3rd of the championship, and he's thinking, well, if I win, that might be that's better. He's not going to know that he's currently 3rd of the championship. He doesn't have to make a move on Ryan Cannon. So Charlton is going to continue to push. There is Murphy, and Murphy. Let's have a look at the lap times. 49.4 for Cannon, 49.6 for Charlton, 49.3 for Miles Murphy. The Moore Racing team will be cheering on their man with 90 seconds to go.
What can he do then as he go through St John's into that infield straight? They come towards the centre S's, and that gap now has come down 0.3 of a second, so he's only a few tenths down from Charlton. But you know, it's one thing catching up to a group of drivers, it's another thing to try and pass them. And with only 1 minute to go, that's going to be a very tall order. But can Miles Murphy get that job done? He's had a tough season. He had a tough end to his season last year as well. I remember at Fullbeck, he had kart issues. That kart ground to a halt. And this year as well, he had some gremlins at the start of the season, but is looking stronger at the end of this season. And he's quick out there right now because, again, across the line, he's a little bit faster than Charlton, a little bit slower than Cannon, so he is still gaining on Charlton, but at a very slow pace.
Yeah, and he's going to run out of time. 30 seconds to go. The order, Cannon, Charlton, Murphy. Then a gap of 3 seconds back to Barrett, Longfield and Turner, who are still separated by less than half a second. Behind Turner, it's Allen in 7th, Kenyon in 8th, Lee Ward 9th, Ashley Lewis is 10th. Josh Price and Dan Gould are out of the race. And at the moment, Turner is going to take 4th place in the title chase from Kenyon on a tiebreaker, with Barrett just 3 points further back. Some encouragement from the sidelines as Ryan Cannon the clock strikes 0.
It struck 0 about half a kart length while he was passing the start-finish line. So he's still got 2 more laps of this 2021 season to go.
Well, the longest 2 laps of his life for Ryan Cannon. Let's see. Can he just keep it together? It's now keeping it together emotionally. He knows what's going on in the kart. You've got to just take everything else out of your mind. Just focus on gears, accelerators, brakes, and corners. That's what you've got to do. Shut everything else out of your mind. He's extended his lead over Joe Charlton. Charlton's not going to catch him. Murphy is closing in on Joe Charlton. But I think, Anthony, the final lap of the season belongs to Ryan Cannon. Here we go.
It definitely does. He has had a stellar season and a stellar weekend. Absolutely dominating here at Warden Law in the northeast of England. Here for the team, Andy Fairless Racing, the Scottish driver on that Beaudette chassis, number 2. It was second last year, but this year is Cannon's year as he comes round the last couple of corners. He's only got a few more corners to go, and you've got to think what goes through a driver's head at this point in the race. What goes through the driver's mind, because you've got to think at this point he thinks it's been a great year, it's been a great season, I can't do any more. It's just literally drive this kart round the final lap here at Warden Law. One more corner to go, and a season, a championship, and a checkered flag for Ryan Cannon in KZ2 for Andy Fairless Racing. The number 2 becomes the number 1 for Ryan Cannon. Joe Charlton crosses in second place from Miles Murphy, who gained 4 places in that one and set on the last lap the fastest lap of the race of a 49.3, but third place is the highest Miles can go. And there on your screen, KZ2 champion Ryan Cannon.
Well done, and well done to the Andy Fairless Racing team, to Biro ART Kart, to TM Engines, and to the entire Cannon family who have mechanicked and supported him. Commiserations, but a huge well done as well to the privateer driver, number 17, Tom Longfield, on the Comp Kart chassis, whose family, whose dad, who's got family friends, mechanics, they're all running. They've hired a little bit of space in the Dan Holland awning, but all season they have been just on their own, in their own little awning, and they have taken the fight to one of the biggest teams in recent KZ2 gearbox karting history, and they have finished second in the British title. A huge well done to Miles Murphy and More Racing for getting their first podium of the season, and to Joe Charlton for finally showing what he can do in his championship defence. He finishes 3rd in the championship point standings. But yeah, Ryan Cannon, Scotland has its first KZ2 gearbox champion for several years. I'm trying to think back to the last Scotsman that had it. Might have been, I can't remember Dan's name, Dan's surname, not Dan Kelly, but there we have the view on the graphic screen, and he saw that as he crossed the line, so that is confirmation. Anthony Jordan will be going down into the pit lane area. We'll probably see him as watching the karts go through the weighbridge area. There's Miles Murphy taking his kart off the weighbridge. Anthony Jordan will be down there to speak to what I'm sure will be a very relieved, very emotional Ryan Cannon, and also to Tom Longfield, who has been a superb ambassador for KZ2 all season as well. At the end of a hard-fought race, there can only ever be one champion, only ever be one winner, and on this occasion there is Alan Kenyon. You can see on his Sodi Kart outfit, he finishes 5th in the championship. He drops behind Charlie Turner and Joe Charlton there at the last race of the season. You can see, I think that's actually Lewis there on the left of the screen. In the blue race suit, you've got Lee Ward, who've all played their part this year. But there's Darren Allen taking off his crash helmet and just taking a breather. Anthony Jordan, though, has our KZ2 champion, Ryan Cannon.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, indeed, I do. Ryan Cannon, at the end of 2021, you are Vera Tools British Kart Champion for KZ2. What a feeling that is.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted.
Any more on top of that?
I'm lost for words. Like, I just want to thank everybody that's helped me. It wasn't just me that won it; it was the help of everybody else as well.
It's, you know, this weekend here at Warden Law, I heard you saying that it's a tough circuit, probably the toughest circuit that we've had on the calendar so far for KZ2 this year. But for you, this weekend has been seamless. You know, you've been at the top, at the sharp end all the way throughout, holding on to that one, you know, keeping Tom at bay and keeping everyone at bay, really. But, yeah, you can definitely take this weekend away as a high.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming into this last round and front in the championship, I knew it was all mine to lose, and the pressure has been unbearable most of the weekend, but yeah, we pulled through.
I can imagine that's a huge weight lifted off your shoulders at the end of this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, anyone you'd like to thank? I'm sure there's quite a few.
Yeah, Sue and Andy at AFR Racing, my mechanic Craig McNabb, all my family for supporting me. As I said, it's not just me, it's all them that have helped to get this result.
Well, like I say, you've got it now, the number 1 in the kart seat there. You can see at home as well. That number 2 will be changing for next season. Is there any plans for next season as well? What's the plan on the cards?
Well, I've still got some more racing to do next month at Fullbeck for the Super 4 Championship, but I've not decided yet what I'm doing next year.
Well, hopefully we see you back sporting that number 1 in KZ2 here for the British Kart Championship. But Ryan Cannon, well done. Our 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship KZ2 winner.
Thanks very much.
Excellent stuff there. Let's talk to second place man, Joe Charlton. Joe, the new chassis come. It's proved it works well. Second place in the final in this one. You know, the championship has been a tough one with those chassis, of course, but you can have your head held high. You know, finishing second here at Warden Law, it's a tough circuit.
Yeah, it's the hardest circuit on the calendar by far. But, you know, you can't... Kudos to... his name, Brian. Forgot for a second. No, kudos to Brian. He's been so consistent all year, you know, always there or thereabouts, and he's just got quicker and quicker. You know, he's driven really well this year. You know, he was so close last year, obviously, with everything that happened. But, no, he's done really well, and fair play to him today. Yeah, I pushed, but I couldn't quite do it.
I mean, you certainly did. You were catching him at quite a rate on that one, but it was a tough old race. You know, for next season, are we planning on seeing you back in the paddock here? I do hope we are seeing you back.
Still deciding yet. Still seeing. See what happens. Take a bit of time out now, recharge the batteries, and maybe have another go next year. Maybe try something else. We'll see.
We'll have a see. But for Ryan Cannon, oh, not Ryan Cannon, we've already spoken to Ryan Cannon. Joe Charlton. There we go. It's been a long old weekend, folks. Joe Charlton, you know, fantastic. Well done on a tough season.
No, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for our second place man. Let's chat to our third place man, Miles Murphy. Miles, well, I tell you what, fastest lap on the last lap of that race. You know, it was. Yeah, it was. You seem surprised.
I know, yeah, I can take that. Yeah, it's one of those where it started well, we got pole, and then it was a kind of disaster until the final. But yeah, it's one of those again, first lap, we get sideswept over, we get a nose cone, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I don't think we'll keep third unless we're 5 seconds ahead of the next guy. I don't know what. I haven't seen the sheet yet, but yeah. At least we can end on some sort of high. You know, we probably won't get the pot that we probably deserve. But yeah, after how badly the mid-season went with kart issues and everything, at least we ended it back on pace, so we'll take it as a positive.
Yeah, there's definitely a positive there, isn't it? Like for a lot of drivers, it has been an up and down year in terms of kart, you know, failures, issues with karts or anything like that. But you know, to finish the season at Warden Law, it's a fantastic circuit. It's a challenging circuit as well for some as well.
It's very good. We need more tracks that are like fitness heavy as this. Like we should be going to places like Wilton Milk in Bolton. I hope they sort that out for next year. But yeah, before I finish, I want to say big thanks to mechanic Tom Moore, everyone at Moore Racing. It's been such a hard year where there's points where we thought literally we should probably quit. We chose not to, how much difficulty we have, and yeah, come back in, find a new car, put it on pole, have pace all weekend. It's a shame we probably won't get the pot we deserve, like I said. And also, yeah, big thanks to Mum and Dad, and Stephen Twiggs, of course. It's all over the kart, sponsored the series. Look, they have a good shout, especially to Johnny, had a great race this weekend at Goodwood, which you should probably check out on YouTube.
Well, I'll give that a watch then. You should see it at home as well. Well, excellent stuff. Third place finish, hopefully in this one. Hopefully that nose cone doesn't bite you back at all. But well done, Miles Murphy. Great result for you today.
Cheers, mate. Take care, Joe.
Spot on there. Right, now let's find Mr. Longfield. He's over here. Hopefully you don't lose connection, Mr. Cameraman. I'm going to get run over by karts here, coming over all the way. Mr. Longfield before he runs away. Tom, can we crack a quick word? Excellent. Well, Tom, what a season it's been for you. All the way to Warden Law, it's been a title fight, but, you know, to come back second with this one, you're going to get that number 2 play. It's still a good feeling, but for you, you've put in a stellar performance this year.
Yeah, we worked very hard. Bit disappointed, I won't lie, but, you know, that's racing. Ryan has been the class act this year, and big congratulations to him, really, because, you know, this weekend, unbeatable, I think.
I mean, yourself, you struggled on pace a little earlier on this weekend, but you got to say it's been a great season for you. Any highs you can take away from this season?
I think the biggest high has got to be that final down at Mansell Raceway, which really should have been mine, but we lost it on the last lap. But no, a lot of good memories. You know, it's the reason I come racing, because I love it, and you can't lose sight of why we come racing. It's for fun, you know.
Yeah.
It's very competitive and we all want to win, but first box to be ticked for me is enjoy it. It might not look like I enjoy it all the time, but that's because we want to do the best we can, you know. But massive thank you to everybody at KKC, Comp Kart, J3, my dad, my mum, Brian Rush, Mike Seabeck, you know, the list goes on. But without the support of all those people, I wouldn't be standing here now. So, no, very grateful for everything that everybody does for me.
Yeah, I can imagine so. You know, it's a fantastic sport, it's a fantastic class, a fantastic group of drivers. What is the plan for next year? Are we planning on coming back to do that title fight once again?
Yeah, I won't sleep easy until I've got that number 1, so I've got to come back and give it another go, haven't I?
Good answer, good answer. We'll see you in 2022.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Perfect. Excellent there. Tom Longfield then, our runner-up in the 2021 Wera Tours British Kart Championship. What a fantastic end to the round here at Warden Law. And there is more action coming up in just a moment. We've got the Paddock Walk joining us in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a short break.
So thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much. For those of you that are going to join us at the Paddock Walk, we're going to be down at the exit of Pit Lane. So we need, if anyone wants to come and join us on the Paddock Show, which is going to be happening live in the next few minutes, you need to be down at the end of the where the pit exit is, where they release the carts at the end of each race, because I don't think our roving camera is going to last or get all the way down the paddock, so please come and join us for that. So a big thank you to everybody on the live stream who has joined us. We're not going to be able to see your comments on the live Paddock Show because obviously me and Anthony are going to be out in the paddock. Strange, that, isn't it? A huge thank you to everyone here at Warden Law, and thank you for your hospitality this weekend. It has been fantastic. So while the picture remains of the fantastic facility here at Karting North East, myself, Anthony Jordan, cameraman James, assistant camera person Henry, and all the rest of the Alpha crew will be down in a few short minutes. Don't go away. We'll be back with the Paddock Show in a few moments' time. Thank you.
Are you intending to stay on this camera, James? James, are you intending to stay on my camera as a static while you work to start this paddock walk?
Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to the Paddock show here at Warden Law to round up the day's racing here at Karting North East. A day that has seen several of the title fights get a little bit tighter, and one emerge victorious, one title fight decided in the form of KZ2. But let's start off with Cadet Honda, Anthony. Where did we